Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. First item in the order of paper is member statements. Can all Sinead Ennis?
Cancorla, on Friday we buried Mickey Brady, and as we said goodbye to one Newry legend, another Newry legend was being born as Rachel Duffy won the Traders in the most amazing style. Apparently us Newry women now have the reputation of being ruthless and treacherous. Well, we certainly are if you cross us. But the Rachel I know, I've known Rachel for some time, and the girl I know is funny. She's kind, she's good crack. She works very hard in the community and voluntary sector, and she's somebody who's fiercely proud of her roots and where she comes from. Watching Rachel over the last month has been brilliant TV, and it has been so exciting for Newry people. It's brought a real buzz to the town to watch Rachel progress week in and week out. So I want to sincerely congratulate Rachel on her win. It really couldn't happen to a better woman, and I want to thank her for representing herself, her family and Newry so proudly. We are very proud of Rachel, and I think we'll have to make some space at the Town Hall beside Banjo Bannon and Pat Jennings for a statue to Rachel, but she is so deserving of all the opportunities and all the success that will no doubt flow her way following this, and I want to sincerely wish her every success in the future.
Cheryl Brownlee.
It should come as no surprise today that I rise to celebrate the fantastic achievements of Carrick Rangers, who proudly lifted the County Antrim Senior Shield last Tuesday at Cliftonville. After a phenomenal second half, the match finished 1-1 draw, taking us straight into penalties. And it was there that young Pengelly showed nerves of steel as Carrick Rangers won the shootout 4-2 against very, very, very worthy opponents in Cliftonville. Despite what my Facebook may have suggested, Carrick Rangers went into that match as the underdogs. There was a monumental victory. It was the first time in 33 years that the club had brought the shield home, and it is one that will live long in the memory of all supporters. As the shield was lifted, I looked around the ground at the roaring support, the loyal, the dedicated fans, and many had a wee tear in their eye. And I don't think any of us would be able to describe what that meant to us on the night. But that success didn't happen overnight. That is the years of hard work and dedication, from the players on the pitch to the coaching staff to the board, to the chairman as well, and all the volunteers who are the backbone of the club and are stick with Carrick Rangers through thick and thin and difficult times. But I was particularly struck watching the chairman, Peter Clark. He ran onto the pitch and he took sight of the packed out North Stand, and his face filled with pride and emotion. And it was in that moment you could see the weight of all the work, all the sacrifice and the passion that has gone into building the club and sustaining it. We know Carrick Rangers is much more than just a football club. It is a community, and one that now stretches far beyond the town of Carrickfergus and actually stretches as far as America, and we know that we have a phenomenal and growing fan base over there too. But it is also a night of reflection, and we remember those who are no longer with us, especially Davy, who would have loved nothing more than to be there front and centre and sharing that historic win. I'm immensely proud of Carrick Rangers and our Amber Army, and perhaps even prouder that I managed to convert a dedicated bluesman on the night. But football has always been more than just the result, and it was deeply moved by the moment a Cliftonville supporter came to the aid of a Carrick Rangers fan who became unwell. So, Mr. Speaker, I end on congratulating everybody associated with the club and, of course, the team for their hard work in achieving this monumental success. Carrickfergus is so proud of you, and up to the Amber Army. Thank you.
David Honeyford.
I want to celebrate some success for the people in Lagan Valley today, and I want to acknowledge and recognise the outstanding achievement of St Mary's Achigallan GAC, who won the All-Ireland score title at the weekend. It's a fantastic achievement for everybody at the club, an incredible result, and it's so richly deserved. It speaks volumes of the dedication and commitment and hard work that goes into that with the team there, the supporting staff, or the supporting members of the club and family and those around the club. Saoirse and I had the privilege of meeting them last year, actually, and it's hard to believe it's a year ago when we met when they went off, and they narrowly missed out on that occasion, so this makes this victory even better. And for anybody in the chamber, SCORE within the GAs that doesn't understand that is for music, storytelling, language and performance arts, and passing that from generation to generation. And I want to pay particular special focus basically on one person, Bronwyn Lennon. Bronwyn and I first met in my own club in Glenavan many years ago when we hosted the Ulster semi-final. She has made an unbelievable contribution to SCORE, keeping it there, keeping people active in it, and making sure it has the prominence within the area that it deserves. And I just want to pay a tribute to her for that. So well done to St Mary's Aghagallen from your Alliance team. We wish you all the success in the world into the future. You're a credit to the club and to the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I did 3 tours of duty in Afghanistan in the dismounted close combat role. Now, my eyes are not as bright as they once were. My waistline is a little bit more expansive, and my hearing isn't as sharp. Some people wonder why I'm shouting, and that's the reason why. But I can still remember the sights, the sounds and the smells of Afghanistan, and the taste. Because when you see a body eviscerated in front of you and the blood hangs in the air like a mist and invades your nostrils and lands on your tongue with that coppery taste, it's not something you're likely to forget. I served with some of the most fantastic men and women this country has ever had. Dedicated, committed, courageous. And also other countries, such as the United States, Canada, Estonia, Poland, the Danish, and many others, where their young men fought shoulder to shoulder with me in an incredibly difficult environment, which we shared, because we shared the hardships, we shared the isolation. Fear was our continuous companion, and we shared it. And sometimes dark humour is what we use to get through a day, and I fell foul of dark humour. Trust me, I know that, and I apologise for it. But that's how we got through our days. We patched up our wounded. We carried our dead with dignity. We did everything that was asked of us from the front line. And yet an individual sitting in Mar-a-Lago, 8,000 miles away from the front line I was standing on, thinks that he can insult those people who fought and died and were injured on that front line. It's absolutely appalling, and he cannot get away with it. He cannot get away with saying it was just an unfiltered remark. This is the President of the United States, and I'm in no doubt whatsoever he will not care one jot about somebody like me who stood on that front line and fought with these other nations. Not a single interest. His attempt to roll back on what he said about those who I served beside in Afghanistan is hollow words, and it's hollow words simply because of this. Because of all of those other people who I stood beside, US, Canadians, Danish, Estonians, Polish, who also gave so much. The United States invoked Article 5 of the NATO Treaty, which is an attack on one, is an attack on all, and all those nations answered the call. Well, I'll stand here and be quite simple. While he continues to attack and insult the memory of those nations who gave so much, be they UK or not, I will never accept. He needs a full apology, and I would expect it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, I want to talk today about something that is a subject not just close to my heart, but close to, I suppose, the hearts of many communities and many people who value the role that our pub and hospitality sector has here in Northern Ireland. I grew up working in small rural pubs. It's part of the DNA of literally my family and many families across this island. The revaluation that was announced last week by the Department of Finance risks forcing pubs and hospitality locations over the edge. In an extraordinary development, many of our hospitality venues are going to face tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of pounds, an increase in a rates liability. It's going to force them out of business. It is going to force pubs to close. It will prevent small rural villages, towns, from having access to those vital community meeting points. It will damage our hospitality offer, the Irish pub being completely fundamental and critical to the hospitality offer, not just in the north, but on the island of Ireland. The revaluation exercise happens every number of years. It's not a revenue-raising exercise, so before anybody says, where else would you raise the revenue? Let's be clear, this is a revenue-neutral exercise. That's clear from the Minister and clear from the website when you go on it. But this revenue-neutral exercise clearly has been designed to now create a huge additional burden on our pubs and hospitality sector at a time when they have faced rising additional costs, including, Mr. Speaker, a whole range of costs relating to labour, relating to goods, and also things like Sky TV. Something that doesn't necessarily jump to front of mind, but my understanding is that Sky Sports bills and Sky Sports subscriptions are critical often to getting people in pubs, including on wintry nights like this when people go in to watch the Champions League. Those bills, the value that pubs pay to get Sky Sports, which is a critical part of their offer, they're based on their rateable values. So those bills are going to go up by thousands of pounds. This is a completely unacceptable situation. The SDLP opposition is not going to stand by and allow our pubs to be punished like this, with all the consequences that would mean for their workers, potentially losing their jobs, and for those communities, and for our tourism offer. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, it isn't good enough, as some have already done, to blame the Brits and say austerity did this. This isn't raising any money. If this was raising money for public services, it would be one thing. I saw a Sinn Féin MP for North Belfast respond to a pub on the Antrim Road facing crippling additional costs, saying, this is a consequence of austerity. This isn't raising any money to deal with austerity. This is just rebalancing our rate system, but it's punishing pubs. We can't stand by and let this happen. We can't allow small rural pubs and critical hospitality venues to go to the wall because of this revaluation. We're going to stand up. We're going to fight against it in order to protect these critical community assets and tourism resources. And there'll be more to say about it in this chamber in the weeks ahead.
Anya Murphy.
Can Collier and I rise today to welcome the publication of the report Delivering Rural Health and Care in a New Ireland. The report reflects the important discussion held in Enniskillen on the challenges faced by people on Tyrone and across our border regions in accessing health and social care services. For border communities, the conversation about healthcare is not abstract. It's shaped by distance, by rural isolation, and by services that are too often stretched to breaking point. Nowhere is that reality felt more clearly than at the South West Acute Hospital. SWA is not just a hospital, it's a vital lifeline for the people and communities of Fermanagh. Yet chronic challenges in workforce recruitment and retention, along with ongoing uncertainty about future provision, have left people anxious about whether the care and treatment they need will be available. We have seen the loss of services disproportionately impacting our rural communities. Long journeys, poor transport links, the absence of adequate ambulance cover and delayed care can mean the difference between early intervention and crisis. If we are serious about equality of access to healthcare, then SWA must be properly staffed, properly resourced and recognised as essential infrastructure for the entire region. But these pressures do not stop at our hospital doors. In Fermanagh, we know all too well how difficult it has become to access GP services. Practices are struggling to recruit and retain doctors, patient lists are growing, and appointment systems are not fit for purpose. For many people, particularly our older residents and those living with chronic illnesses, even getting an appointment can be a challenge. When access to primary care is limited, illness goes untreated, conditions worsen and more people end up in hospital. Alongside this, we can't ignore the crisis in our social care system. Families across Fermanagh and Tyrone are doing extraordinary work caring for loved ones, often with minimal support. Home care packages are delayed or reduced, carers are underpaid, overstretched, and too often people are left in hospital beds, not because they are unfit for discharge, simply because the care that they need at home is not available. This is unfair on patients, it's unfair on families, and it's unsustainable for our health service. The report rightly highlights that on a small island with just over 7 million people, running two entirely separate health systems makes little to no sense, particularly for our rural and border communities. Indeed, when the South West Acute Hospital was commissioned, it was also, or always envisaged, the uncommissioned theatre and other clinical areas would be developed for the use on a cross-border basis. An all-island approach to workforce planning, specialist service provision and rural health delivery would transform outcomes for communities like ours, but only if it is rooted in local communities and firmly focused on free public care. I encourage members and the wider public to engage with this document. The debate is about the future, but it is also about the here and now.
Mr. Speaker, it is right that we take the time to mark and condemn the words of US President Trump when he describes NATO forces the way he did. His commentary was truly awful, reckless, disrespectful, and removed from any reality or fact. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply proud of all those who served with honour in Afghanistan from all nations who fought for freedom and democracy. For the UK, 457 personnel would pay the ultimate sacrifice, including a number from Northern Ireland. Much loved and deeply missed family members. Our own Royal Irish Regiment served with great distinction and honour, both 1st Battalion and 2nd Battalion, who served on the front line together. President Trump's words were insulting, disrespectful and ridiculous, and many of our service personnel are used to that type of commentary. But from our enemies and from people down the pub who don't really realise what service is about, but to hear it from the US President, Commander-in-Chief, really, of an ally, those words are hard to take. And they will have caused deep trauma and hurt to those brave people who still suffer to this day because of their injuries, both physical and mental. From a president who doesn't really know what service is, and the experiences that come with that service, and the deep respect one gets when serving alongside soldiers from other nations, including the US, who I know will be quite shameful of the commentary from their Commander-in-Chief. But there are many of my constituents who served with distinction, who still suffer, who I try to help and assist on a weekly basis. And there are those constituents who are no longer with us, who paid the ultimate sacrifice even years after that service ended. My thoughts are with their families today as we reflect on the disrespectful and truly awful words of a US President.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as everyone will know, this weekend thousands of children across Northern Ireland received their CAG test results. And for many children, they will have been delighted with the outcome, and for others, there will have been disappointment. And then there will have been others who chose not to sit the test, who will have been unsure of what their next steps are in the post-primary transfer process. I want to put it very clearly on record that I believe our current system of post-primary transfer is failing many of our children. It's an unfair and unnecessary process for our 10 and 11-year-old children to sit these tests simply to move on to the next stage in their educational journey, where they will engage in a common curriculum in Key Stage 3 with all their peers, as they have done through primary school. And many parents will be all too aware of the stress that is created by preparing for, sitting and then receiving the results for any sort of academic selection on our children and young people. And the evidence is clear. It demonstrates that failing to gain access to the school that they had hoped to, or gaining the result that they had hoped for in the test, can have a profound impact on the mental health of our children. The independent review of education was clear that our current process of academic selection perpetuates socio-economic division between selective and non-selective schools. We are continuing to facilitate a system which serves to benefit a few already generally privileged pupils, and perpetuating demographic trends which are at odds with building a shared and inclusive society. And Mr. Speaker, we will all be aware of the unprecedented budgetary pressures and financial context that the Department of Education is currently operating in. And I believe that our system of academic selection also plays a role in impacting on some of these costs, whether it's through the area planning process and skewing how those decisions about where we need schools when those decisions are being taken, the impact on home-to-school transport funding, or the continued duplication within our school system. So in my view, the system of academic selection comes at a financial cost as well as a one in relation to mental health and well-being. Every year I hear from parents who are fed up with the system and really want to see us as politicians and political leaders come up with a better approach of how we move our children from primary into post-primary education. So it is time for the Education Minister to facilitate a public conversation on this issue, on the future of our post-primary transfer process, so that we can really get to grips with this issue, bring the current system to an end and deliver better outcomes for our children and young people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend marked the International Day of Education. Sinn Féin reaffirms its commitment to ensuring that every child and young person gets the best possible start in life and the opportunity to access quality in education. Education is not just a fundamental right, it is a powerful tool for equality and social change. On the International Day of Education this year, my thoughts were with the children and young people of Palestine. In Gaza, what academics have described as scholasticide has taken place. The systematic destruction of an education system with schools, universities, teachers and students deliberately targeted. Against that backdrop, the decision of our own Education Minister, Paul Givan, to visit a school in occupied territory was shameful and entirely at odds with the values of international law and human rights. Closer to home, we recognise the very real challenges faced by pupils, parents and teachers across the North. Sinn Féin will continue to focus on tackling educational underachievement, transforming special educational needs provision, making childcare affordable and securing a fair deal for Irish medium education. The Irish medium sector deserves proper facilities, sustained capital investment, adequate staffing and the resources required to thrive. I look forward to bringing forward my own Irish medium education workforce bill to the Assembly, taking action where successive DUP ministers have failed to do so. We will also continue to oppose the regressive elements of the Minister's reform agenda, his attempts to hollow out the curriculum, to scrap continuous assessment and to reimpose a single high-stakes, high-pressure exam system that is not in the interests of our young people. Sinn Féin will continue to stand up for education and to work with others to deliver an inclusive, fully resourced education system that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on Thursday past, businesses across Northern Ireland received notifications of revaluations of their business premises from Land and Property Service as a result of Reval 26. And we all know property valuations have increased, and most expected to see this, but what they received was outrageous and handled so badly. Let me be clear, Reval 26 was not issued by the Executive. It was not voted for in this Assembly. This was a revaluation exercise completed by LPS and issued under the direction of John O'Dowd, the Sinn Féin Finance Minister. And the catastrophic, unbuffered impact on local businesses seems to have been of no concern to Sinn Féin, either through their positions of Finance Minister or their position of Economy Minister. There appears to have been no appraisal of the economic consequences of this. The statement issued on the Department of Finance website states revaluation is revenue neutral. Revaluations do not raise additional income. Regional and district rate poundages are adjusted to maintain revenue neutrality. However, in the real world, this is ludicrous. Property valuations are used by LPS to multiply the rates factor to generate every property and business owner's rates bills. The increased valuations mean increased rates bills. Every business owner across the country has recalculated their new rates bills based on these new valuations issued last week. This will be crippling for so many. Rates bills for hotels face a hike of 85%, pubs raised by 57%. Hospitality Ulster have said this may be the final nail in the hospitality industry's coffin. For weeks at Finance Committee, I've been asking what this reval will mean for businesses. Have they been warned? What is the impact? Only to face continued feedback that it won't make a huge difference. But here we are. The reality is stark. This will cost jobs, livelihoods, well-established businesses across our cities and towns. This is before the Finance Minister's planned 3% increase in business rates in each of the next 3 financial years in his multi-year budget proposals, and also the local council rates hikes. This is absolutely unacceptable and handled so badly. The Finance Minister must reflect on what he has issued here, and both the Sinn Féin Finance and Economy Ministers must not ignore pleas from local businesses. Whilst we know Sinn Féin does not want to see Northern Ireland succeed, will this be at any cost, closing businesses, making workers unemployed and crippling our local economy? I will be clear on this. The DUP stand firmly with our local businesses, and we will fight on their behalf against this catastrophic action by Sinn Féin.
Anne Armstrong.
And I too want to raise serious concerns about the impact of the Reval 26 rates revaluation on our local economy, particularly on hospitality, tourism and the food-to-go sector. Across Northern Ireland, we are seeing projected rate increases that are nothing short of staggering. Hotels, as has been said, facing rises of up to 83%, pubs as much as 57%, with cafes, visitor attractions and the wider tourism economy all being dragged into the same crisis. In my own constituency, among local hotels, one has seen a rates bill increase by 83%, rising to £338,000 per year. That is not sustainable. That is not reform. That is a direct threat to jobs, investment and the future of that business. What makes this even more alarming is that these new valuations are based on a snapshot of trading conditions in 2022. That data bears no resemblance to the reality businesses face today. Since then, profits have collapsed due to soaring wage costs and staff shortages, the national living wage, increased employers' national insurance, and the relentless rise in energy, food, insurance and supplier costs. Yet Land and Property Services continues to value businesses as if rising prices mean rising prosperity. In reality, margins are being wiped out. This system now effectively taxes turnover instead of profit, and it is doing so at the worst possible time. And it is not just businesses. Halls and community facilities are seeing sharp increases, threatening the very organisations that hold many of our towns and villages together. The Finance Minister promised it a rates review. What we have instead is a revaluation that is driving fear, uncertainty and anger across the private sector and voluntary sector alike. This is a tax on jobs, a tax on success and a tax on opportunity. Is this Sinn Féin policy? Northern Ireland is already a high-cost place to do business. This revaluation risks making us completely uncompetitive compared to both Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland. I am calling on the Minister to urgently introduce a freeze on rates for 2026 and to finally deliver meaningful reform of a system that is clearly no longer fit for purpose. If this revaluation proceeds as planned, it will not stimulate the economy. It will actively damage it. The Ulster Unionist Party will always be the friend to business, to workers and ratepayers. We'll always champion their cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Crossan, if you can confine it, please, Daniel, as much as you can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of the SDLP in support of WASPI Women Against State Pension Inequality, and to place on record the full support of my party for the long-running, dignified and entirely justified campaign that has been led by tens of thousands of women across Northern Ireland. Women born in the 1950s, Mr Speaker, planned their lives around the state pension age that they told and believed would apply. They made decisions about work, caring responsibilities, savings and retirement on that basis. And then, with little to no notice, the rules were changed, some women receiving just months' notice and some none at all. That, as you'll agree, is not equality, it is maladministration. WASPI women have never opposed the principle of equalising the state pension age. They support equality. What they oppose is the way those changes were implemented without adequate notice and without any meaningful transition protection. That distinction matters. The scale of this injustice was confirmed by the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman following a 6-year investigation. That investigation found maladministration in the way that the Department for Work and Pensions failed to communicate changes to the state pension age, including a failure to act on its own research which showed that women were unaware of the changes being made. As a result, Mr Speaker, women were denied the opportunity to make alternative arrangements for their retirement, and many continue to suffer the consequences of that today. The out-of-court settlement reached between WASPI and the Government on the 2nd of December 25 marked an important turning point. It represented an acceptance that the Government's initial refusal to compensate these women was flawed and included a commitment to carry out a full review of the findings. At this point, Mr Speaker, it's important to be absolutely clear that women born in the 1950s did everything right. They worked, they paid in, and they planned for their retirements on the basis of a pension age they were told would apply. And then the rules were changed with little to no notice. Yes, the Ombudsman has found fault, but the Government must now take action and put right this wrong, redress this harm caused by the state's own failure. This is so vitally important, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank all of those who have campaigned and spoken up for the women across Northern Ireland.
Okay, I've received notice from the Minister of Education who wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act, I wish to make the following statement on the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the education sector held on Friday the 23rd of June this year. The meeting took place in the Monaghan Peace Campus and was hosted by Minister Naughton TD, the Minister for Education and Youth in the Republic of Ireland. The Minister of Finance, Minister O'Dowd, also attended as the accompanying Minister, and Minister O'Dowd has agreed this is a statement and for me to make it on his behalf. The following main areas were discussed at the meeting, and I'll go through each one in some detail: addressing educational disadvantage, special educational needs, digital literacy and school youth and teacher exchanges. Ministers welcomed the continued progress and cooperation by both departments on implementation of the agreed programme of cooperation on educational attainment, supported through an allocation of up to €24 million from the Government of Ireland's Shared Island Fund. The Council noted the update on overall progress by the Department of Education in Northern Ireland on implementation of the RAISE programme, with the publication of strategic area plans for each of the 10 RAISE localities and the success of the open call for locality-led projects. The NSMC noted the launch of the RAISE Reading with AI research project and Halloween revision support programme. Ministers noted the progress of the Teachers Research Exchange platform and the Creative Connections Arts Education pilot programme, which are both now underway. The Council noted the continued progress that's being made in implementing projects supported under the Peace Plus programme, which are contributing to addressing educational disadvantage. Minister Naughton and I recognise the ongoing cooperation between departments in both jurisdictions and the willingness to enter into constructive mutual assistance on a variety of challenges in the special educational needs sector. The Council noted that both departments and the Middleton Centre for Autism are assessing the potential for service expansion to respond to current and emergent needs across the jurisdictions. The NSMC welcomed the proposed project to support teacher professional learning on digital literacy, including on misinformation or disinformation and the impact of AI. Ministers noted the opportunities for enhanced cooperation in digital education, particularly in teacher professional learning, curriculum development and digital safeguarding. The Council welcomed the presentation on behalf of the Peace Plus Aspire Shared Learning project. The NSMC noted progress made to date in delivering the Peace Plus projects across respective investment areas and recognised the joint work that's being taken forward across both jurisdictions. Ministers acknowledged progress made by both departments and the Mary Immaculate College of Limerick to extend delivery of the Teacher Research Exchange platform across both jurisdictions and welcomed the announcement of the expansion following the meeting. The NSMC noted the ongoing review of the North-South Education and Training Standards Committee, the work being taken forward through the North-South Youth Work Sector Practice Development Hub, and developments in relation to the United Kingdom and Ireland Youth Work Forum. The Council also noted the continued cooperation across education inspectorates and welcomed opportunities being explored for cooperation on wellbeing in education, including the recent positive shared learning event held in Dundalk. The date of the next meeting will be held in the spring or summer of 2026.
Hunter.
Minister, I really welcome the range of issues that you touched on this important meeting. As AI is mentioned in the ethical context within this statement, I have to declare an interest as I sit on an AI ethics board outside of my role as an MLA. Minister, with the topic and the week that's in it, digital safeguarding is so important. We've talked about AI harms this week and last. Can you tell this House if you wish to offer or issue any guidance to our school leaders and parents on how to talk about these emerging technologies and the threats that they bring when it comes to online safeguarding and our children? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we discussed at some length the benefits of enhancing digital literacy skills. It's part of the findings of the review into Northern Ireland's curriculum that Lucy Crehan carried out. It identified that there is a lack of literacy skills, and so as we take forward the work on the curriculum for Northern Ireland, the new curriculum, digital literacy will have a greater emphasis as that work is taken forward. And as we look at artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, we all recognise that there can be benefits if appropriately harnessed when it comes to helping around teacher workload in respect of administration, and we've been piloting some of those schemes with principals in Northern Ireland already through Microsoft Copilot technology, but also when it comes to then devising lesson plans, being able to carry out assessment. Undoubtedly there is opportunities, if harnessed appropriately, for AI to have a significant impact, but within all of the conversation that we had in that meeting, we talked about the importance of safeguarding, of effective regulation when it comes to the frameworks in which AI and digital skills need to be taught. That is paramount and is something that all schools take seriously when it comes to well-being, and so it's important as technology advances. Some of it is already being utilised, and pupils will be utilising open source material. Therefore, we have to respond to that changing environment, but we need to find a way in which we have appropriate guardrails in place that it's utilised effectively but safely.
Becker.
Minister, thank you for your statement. Could the Minister provide any further detail on greater cooperation with the South in terms of special educational needs?
So as we engaged around SEN, obviously the Middleton Centre is referenced as an organisation that helps particularly with expertise around autism. But the same issues that we're seeing in terms of the exponential growth of the number of children with a variety of different educational needs in Northern Ireland is also being replicated in the Republic of Ireland. And they're trying to grapple with what is the most effective way to provide the resources that will benefit the children and young people. And so, in that meeting, we talked about how we're trying to examine what we're doing in Northern Ireland, and obviously where work's taking place in the Republic of Ireland, we should be sharing all of that information. So our officials already engage in terms of that collaboration, but we recognise there's a real need to do more in that area. So that was part of the undertakings at the meeting, that we would seek to find greater ways to share what we're doing and what we're looking at trying to address, as similarly they're doing in the South. And if we can learn from each other, we should do that.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Just to expand on that last question, you'd referenced about wanting to see the role of the Middletown Centre for Autism in terms of the services they provide around SEN across jurisdictions. In the challenging budget context that we're in, how do you anticipate that role could be enhanced?
Well, I've been at Middleton, and if members haven't commended the facility to you, there is a current issue in terms of access to the building, and that was touched upon in the meeting because of some structural challenges around the transport and the road into the building, and that's an ongoing issue in terms of the assessment and what work that we can do to try and resolve that. The member is right, he touches upon the budgetary challenges. We're facing significant challenges. The South, not to the same extent as us, but they obviously still have restraints on their level of expenditure. So as we look at Middleton, we're trying to identify how can it be utilised more effectively. Obviously then that can relate to potential budgetary issues. And as those emerge, that's something that we would need to address in terms of what allocations that we would be able to make. But he is right, we are somewhat constrained in respect of the financial resources available to us.
Cameron.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement to the House today. Could the Minister indicate how the RAISE scheme addresses any budgetary pressures?
Well, Mr Speaker, this has been an ongoing challenge in terms of trying to release the funding on this, but I am pleased to inform the House that we've made significant progress. There is shared island funding of €24 million that has been made available to my department to take forward interventions that would address educational underachievement. That's welcome. I will always take funding from whatever source that I can acquire it in order to benefit the young people in Northern Ireland. Those schemes have all been designed in terms of the various areas that were selected. The projects have all been developed, and we're at the stage now where we're finalising those letters of offers that would allow us to make progress in respect of RAISE. And it is a welcome intervention that will have a meaningful impact in respect of tackling educational underachievement.
Burrows.
Thank you, Minister, for his statement. Washington Ireland programme has been a programme that has benefited many people here in bringing on emerging leaders in Northern Ireland. Is there any opportunities to either build on the success of that or get more people from Northern Ireland into that programme?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm happy to take the suggestion away that the member has made. Obviously, there are different programmes where young people get an opportunity to engage at an international level. I think those are welcome where you can avail of them. Part of the meeting did refer to the establishment of the United Kingdom and Republic of Ireland Youth Forum, which is something that would allow greater, not just north-south, exchanges, but obviously then east-west, so that right across the British Isles there's greater opportunity to empower young people for them to have their voices heard.
Patsy.
In the course of his engagements with his counterpart from Dublin, has the Minister ever expressed curiosity or asked for an explanation about why educational outcomes in the South far exceed outcomes here?
The member raises, I think, an important point, one that, as I've looked internationally, where Northern Ireland's being outperformed, particularly when it comes to those international measurements like PISA, TIMSS, PEARLS, the Republic of Ireland is outperforming Northern Ireland, as are other high-performing jurisdictions in terms of educational attainment. That's why we have been taking forward the Transform Ed programme. These are statutory-led functions that we have to do as a department when it comes to ensuring that we have an up-to-date curriculum. Also, what's the most effective way to assess that? So it's not just what is being taught by way of the substance, how it's being taught, and also then how you're measuring that by way of assessment. And the Republic of Ireland has good examples as to what they're doing in terms of the type of curriculum, the type of teaching that they apply, and where I can benefit from that would enhance Northern Ireland in terms of our educational output. That's something that we absolutely would want to do. It's why within the International Ministerial Advisory Panel I selected a former Chief Inspector of the Republic of Ireland education system to help inform the work that we are doing here in Northern Ireland as part of that educational transformation piece.
Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your statement today, Minister. Minister, did you have the opportunity to meet with any other education ministers last week? And if so, maybe you could tell us what was discussed. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for that question? Yes, like last week, obviously, there was the North-South meeting in respect of the educational sectorate. We also had the East-West Ministerial Council, which was hosted by the Secretary of State. That was held in Belfast, and I was able to attend that meeting as we take forward a school twinning programme between Northern Ireland and schools in Great Britain. That is the outworking of the command paper that the DUP had helped to secure, and we were able to update the East-West Council in respect of the progress of that twinning arrangement. I also attended a ministerial summit that was facilitated by the Secretary of State for Education, Bridget Phillipson MP, and that was a UK-wide summit on artificial intelligence and the opportunities that exist for that to be developed within education. So as I engage North-South, I also engage very much on an East-West basis as Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom.
Silguy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement this morning. Can I ask the Minister how we can collaborate more across this island and with the rest of the UK to ensure we are doing all we can to protect our children and young people from online harms?
Similarly to the member previously asked, we know the dangers about online harm. It's why I have supported the scheme, the project that's being organised by the Safer Schools group when it comes to parents having an arrangement in place not to have children getting access to social media on their smartphones in those earlier and formative teenage years. It's why I introduced the capital programme, the pilot scheme to limit access for digital devices in terms of mobile phones within those 9 schools that are currently piloting it. I know some members were critical of that. However, the principals engaged have been very supportive of it. But there will be an evaluation carried out by King's College London, which will be independent of the department, and that will reflect the effectiveness or otherwise of that particular approach. It's also why I introduced a clear departmental policy to say that primary school children should not be bringing phones to school at all, and at post-primary level those phones should not be accessed from they enter school until they leave school, recognising the harm that can be caused through smartphones, in particular when it comes to our children and young people. That's why I welcome the public consultation which is now being carried out in terms of the UK Schools Minister around social media. It's something that I would encourage parents to feed into, but I'm also reflecting from a Northern Ireland perspective, is this an issue that we should be trying to take forward as well?
Matthew Mason.
Minister, you mentioned the RAISE project in a previous question. Can I ask how much of that initial £20 million earmarked for RAISE has actually been spent to date, and what evaluation of the programme has or will take place?
Speaker, the RAISE programme and the challenge to that has actually been some members in this House. Some members in this House who undermined the work, created unnecessary confusion within some of their own constituencies, which then led to a legal challenge. And Mr Baker laughs, but actually whenever it comes to things that Mr Baker said, Mr Sheehan said, whenever it came to this particular scheme, they said it was flawed, they said it discriminated against disadvantaged communities, they said it needed to go back to the start, think again on it. And what was the consequences of their misinformed and ignorant commentary? It was to create then those within their own community who decided to take a legal case to challenge it, because people here unnecessarily decided to be critical of it. But actually the judgment then, which was delivered on Friday the 12th of December last year, dismissed all legal challenges to the department's methodology for allocating funding under the RAISE programme. The judgment was clear. The court found that the department had acted lawfully and rationally in developing a Northern Ireland-wide place-based approach to funding using objective indicators of educational need. That was the judgment of the court. And I'm glad that they actually were presiding over this as opposed to Sinn Féin members. So now they ask about the delay in the funding being distributed. The reason the delay took place was because of this legal challenge. Now we're able to proceed to allocating the funding. The terms of offer are being conveyed in letters to those groups. But this is also being now appealed to the Court of Appeal. There's 3 days have been set aside in April, and it'll be heard then. But we will be proceeding, however, with these schemes. That will allow, in West Belfast, North Belfast, constituencies where they need to have these interventions, long at last, funding being allocated to it. So I would say to the members opposite, rather than having cheap political shots over these schemes, reflect on the words that you use, because it generated a legal case, and that undermined RAISE when it was found to be perfectly rational and logical as deemed by the judge. But not only did you delay funding, Mr. Speaker, they've also incurred considerable expense to my department. So far, over £100,000 has been spent defending the department's policy, which we successfully won in that case. The applicants got the applicants also got legal aid. So the Legal Services Commission out of the Department of Justice has had to provide taxpayers' money to the individuals responded. So not only is my department out so far over £100,000, Legal Services Commission are out funding. It'll likely be to the tune of £300,000 to £400,000 of taxpayers' money wasted by challenging this decision as a result of Sinn Féin politicising what a scheme was found to be perfectly legitimate by the courts.
Philip Brett. Speaker, Minister, do you share my concern that resources in the department that should be focused on tackling educational underachievement are being wasted by political opponents in this place, be it challenges from the Alliance Party to previous legislation that they created, or indeed Sinn Féin, and instead of focusing on lawfare, you're getting on and delivering for the people of Northern Ireland?
Mr. Speaker, people in this chamber and outside it has talked about reckless waste whenever it comes to the education budget. What I would say to members, there hasn't been reckless waste. Indeed, I listened carefully to the principals this morning on Good Morning Ulster. This was a principal of one of Northern Ireland's largest schools, and she said, and I quote, "There has been pressure on the system for a number of years. Any sort of extras or frills around the system have been really trimmed back, so there's really nowhere else to go. We're literally down to the core business of learning and teaching, and our biggest cost in all of our schools is our staffing." I also read the statement today that was published by the NAHT in respect of the Sinn Féin budget by John O'Dowd. And I quote again, whenever it comes to his budget, they have said, and it was attributed to the president of the NAHT, John O'Dowd's draft budget represents the most serious threat imaginable to education in Northern Ireland and is wholly detached from the reality inside schools, warned the union. And yet we have some members in this chamber then actively encourage people to take legal cases. And the two most significant cases, one on integrated education, I won convincingly. However, the cost to the taxpayer of hundreds of thousands of pounds. RAISE, I won. The cost to the taxpayer, hundreds of thousands of pounds. Those kind of activities is starving our education system of funding. And I trust Mr O'Dowd, who says that he's listening, that he listens to the principals of the schools in his constituency, that he listens to the trade unions who have said that his budget represents the single biggest threat to education. So, Mr Baker, do your job, lobby your own minister and start fighting for schools.
Colmark Durgan.
Mr Speaker, thank the Minister for the statement. Schools and communities on both sides of the borders face similar issues or challenges, I suppose, with the deterioration in an ageing schools estate. Now, the management of the schools estate and maintenance of it here in the north has been criticised by the Audit Office and by a subsequent PAC report too. Is there anything different in how these issues are approached south of the border, and anything that we can learn from there?
Mr Speaker, when it came to the Northern Ireland Audit Office report and indeed the PAC report, my department has been looking through some of the recommendations within that. A key one, which I absolutely agree with the committee, talked about having planned maintenance programmes in order that we weren't having to react. My response to that has been, at the moment, because of the inadequate funding, we're having to react emergency type responses, and members will know that within their constituencies. But I do want to get to the place where actually you're having that planned maintenance, so that we're not having the same reactionary approach. And I think that will provide greater value for money whenever it comes to the taxpayers. So obviously I am keen to learn from any jurisdiction as to the most effective way that you can manage the finite resources that are available when it comes to their capital expenditure. We know that the Republic of Ireland are in a different place whenever it comes to its budget reallocation and what is currently available to them. My job is to make the case for the Department of Education when it comes to our capital. We have not been funded properly over the past number of years. That's not just me saying it, it's the Independent Review of Education who said it. That needs to be reflected in the budget that we receive, but it also needs to be reflected in how we're engaging with the Treasury. And I do believe there is a case that needs to be made around the structural underfunding that Northern Ireland had for many years, and we are still living with the legacy in respect of that. So that's why, as we engage in the budget discussions, I will champion education, but there is also a need for collectively at an executive position that we are robustly engaging with the Treasury and London in terms of the challenges that we are facing.
Mr. Galson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, Protestant working class boys remain one of the most educationally disadvantaged groups in Northern Ireland. While the Irish Government might not care much for the educational achievements in working class Protestant areas at these North-South meetings, I certainly do. What progress have you made to ensure working class unionist areas aren't being left behind?
Mr. Speaker, actions that I've been taking as a result of having devolution, I would say to the member, which were neglected under direct rule and would continue to be directed under direct rule. As a result of a DUP minister being in the Department of Education, I've taken forward work in establishing a controlled sector unit with a clear dedicated focus within the Education Authority, because the controlled sector is the underperforming sector. It does not have the same level of advocacy as other sectors. There's an inequality when it comes to how the controlled sector are treated compared to others. So I've taken steps to do that. I've also consulted on the establishment of a managing authority, which we had overwhelming support from whenever that concluded, and I'll take a paper to the executive. But we've also taken forward the transformation of our education system through the Transform Ed programme. That is being underpinned through a curriculum task force. It's being underpinned by pedagogy, so the practice in which we teach the content. We're looking at the methods of assessment, because you need to have that multiple approach in making sure our curriculum is being properly supported by way of content, how it is being taught, and how it's being assessed. If you can get those right, that will benefit every single school in Northern Ireland, but in particular from those from the most disadvantaged backgrounds, because they don't have the same means as others to harness private tuition, to get teachers to coach their children, to enhance the learning opportunities that they have. The only opportunity many from a more disadvantaged background will have is that limited time in a classroom in front of the teacher, and we need to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that that is given the best possible support, and that will be transformative in helping working class communities, not just from a Protestant background, but from every background in Northern Ireland.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was worrying, if not surprising, to hear school leaders today echo the Minister's concerns on the Sinn Féin budget. I was going to ask about the court case, but as he's answered that comprehensively, can I perhaps ask him whether he agrees with me that the members on the benches opposite have routinely peddled falsehoods around the RAISE scheme, particularly in relation to the idea that this money will be falling into the coffers of all of our grammar schools, and can he speak to the benefits that our working class communities will see from this scheme?
Mr Speaker, I agree with the member's sentiments. The RAISE programme was grossly misrepresented, not just by Sinn Féin, but there were others who grossly misrepresented it, that particular scheme. It is now being demonstrated, and the outworkings of it that members will see in terms of the specific projects, that this will be targeted at helping address educational disadvantage. That is what underpins it, and the rationale in terms of the selection process has been vindicated by the courts. I trust that members will now get behind the RAISE programme within their own communities, encourage and support the works that it will take forward. Members will hopefully reflect over the course of the next number of weeks as the consultation continues to take place on the Sinn Féin draft budget, in order to make sure that their voice is heard loudly, that education cannot be underfunded the way that it has been, and that people should express those opinions. And I trust the Finance Minister will be listening as that voice is being heard very clearly from school principals and others.
Thank you. So that concludes questions on point of order.
Ceann Comhairle, in the course of his responses, a number of responses there, the Minister made reference to the RAISE programme and accused Sinn Féin of having been responsible for a judicial review having been taken. First of all, and this point of order has a number of aspects to it. First of all, there were many people who commented on the RAISE programme, not least teachers, principals, educationalists, journalists and others within the community and voluntary sector. So it's a falsehood to say Sinn Féin was responsible for the judicial review. Secondly, judicial reviews are accepted on the basis of their legal admissibility, and there's a fairly high threshold that applicants have to pass. And thirdly, Ceann Comhairle, and the Minister should know this, he's a former chair of the Justice Committee, that there should be no commentary within this chamber on ongoing legal proceedings, and the Minister knows there's actually an appeal lodged to that original judicial review.
So take your last point first, which was a point of order. The other two were commentary, Pat. But the last point of order is probably Standing Order 73, dealing with sub judice. So that's my view. There shouldn't be any commentary on ongoing legal cases. That's a well-worn precedent. But I will refer it back to the Speaker, and your other 2 points, which weren't points of order, but they're on the record, have been noted. Okay, members. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the Government's amendments to the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill made at the House of Lords report stage on 12th of January 2026 and consents to the extension to Northern Ireland of the devolved provisions inserted by those amendments, namely clauses 10 to 12 relating to regulation making and consultation in respect of clause 9, and clauses 16 to 18 relating to regulation making and consultation in respect of clause 14.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I call upon you, the Minister, to open the debate on this motion. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm bringing forward the second legislative consent motion relating to the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. This motion is required because the UK Government made 6 amendments at the House of Lords report stage on the 12th of January that introduced new clauses 10, 11, 12, 16, 17 and 18, which were not part of the bill when the Assembly debated and approved the first legislative consent motion on the 12th of January. Under Standing Order 42A9, any such amendments that deal with devolved matters or alter departmental functions require subsequent legislative consent motion, and that is the purpose of today's debate. These amendments were introduced following discussions between the UK Government and the Scottish Government to ensure that the bill fully reflects the devolution settlements across the UK
The same amendments now apply equally to Northern Ireland. The bill is now in its final stages, and I am very grateful for the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister and my executive colleagues for their urgent consideration of this legislative consent motion. I am also grateful to the ERA Committee for considering their amendments at their meeting on the 22nd of January. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to briefly outline the purpose and effect of each of the 6 new clauses the Assembly has been asked to consent to today. Clause 10 provides DAERA with concurrent powers to make regulations relating to implementation of Part 2 of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, covering marine genetic resources and digital sequence information, insofar as these matters fall within the devolved competence. This brings Northern Ireland into line with Scotland and ensures that DAERA is empowered, where appropriate, to legislate directly rather than relying solely on UK ministers. Clause 11 sets out the procedures for regulations made under Clause 10, where regulations amend Northern Ireland legislation, create or vary civil sanctions, or create civil offences. They must follow the affirmative procedure. In urgent cases connected to Article 24 of the Agreement, the made affirmative procedure may be used. This ensures strong Assembly scrutiny, whilst also allowing flexibility where urgent international measures must be implemented quickly. Clause 12 creates a statutory consultation duty requiring the Secretary of State to consult DAERA before exercising regulation-making powers in devolved areas under Clause 9. This guarantees that Northern Ireland's views must be considered before UK-wide regulations are made. Clause 16 provides DAERA with concurrent powers equivalent to those in Clause 10, but for Part 3 of the Bill, which concerns the implementation of area-based management tools designated under the Agreement. This allows DAERA to legislate directly on devolved aspects of area-based management tools decisions taken at the Conference of the Parties. Clause 17 mirrors Clause 11 by establishing the Assembly procedures for area-based management tools-related regulations. This includes the affirmative procedure for any regulation that amends legislation or creates sanctions or offences which are made under the affirmative procedure for urgent measures adopted under Article 24. Again, this enhances scrutiny while supporting timely responses to international obligations. Clause 18 requires the Secretary of State to consult with DAERA before making area-based management tools regulations under the UK-wide power in Clause 14. The statutory consultation requirement ensures that decisions that affect devolved matters cannot proceed without considering the views of Northern Ireland. Taken together, these 6 clauses significantly strengthen Northern Ireland's role in implementing decisions under the new High Seas Treaty. They ensure that DAERA can act directly where appropriate, guarantee consultation before UK ministers act, and embed Northern Ireland in Pacific scrutiny procedures in the legislation. The UK Government has emphasised the need to maintain momentum and, subject to considering the amendments, could receive royal assent in the very near future. Supporting this motion ensures that Northern Ireland has an equal voice alongside Scotland in shaping implementation, that DAERA has the powers it needs to act in devolved areas, and the Assembly retains full scrutiny over future regulations. In summary, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, these amendments do not change the policy intent of the bill that was agreed in the first legislative consent motion. Instead, they enhance the devolution arrangements for Northern Ireland and ensure that our interests are properly represented as the UK implements this significant international agreement. I therefore commend this motion to the House and invite members' support. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Robbie Butler, Chair of the ERA Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the ERA Committee on the second legislative consent motion for the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. The Committee had previously noted the broad aim of the Bill, which is to address the governance gap that exists in areas beyond national jurisdiction, and that it facilitates the United Kingdom's implementation of the international BBNJ agreement under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas. This convention covers marine genetic resources, area-based management tools and environmental impact assessments in areas beyond national jurisdiction, otherwise known as the high seas, the seabed and ocean floor beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Committee is aware that this is a subsequent LCM from the same bill. It may be moved in accordance with Standing Order 42A, Section 9. However, on this occasion, the Committee is pleased to note that it did have the opportunity to consider the subsequent LCM made in our last meeting last Thursday, and to hold an evidence session with the Minister's officials. And for that, we're grateful. It was obviously scheduled at short notice. Members will recall that the Committee agreed to support the Minister in seeking the Assembly's endorsement of the first legislative consent motion, which was then supported by the Assembly on the 12th of January. Members will have read the Committee's report, which was published on the 12th of December. The committee was notified by the Department on the 20th of January that the House of Lords stage on the 12th of January, and the UK Government secured agreement to a series of amendments inserting 6 new clauses, clauses 10 to 12 and 16 to 18, which the Minister has outlined. At its meeting on the 22nd of January 2026, the committee had before it a copy of the draft subsequent LCM, and we did indeed hold an oral evidence session with officials. The committee heard that the effect of the amendments of the 6 new clauses will strengthen arrangements for implementing decisions that affect devolved matters by providing concurrent powers plus a statutory consultation mechanism. The committee understands that this effectively permits Scottish ministers and DAERA to legislate in parallel to UK ministers under these clauses to implement decisions taken at the BBNJ Conference of Parties, and further, the exercise of power under these clauses by a UK minister must be carried out in consultation with Scottish ministers and DAERA where they impact devolved competencies. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, overall, the committee welcomes the amendments to the bill that will provide more opportunities for the Assembly to scrutinise the development of regulation. And at its meeting on the 22nd of January 2026, the committee agreed to support the Minister in seeking the Assembly's endorsement of the subsequent legislative consent motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Eva Finnegan.
I welcome the opportunity again to speak in support of the legislative consent motion. The Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill gives effect in domestic law to the High Seas Treaty, a landmark international agreement with the first of its kind to offer meaningful protection to marine biodiversity in areas of the ocean that lay beyond any single state's control. The provisions before us today concern enforcement mechanisms, environmental impact assessments, the regulation and oversight of activities carried out on the high seas, and the establishment and management of marine protected areas. While these measures operate within international framework, their success depends on effective cooperation across all jurisdictions on these islands. From the perspective of the North, it is both sensible and necessary that we lend our support to these clauses. As an island community, our relationship with the sea is fundamental. Our coastal economies, fishing communities and marine ecosystems are deeply interconnected with ocean activity that takes place far beyond our own territorial waters. The reality is that ocean ecosystems do not recognise borders, and neither do the consequences of pollution, overfishing or climate breakdown. The legislation places environmental responsibility, scientific evidence and international collaboration at the centre of how global marine activity is governed. By extending these provisions here, we ensure that the North is actively contributing to that shared global responsibility rather than standing on the margins. Importantly, this approach is consistent with Sinn Féin's long-standing commitment to environmental protection, safeguarding biodiversity, meeting our climate responsibilities and preserving our natural environment for those who come after us are our core priorities, not secondary considerations. Supporting this motion reflects that commitment in practical terms. The measures proposed are proportionate and necessary. They do not create unreasonable obligations. Instead, they provide clarity and authority for local bodies to assist in enforcing international standards, tackling unlawful exploitation and supporting the long-term protection for our oceans. Concordia, endorsing this motion is the correct course of action for the environment, for science and for future generations.
Thank you, Aoife. No other member has indicated that they wish to speak, so Ministers, over to yourself to conclude and wait in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I also would like to thank the members who have contributed to today's debate. I hope the Assembly will consent to the Government amendments which were made at the House of Lords report stage that apply to Northern Ireland. These changes are positive for Northern Ireland. They strengthen our ability to influence UK-wide implementation of the agreement, ensure that devolved interests are fully protected, and provide DAERA with important concurrent powers and statutory consultation rights. If the Assembly were not to grant consent, the UK Government would be required to remove Northern Ireland Pacific provisions in the bill, which would reduce DAERA's role, weaken the devolution settlement, and limit Northern Ireland's ability to shape and implement decisions taken under the High Seas Treaty. I want to thank everyone for their contribution, and hopefully they'll be able to support the legislative consent motion here today. And I want to particularly thank the officials who have done all the work in drafting the LCMs and briefing the committee in regards to this. It's really appreciated.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you just take your ease before we move on to the next item of business? Thank you. Changing table. Okay, members. The next item of business is a motion on assessing economic trends on the island of Ireland. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the significance of the Economic and Social Research Institute's December 2025 report, Assessing Economic Trends in Ireland and Northern Ireland, welcomes that this will become an annual economic report produced through the Shared Island Initiative, which will provide an insightful and evidence-based contribution to understanding economic and social conditions on our island. Notes the positive findings within the report on increased economic growth and employment rates across the island, alongside the shared challenges relating to productivity, incomes and regional balance. Further notes that the report's review of the respective programmes for government from both administrations on the island identified synergies in economic policy on increasing productivity, decarbonisation and support for small businesses. Acknowledges the report's assessment that the Executive is constrained in economic policy making due to a lack of fiscal levers being devolved. Calls on all Executive Ministers to use this report to inform economic and related policy and to support a more coordinated all-Ireland approach to economic development that advances inclusive growth, regional balance, good jobs and improved living standards for all citizens. And further calls on the British Government to work with the Minister of Finance to devolve additional revenue-raising powers to allow it to support the Executive's economic policy development.
Thank you. I call on Gemma Dolan to move the motion. Thank you, Gemma. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Gemma, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
This ESRI report provides a stark analysis of the different average living standards that exist in the 2 jurisdictions on our island, as well as showing the many areas where we have common challenges and shared policy objectives. This assessment on economic trends shows that the South outperforms the North in almost all of the key indicators used to measure the health and well-being of our citizens. The 10% difference in disposable income is one of those statistics mentioned in the report, which highlights just how much more money a person has in their pockets if they live in the South. It is a metric which is particularly useful for comparison, as it recognises just how much a person has to spend after earnings and taxations are considered. Life expectancy is a valuable measurement for long-term outcomes, as it reflects how well public services are performing and the socio-economic environment people are living in. Again, the results show the North is behind, with men and women living 2 years and 1.5 years less, respectively. Putting this into perspective, this means that people living in Ballyshannon live longer than people living in Balleek, 2 villages just 9 minutes apart. As well as these disparities, the report highlights that there are common themes across the 2 programmes for government, such as supporting small and medium businesses, tackling housing shortages, delivering better public services and decarbonisation. Despite shared policy objectives across the island, there is also recognition that due to limited fiscal powers, the Executive does not have the same ability as the Dublin Government to intervene with the resources required to deliver better public services and improved living standards for its citizens. The division of our public services on a north-south basis means that all of those living on our island are being disadvantaged, not just those living in the north. We can see how much better it is when we have a coordinated approach to tackle challenges, which can be seen from the highly successful initiatives there has been in health, such as the North West Cancer Centre, the All-Island Children's Cardiology Services in Dublin, and the Cross-Border Health Reimbursement Scheme. Given there are many shared objectives, there is something which can and should be replicated across all government departments. The reference in the report to the decision taken by the British Government to increase employer national insurance contributions as having a negative impact on economic growth here is just one example of the damage not having full control of our political and economic affairs continues to have on us. Several of the economic measurements indicate that the gaps in the two jurisdictions on our island are continuing to grow, primarily due to the North being tied to a failing economy in Britain following Brexit and a decade and a half of austerity measures. While I believe only constitutional change will enable us to implement policies which close these inequality gaps, in the interim there needs to be further fiscal devolution to provide us with more flexibility and opportunities for interventions in our local economy, and I support the ongoing work of the Finance and Economy Ministers in this area.
Thank you. I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, there's a phrase we hear repeated again and again in this chamber, the so-called all-island economy. It is often presented as established fact, something beyond challenge, but, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, repetition of untruths does not make something true. The reality, backed up by evidence rather than ideology, is there is no single all-island economy. What there is, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, are two distinct economies on this island, operating under different currencies, different tax systems, different welfare models and different regulatory frameworks. That is not a political slogan. That is an economic and political fact. Northern Ireland's economy is, always has been and always will be overwhelmingly integrated with the rest of the United Kingdom. Our biggest market is Great Britain. Fact. The majority of our goods come from Great Britain. Fact. Our service sector relies on the UK economy. Fact. Energy flows from the rest of the UK. Fact. And supply chains move from east to west. Fact. Not north-south. Cross-border trade, of course, exists, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and no one sensible would deny that. But let's set out the facts. It is limited in scale, concentrated in small numbers of sectors, and it represents only a fraction of Northern Ireland's overall economic activity. Yet some continue to push the idea of an all-island economy as it justifies political, sweeping constitutional change. They do so to downplay or simply ignore the reality that Northern Ireland's trade with the rest of the United Kingdom is what sustains our economic success. Trade that sustains jobs in every community, sustains businesses in every community, and underpins living standards in communities right across Northern Ireland. We have heard today, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the proposer of the motion talk about the devolution of additional fiscal powers. Yet in the 10 minutes allotted to the Speaker before me, she has not given one example of the powers that she wants to see devolved here. Neither has the Minister for Finance set out a credible plan as to what the powers they want to have devolved. So that is the seriousness in which Sinn Féin take this issue. It is not honest politics and it's not serious economics. The danger of this narrative is not just that it's wrong, but it leads to bad policy. We have already seen what happens when abstract concepts are used to justify arrangements that disrupt trade between the United Kingdom and the real cost that that has had on businesses across Northern Ireland. As another speaker rightly articulated last week, we have yet to see the damage that the alliance tax will cause to businesses and householders across Northern Ireland. Economic policy in this place, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, must be based on fact, not on political aspiration. Northern Ireland benefits from cooperation where it makes sense, from openness to trade and from constructive relationships across these islands. But that does not require us all pretending the two very different economies are in fact one. If we're serious about growing Northern Ireland's economy, creating jobs and delivering opportunity, the very thing that each and every person in this House was elected to do, then we need to get away from that political agenda. Recognising, I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and the member seems to have missed the point of this motion. This motion is about cooperation. It's not about taking away or reducing what we have between ourselves and those East-West relationships. It's about enhancing all-Ireland relations, enhancing economic opportunity. For example, in 2021...
Interventions are supposed to be short, Padraig.
Fair enough.
Okay, you have an extra minute.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Mr DeLargy, if we were to take you at those words, then we would have that mentioned in the text of the motion today, but there is no recognition or no claim within this motion of the vital nature of Northern Ireland's place within the internal market of the United Kingdom. What this motion does call for is additional tax-raising powers. I've yet to hear an example from a Sinn Féin speaker about what those powers would be and what they would use them for. However, going by the proposals from the Sinn Féin Controlled Land and Property Services on hospitality, I think the people of Northern Ireland will join with us in saying that we will never support additional tax-raising powers being handed at this stage. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this motion is very interesting and serves some people's political agendas, but it does nothing to move the conversation on about how we have the best possible economy here in Northern Ireland, and that is about having open trade with our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland. But we need to tackle the imposition of the Irish Sea border, which takes away Northern Ireland's place within the internal market of the United Kingdom, which the facts show are clearly our most important market. I look forward to hearing people's solutions to some of these proposals today, but this party will be opposing the motion before us.
Thank you. I call David Honeyford.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I came into the chamber to actually debate about our economy, growing our economy, and we've just had minutes and minutes of constitutional nonsense. The Ezra report, I was at the launch of this. I went down because I wanted to hear and see the trends that are happening. And actually too often we don't have actually evidence and stuff to base policy and to have mature political debate around, and actually this report gives us that. It gives us a factual baseline of how to understand what our economy is doing, what the South is also happening there, and how we're performing and how we're succeeding in things, and how we can actually move to grow. Because the facts are, and I said this last week when I was in, the facts are our economy is growing in Northern Ireland by 2.8%. It's in this report. That should be celebrated. That is more than double the UK as an average at 1.3%. And the reason for that, and it's uncomfortable, and I appreciate that for people on the right-hand side of to me, but it's because we have a difference from the rest of the UK. Invest and I have said that very, very clearly. Because we have access to the two markets, we are growing our economy and we're seeing that difference. And that's happening for the very first time right across. But equally in that, growth to GB has increased in both directions. So it's risen from just over 10 billion 3 or 4 years ago to 17 billion in the last financial year that's counted. It sits now at 51% of trade. 51% of trade it goes across the UK. The South has grown to 26% of trade. The EU trade, the EU and the rest of the world, it also grows. Those are all good stories. Those are all good news. This isn't a choice of one or the other, as has been said. We should be celebrating good news because this is brings better for ordinary people. I've talked so many times in this chamber about sharing this island, collaborating north and south to grow opportunities, to deliver better for people, to break down barriers and to make sure people have better opportunities for skills, or to grow our economy, for our energy costs, to put more money in people's pockets, for our health outcomes, for all of that of what was at the very beginning of what's been listed. Those barriers are creating better, to create better wealth, to create better health outcomes, and stronger economy. That is just common sense. As one of his colleagues called it, the Common Sense Alliance. We want better for people. I'm not interested in a debate about the Constitution in this. I'm interested about making things better for people. And if we're serious about that, and we're serious about increasing and growing living standards, then we need to start looking at what needs to change. And when we start to look at that, we need to start making the changes and the reform. We hear reform said, and we talk about it all the time, but what does that and parts of that actually look like? Because if we look at this, when I was at ISRA in their offices in Dublin at the launch of this, my next question after the launch was, what do we do? Give me one or two things that we do to make a difference, to change. One we have a problem with because we left the EU, which is uncomfortable for some, but we don't have freedom of movement. So we've got an issue with the number of people coming through to continue and sustain the growth of our economy. But the second thing that we have is the skills gap. So we have a skills gap in Northern Ireland where we don't have the link that we've been talking about for quite a while, where business can actually input into how we develop and grow courses and skills. Education needs to reform. We can't sustain 25,000 people under the age of 25 not in training, education or in employment. That is not sustainable. We need reform without the cliff edges of what is happening in education, where people are basically in the dustpan very early in life, where outcomes in the south are much better. Those are changes we can make. Within skills, we need the changes in the north for that skill net Ireland that we have cross-community in this House support for. We need that brought through urgently. We need the Minister to start to work to that, to actually align on the island, north and south, but somebody can live somewhere here and the job is equal, or the job is there from when they come through training. So the further education colleges, the higher education colleges are all aligned to the employment that we have. Those are the changes, those are the reforms we need. So thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to address this motion. I want to begin by saying something that should unite every member in this chamber. Northern Ireland's prosperity matters more than any party's constitutional aspirations. Economic policy must be grounded in evidence, not in wishful thinking, and on that basis this motion falls short. The Ulster Unionist Party won't get too exercised about the ESRI report as a panacea for change. It is the first in a series to examine economic developments and linkages between the two economies, and in its introduction it states its aim is to help identify how we could cooperate for more mutual benefit across a range of policy areas. This Sinn Féin motion asks us to recognise all island economic trends as if they point inevitably towards a particular political destination. But when we look at the actual data, particularly the work of Ulster University economist Edmund Burney, the picture is far more complex and far less convenient for the narrative being presented today. Let us start with the fundamentals. North-South trade has grown in recent years. That is a fact and it is welcome. But Professor Burney's analysis shows that this growth is driven largely by trade diversion, a rerouting of supply chains in response to post-Brexit frictions. Certainly.
If that is totally accurate and it's only the reason for that, why is our trade north-south, or sorry, trade east-west growing in both directions?
The member has an extra minute. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. Trade west growing east-west. Yes, trade is growing east-west, but trade growing north-south has grown because of Brexit and because businesses have had to make a decision to find their supply chains to that market east-west through a different diversion. So thank you for that. And just returning to this, it is not evidence of an emerging all-island economic model. It is evidence of businesses adapting to disruption, as I said. And even with that increase, the scale of north-south trade remains modest. Our trade with Great Britain is still several times larger. Our UK internal market remains the backbone of our economy, our supply chains and our consumer base. That is not a political slogan. It is an economic reality and a fact. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we also need to be honest about the differences between the two jurisdictions on this island. Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland operate under fundamentally different economic systems, different tax regimes, different welfare models, different labour markets and very different levels of public expenditure. Edmund Bernie has been clear that these structural differences matter far more than short-term trade fluctuations. And let us not forget that the Republic's headline GDP figures are heavily distorted by multinational profit shifting. Building sweeping political arguments on these figures is not serious economic analysis. So yes, we should cooperate north and south where it benefits people, on health, on infrastructure, on tourism, but cooperation is not the same as convergence, and it certainly is not the same as a constitutional inevitability. The data simply does not support the claims being made in this motion. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I also want to address the proposal implicit in some of the contributions today that the answer to every economic challenge is to devolve more fiscal powers to the Finance Minister. Let me be clear, the Ulster Unionist Party supports responsible devolution, but responsibility requires realism. Northern Ireland already struggles to manage the fiscal levels we have. We face structural pressures in health, education and infrastructure. We rely on significant financial support from the UK Treasury, support that allows us to maintain public services at a level that would be extremely difficult to replicate under any alternative arrangement. Before anyone rushes to demand new tax-raising powers and new borrowing powers, we need to demonstrate that we can use our existing powers effectively, transparently and sustainably. Devolving further fiscal powers without the necessary capacity, safeguards or economic base would not be bold, it would be reckless. And let us be honest, some of the calls for additional fiscal powers are not about improving public services. They are about creating the optics of divergence from the rest of the United Kingdom. That is not a responsible basis for economic policy. In conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland's economic future will be secured not by constitutional theatrics, but by focusing on productivity, skills, investment and stability. We should strengthen our place in the United Kingdom internal market, deepen practical cooperation with our neighbours and base our decisions on rigorous analysis, not on selective readings of trade statistics. For those reasons, while we welcome the opportunity to debate economic trends on this island, the Ulster Unionist Party cannot support a motion that misinterprets the evidence, overstates the significance of short-term trade shifts and uses economic language to advance the constitutional agenda. I urge members to reject this motion and commit instead to an economic strategy grounded in realism, partnership and the best interests of all people of Northern Ireland. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Diana. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. I welcome this motion and I welcome the publication of the report. This is a serious and timely piece of work, and it is right that it will now become an annual report through the Shared Island Initiative. The report identifies clear synergies between the two programmes for government, particularly around improving productivity, accelerating decarbonisation and supporting small and medium-sized businesses. That alignment really does matter because if you live, for example, in a border county, the border really doesn't exist when it comes to going to work and moving around the place. So it really, really does matter a lot. However, thank you.
Would the member give way just to, thank you for giving way, but would the member accept that as far as the likes of the agri-food sector, there isn't a border?
Member has an extra minute.
Thank you. Absolutely. And in many walks of life, and increasingly even through healthcare, there is no border and there's better outcomes if we share our services. However, I have to say this, there's a glaring contradiction at the heart of today's debate, because Sinn Féin are proposing a motion about urgency and economic delivery, while Sinn Féin hold the Economy Ministry and are failing to deliver on the basics. So before we get carried away with ambition, we need some honesty. It is easy to table a motion. It is so much harder to govern and to deliver. The report is clear that shared ambition alone is not enough. Without reform, urgency and delivery, particularly here in the north, those synergies will not translate into higher productivity, better living standards and stronger incomes. That is why my central message is simple. We must go further and we must go faster. But Northern Ireland continues to underperform on the very indicators that matter most in people's lives. The figures are stark. In 2023, GNI per capita in Ireland stood at 63 €63,500 compared to GDP per capita, €30,500 in Northern Ireland. That's an 84% gap. Household disposable income, as was said earlier, shows a similar pattern. In 2022, disposable income per household was €36,900 in Ireland, compared with €33,400 in Northern Ireland, and that's a 10% gap. Those are not abstract statistics. They actually translate into whether families can cope, whether young people can stay, and whether work truly does pay. Productivity is at the centre of this gap. The Lyons Review criticised InvestNI for failing to properly measure or improve productivity, and yet years since that Lyons Review, there is little or no evidence of any improvement. So if productivity is truly central to the Minister's economic vision, then where is the actual delivery? And what brings me directly to the Department for the Economy, because of the uncomfortable truth, is Sinn Féin cannot propose motions about economic transformation while presiding over economic delay. Take the Good Jobs Bill. We were told this would be the biggest change in workers' rights in a generation, yet it has still not been brought to the floor of this Assembly. Deadlines have slipped again and again, and from last week's committee meeting, we've got probably another 6 months delay in that as well, which is causing concern. And that uncertainty hurts workers and businesses alike at precisely the time that we should be improving productivity and living standards for people. It's also worth noting that Sinn Féin themselves in the Republic of Ireland have been vocal about calling out governments when they fail workers. Sinn Féin spokesperson for Enterprise, Tourism and Employment said, "We now see the government reneging on its commitment to workers at a time when workers never worked so hard and struggled so much." Well, I would argue that workers across Northern Ireland have never worked harder, and they deserve delivery, not delay. So Sinn Féin cannot demand ambition in a motion today while presiding over slippage, missed deadlines in the Economy Ministry here at home. On energy, the story is much the same, in fact, maybe probably worse. We were once a leader in the transition to a greener economy, but now we're missing out on investments because the frameworks are not in place. So where is the renewable electricity support legislation, and why does uncertainty persist around the interconnector, which would deliver real benefits for consumers, investors and on our long-term energy security as well? And regional balance is another area where the rhetoric does not match reality. Regional inequality has actually doubled here since the Good Friday Agreement. That is shocking. It was 42% the GVA of Belfast in 1998, and it is now sitting at 80%. So in the North West, people do not experience regional balance. They see too many good jobs still concentrated in and around Belfast, and too many young people having to leave to build a future. And we are almost 16 months on from the publication of the sub-regional economic plan, yet only a small proportion, minute proportion, of the £45 million allocated to local economic partnerships has been spent. That is not regional balance, that is not urgency, and it is not serious delivery.
Thank you. I call on Deirdre Hargay.
And it's nice to see that Sinn Féin is in the frontal lobe of the SDLP's brain today. But again, I want to thank and add my support to this motion coming forward to the Chamber. I believe the publication of the ESRI report, looking at, for the first time, annual economic survey and assessing economic trends across Ireland using comparable data is a good thing for everybody to look at, and importantly to learn from in terms of policy formation. This is a significant development, and it's the first time that policymakers across our island will have access to shared and consistent evidence base on economic output, labour markets, incomes, living standards and public finances. That matters because good decisions depend on good data, and until now this data simply didn't exist in a comparable form. The findings are positive, but they also obviously highlight challenges and, of course, areas of future work and collaboration. both economies record a solid growth in year to the second quarter of 2025. Economic output in the north grew by 2.8%, while in the south by 3.2%. In an uncertain global environment and political instability, this points to a resilient all-island economy, and that when it works together, that can translate into positive outcomes and results for our workers, for our communities and for our economy. Now, I know Diane had highlighted the area of Brexit, but actually when you look as far back as 2008, the financial crash, there has been consistent economic shocks every couple of years. And I think it is important that we use research and surveying like this to mitigate against those shocks, because when you look around the world at the moment, that is going to continue, and obviously all of those shocks have an impact on our economy. So I believe for that reason this research is important, but importantly it's how we use this research to collaborate and to mitigate against those future shocks. The labour market stands out as a particular strength. Employment is at a near historic high across the island, with 20,600 jobs added to the north and 64,000 in the south. Strong participation rates show continued demand for workers and underlines the importance of skills and workforce planning. The report also provides clear evidence-based picture of incomes and living standards, and it confirms that average earnings and households' disposable incomes are higher in the south, reflecting the differences in productivity, sectoral mix and of course wage structures. These are areas that the Economy Minister is addressing through her economic vision, and not least through her Progressive Good Jobs Bill that will focus on creating good and well-paid jobs, and importantly also protecting employment rights and workers' rights as well. And I know a lot of people have talked about this, but I will be keen when that workers' rights bill comes to this chamber where people will stand. Will they stand on the rights of protecting workers, of enhancing trade union rights and representations, of growing our local economy, or will they stand against those things? So we will wait and see. Importantly, the survey also identifies shared policy priorities across the island, raising from supporting SMEs, addressing skill shortages and managing the transition to low-carbon economy. And this alignment highlights real opportunities for cooperation across all of these areas. For the North, the implications are clear. The report strengthens our ability to plan strategically, makes the case for investment and design policies grounded in the robust evidence that's been presented. It also reminds us that without sustained action on areas around productivity, infrastructure and skills, existing gaps in living standards may widen. Ultimately, this survey is not just about statistics. It is about better jobs, higher incomes and improved opportunities for all of our people and communities, particularly as has been highlighted previously in the border and regional areas that, let's face it, through executive governments here in the north, since partition, those areas of the northwest and west of the Band were deliberately and politically sidelined and marginalised from economic opportunities. The ESRI annual survey provides a foundation for more informed debate, better policy making and stronger cooperation, and it's a resource that we should all fully use. This is about coordination and planning across our island. It is about good alignment, but importantly it's about better outcomes for our people, for our communities, and importantly an economy that works for those things and not against. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. I call Diane Forsyth. Thank you.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and while some play party politics, real data is at the heart of this issue. Data is critical in analysis, and as an accountant and number cruncher, I really believe in the value of good data in assessing value for money, assessing our economy and really making good use of information. But it's well known that data here in Northern Ireland is not adequately gathered, assessed, published or verified across a number of fields, and we really need to focus on getting our house in order here rather than looking beyond it. The focus of this Assembly should be on Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, when meeting with some of us as representatives of the Finance Committee last year, highlighted this around our data. We in the Public Accounts Committee see this all the time. Hundreds of millions of pounds are being spent through many of our services here, and no tracking of data on outcomes, how it affects health outcomes, how it affects our economy here. We need to get better data and use it right across the board here in Northern Ireland. Even here at the heart of our budget system, and Madam Deputy Speaker, you were at an event I was last week where the Women's Budget Group highlighted how we can even look at our gender budgeting and our wellbeing framework underpinning our programme for government, all needing better use of data. But crucial to the understanding of the economic and social conditions on this island is that we understand the reality that we have two very distinct jurisdictions with two distinct economies. The ESRI report itself highlights that Northern Ireland and the Republic differ in important structural respects, with the two countries having separate legal systems, social security systems, education systems and monetary systems. The two economies may neighbour each other, however, they are indeed very distinctive. And notably, there are two separate currencies and two different tax regimes, and the differences are clear to all observers. Northern Ireland is in union within the United Kingdom, whereas the Republic of Ireland is a separate state, fully part of the European Union. And we don't fear this report or accurate data. However, we believe that time and effort would be better spent focusing on the UK internal market. Our economic prosperity is clearly, overwhelmingly linked to our links within the UK internal market, and this must remain the primary context for interpreting labour market and mobility statistics. And will parties around this chamber show the same level of endeavour when it comes to comparing Northern Ireland data with other UK regions, particularly in terms of our interconnectedness socially and economically? Why would we want to obscure an understanding of Northern Ireland's specific needs and circumstances within the UK, or the enormous contribution by the NHS and other UK-funded services to make the lives of our citizens by blending our data with that of the Irish Republic? The Sinn Féin Economy Minister has stated that her priority was to protect the all-island economy, yet her responsibility should be to champion the interests of Northern Ireland's economy and its businesses above all else. The DUP are committed and have always been committed to growing our Northern Ireland economy, and that is our continued priority, making Northern Ireland the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I call Kate Nicholl. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And actually there was a lot in Diane Forsyth's contribution which I agreed with, especially in relation to the importance of data. I chair the all-party group on policy and public data, which sounds very boring to lots of people, but actually it's one of the most interesting groups, and it's so important. When we look at Northern Ireland, we're so data rich. From the minute we're born to the minute we die, and beyond that, data is collected on every one of us. Yet so often when policy decisions are made, they're based on samples of a couple of thousand of people. If we had better access to data, if we were sharing the data across departments better, then our policy solutions could be not just for now, but for the future as well. So I really welcome the opportunity to talk about the importance of data, especially in relation to our economy, which is massively important. Where I diverge, though, is that I think all data is really important. I think you can't say that data is really important, but we only want some of it. And actually, when you're talking about the economy, so much of our economy is done on an all-island basis. Energy, tourism, waterways, agri-food. So our interconnectedness, our interdependency, how we operate, knowing where we diverge, where we're similar, is so important. So I think having this baseline, having a report that is looking at this, is really, really important. Highlighting the structural differences between our economies sets a baseline for future monitoring, and I think that's something to be welcomed. What I thought was really interesting in the report is the focus on data gaps and identifying the data gaps that kind of hinder that north-south analysis, productivity, labour markets, as well as across sectorals. And as I said, having a better understanding of that allows us to make policy for the future. And we can be criticised for all sorts of things, but one of the ones that sticks most is that we just don't think in the long term. And so much of that is structural because we don't create policies for the long term. So I think this report is really good. I think it's really welcomed, and I think it allows us to provide a framework for future annual assessments. The one other thing that I was going to say is that, the chair of the Economy Committee I hold in very high regard. I think he's an excellent politician, disagree with a lot of what he says, but I think he is excellent. The alliance tax line has really annoyed me, and I'm going to start calling it out every single time I hear it. Because if we're serious about economic growth in Northern Ireland, and if we're serious about growing our economy, then these silly sound bites that are like just ridiculous really annoys me. If we want to, this charge on parcels is something that's come from the EU. We have already said our solution is to have a UK-EU customs union. Blaming that on us is going to annoy me, and every time it's raised, I'm going to be picking it up, because what we want to do as this Assembly is we want to ensure that we're using evidence, we're working together, and we're improving lives, not picking on people and making things up, okay? So, yes, go ahead.
Sound bites, and I hold the member in the same high regard. But this motion states that and wants people to vote for calling for additional revenue-raising powers. In 15 minutes of speeches, Sinn Féin haven't given one detail of those. So how can members be expected to troop into the lobbies supporting something with no data of what they want to devolve or what they're going to do with that?
The members are.
Listen, I think we do need to have more conversations about revenue raising. When we're looking at our economy and how we operate, there are lots of things that we can do, how we are more efficient, how we save, and we need to be having honest conversations about how we revenue raise. But for us as a party, it has to be progressive, it has to be fair, and we need to make sure that it's actually going to make a tangible difference in people's lives. But Alliance won't stand back from those conversations, very happy to be involved in them. And I think we have to be serious. People are looking on at this chamber and what we're doing, and they're saying, oh, well, they're not very efficient. They won't talk about how we actually deal with the issues in public finances. So we all need to take tough decisions. We need to work together, and we need to look at evidence. And so I think we need to approach these debates in a good spirit, identify ways that we can work together, where we can find solutions, and so often that's going to be in the evidence. So collecting more data can only be a good thing, and look forward to seeing how this is taken forward.
Thank you, Kate. Just to let you know, John Borges will be the next speaker after question time. Question time is at 2 o'clock, so I therefore propose by leave of the Assembly suspend the sitting until 2. So the sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
Now time for questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Start list of questions. I call Philip McGuigan.
Cash Deverhean, question 1.
Minister.
My department regards biosecurity as a cornerstone of animal health and disease prevention. Our approach is proactive and risk-based, recognising the interconnection between animal, human and environmental health. The agriculture sector operates in an environment where infectious diseases such as bovine tuberculosis, avian influenza and blue tongue pose significant risks to animal health, farm productivity and market access. Biosecurity is critically important to preventing disease transmission and mitigating the impact of disease outbreaks, which can lead to severe financial loss, herd disruption and long-term impacts on rural livelihoods. DAERE has comprehensive biosecurity guidance available online alongside a statutory biosecurity code for Northern Ireland farms, which sets out best practice for livestock keepers, vehicle operators and those involved in food production. DAERE continues to deploy a wide range of communications, reminding all flock keepers of the necessity of adhering to high levels of biosecurity, particularly at the time of heightened disease risk. It always remains the case that robust biosecurity always is important and the most effective defence against specific episodic diseases when they do occur, helping in preventing individual flocks, herds and wider agri-food industry.
Mr. McGuigan.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for his responses, and the Minister will be aware the livestock industry plays a vital role on an all-island basis. In terms of biosecurity, can I ask, Minister, therefore, if your department will be considering assessing the potential of an all-island approach to bovine electronic identification, particularly in terms of enhanced disease control, improved traceability and smoother cross-border trade?
Minister.
Thank you. This is an important issue, as you rightly outline. The island of Ireland is one single epidemiological area and we must cooperate on these issues, and that's what we do. In relation to the specific issue you've outlined, we are consulting in regards to that. Northern Ireland operates on the same basis as the South in terms of being members of the single market, and obviously then that means that in terms of the EID technology we're going to use is going to be the same North and South, and I encourage people to respond to the consultation in regards to EID.
Tom McCallum.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, biosecurity is a very important issue within the farming community, but when will you be bringing forward a robust programme in order to deal with the ongoing TB issues, which is continually on the increase?
I'm glad that the stakeholder group were able to agree a blueprint, and that was published last year. We are progressing implementation around that. Biosecurity is a key element in regards to our efforts collectively with the farming community to drive down that herd instances of TB. Alongside that, we will be commencing a consultation this spring in relation to wildlife interventions.
Stuart Dixon.
If you answer so far, Minister, what proactive role can farmers play in promoting good biosecurity?
Thank you, Stuart. Biosecurity is the first line of defence to protect livestock and business. Good biosecurity reduces the risk and the introduction of the spread of disease. It's about taking all the efforts to reduce the risk of contact between disease-causing organisms, agents and susceptible animals, both from outside and inside the farm. Firstly, farmers can take measures such as minimising purchases and, where necessary, doing so from low-risk disease sources. Good farm boundary management, cleansing and disinfection of vehicles, equipment and people before entry onto your farm, and application of measures to control vermin and minimise contact with wildlife. Secondly, protecting your livestock inside the farm, quarantine of newly purchased animals to ensure they're not carrying the disease with them, providing good standards of husbandry, hygiene and nutrition, thereby minimising stress in animals, prompt isolation and treatment of any sick animals and seeking veterinary attention as required, and improving immunity through vaccination protocols under veterinary direction.
Keith Buchanan.
Please. As a statutory consultee within the planning system, my department has a duty to respond to a statutory consultation within 21 calendar days or otherwise agreed timescale. Statutory planning consultations are formal applications submitted to a local authority for permission to carry out development as required by the Planning Act 2011. These include full application for development, outline application for development and environmental impact assessments. The Department also receives planning consultations which are non-statutory but are considered relevant to the planning system due to policy or other interests. These include pre-application discussions. The current year's performance on statutory consultations is 65%. From the 1st of April 2025 to the 31st of December of last year, 2,956 statutory consultations have been received, with responses issued for 2,528. Of these responses, 1,916 were issued on target. An additional 725 non-statutory consultations were received for the same period, with the responses issued for 686. I'm fully aware that our response times for applications needs to improve, but I'm also aware these are challenging factors such as the complexity of some cases, staff and resource pressures, and the variable quality of applications presented for consideration. To improve our response times and service to planners, a planning improvement plan has been developed and is being implemented at pace.
Mr. Buchanan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister so far. Minister, staying on the theme of planning consultations, shared environmental services are simply not responding to consultations. They're just not doing it. It's stopped. That's killing, literally killing agriculture, builders, development. It's completely killing it. Minister, are they answerable to you, or are they following your guidelines, and what is happening with that organisation?
I thank the member for his question, and I understand the frustration around this in terms of planning applications and statutory consultees, and in Northern Ireland we need to do better. In relation to shared environmental services, that is set up by the district councils, so ultimately it's within their purview, and that's where their accountability is around that. The overall Minister for Local Government obviously is the Communities Minister, but if there's concerns around that, I would urge you to raise that with the district councils concerned.
Finnegan.
And I'm glad to see the questions being asked on the SAS and their role. But we have met with farmers and the agri-food sector, and there's planning applications that are taking 3 years or more for applications to come to a decision. So what is your department doing to help that case?
I am aware of the frustrations by the time it takes for the department as a statutory consultee to reply to some planning consultations. Consequently, my officials have developed and are implementing the Northern Ireland Environment Agency's Planning Improvement Plan. The strategic plan aims to increase DAERA's performance rate for responding to statutory consultations through reducing delays and streamlining workflow processes, improving the quality and the consistency of planning decisions, enhancing communication with stakeholders and applicants, increasing staff capability and resource efficiency, improving customer satisfaction and trust, and also ensuring compliance with regulations and best practices. The actions under this plan are categorised in terms of 5 work strands, which is in relation to technical advice and guidance, caseload management, monitoring and reporting of performance, processes and IT systems, and also communication and stakeholder engagement. I get it, we need to do better on this, and that's what we're focused upon.
Lee Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer and actually engaging with the committee on this important topic. But I want to take the Minister to a very specific imminent threat. There's been a reduction in the production of chickens in around the figure of 20 million over this last 3 years. And what the producers are saying to us is that is the planning quagmire that is holding them back. Would the Minister commit to meeting with some of those planners in my own local area, those applications to talk them through, when we have the answers, which is based around betterment and challenging and taking on the ammonia strategy head on?
For raising your question. I'm happy to meet around this, but what I would say is that we have to be careful of a conflation between planning and also the issue in terms of ammonia pollution. We have extremely high levels of ammonia pollution in Northern Ireland. I'm trying to find a way forward that we reduce that level of pollution, because we must do. It's having a real impact in terms of our environment, but also we deal with practical issues, such as, for example, replacement sheds, which is coming as a result of animal welfare commitments. This is difficult. If anyone wants to have more information in relation to the ammonia issue, if they read the report from the Office of Environmental Protection, which found that the Department was acting previously unlawfully in regards to this, this is a challenge for us, and air pollution is an issue of concern for me. It may be different compared to water pollution, that is harder to identify, but it's a serious issue of concern, and it's something we need to find a way through.
Justin McNulty.
My name is Count Corley, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, planning in the countryside is on the go slow or stop. I know that's not your responsibility, that's responsibility for the Minister for Infrastructure, but within your purview, the Environmental Agency, in terms of its being a statutory consultancy, do not provide detailed responses to any requests for updates, nor undertake any prioritisations for representations made. Does the Minister have concerns with this, and if so, what are you going to do about it?
So, since November 2021, the Department has not been providing detailed responses to requests seeking updates in relation to timeframes for issuing consultation responses. The provision of detailed updates for the high volume of requests received from applicants, their agents, political representatives and planning officials significantly reduced the time officials had for processing consultation casework responses. To provide some context, you should be aware that my department has received approximately 355 planning consultation update requests over the past 3 months alone. In combination, it would take significant time for case officers to respond to these requests in detail, and the provision of such a service would cause additional delays to consultation response times. This measure was therefore initiated to maximise the time case officers spent in responding to planning consultations as opposed to providing such updates. I am aware that stopping the provision of detailed updates has caused frustration to planning authorities and planning officials who would like to be able to speak to an individual case officer in relation to queries they may have. It should be noted that officials are available to offer advice about queries of a technical nature. Anyone wishing to make such a request can contact the DAERA Planning Response Team, who will then seek the most appropriate case officer to respond from DAERA's internal planning teams. There is also a new inbox for planners with specific operational questions for the Natural Environment Division.
Timothy Gallison. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I have Northampton farmers waiting over 4 years on consultations from SES, which is holding up investment in making their farms more viable and efficient. Before issuing responses, SES have now taken the position that they need to know the impact of land spreading in sites in the Republic for farmers wanting to export hen litter across the border. No objections or responses have been received in many of these planning applications, and yet SES continue to hold up issuing their consultation response. As the Minister for Agriculture, what are you going to do to resolve this issue?
Minister.
I am aware of those concerns have been expressed. As I've outlined, shared environmental services is a collaborative measure between the district councils. In regards to that transboundary issue, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency recently wrote to shared environmental services and set out our opinion in terms of how they should deal with that. It's a very technical matter, but what I'll do subsequent to this question time, I will write to yourself and set out what we have done in terms of engagement with the shared environmental services in recognition of those concerns with regards to the delays experienced.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3, please.
The land eligibility rules for the farm sustainability payment, which come into effect from the 1st of January of this year, have been simplified to the benefit of farm businesses, making them easier to understand and reducing their associated bureaucracy and the potential for error. The new rules make previously ineligible features such as rush, scrub, bracken, heather and bogs eligible to the benefit of the environment, specifically helping to address soil and water quality issues, challenges to biodiversity and mitigation against climate change. Farmers will no longer need to be concerned about receiving over-declaration penalties due to areas of rush or scrub on their land which they have inadvertently failed to remove from the claim. Importantly, simplifications reduce the risk of environmental damage and the impact on biodiversity or water quality through activity undertaken to maintain eligibility, such as burning heather, removal of scrub by mechanical means, or controlling rush by spraying. Full details are in the Guide to Land Eligibility on the departmental website.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, how the future rollout of farming with nature will support farmers to look after nature and our environment?
The future rollout of farming nature is absolutely critical so we can support farmers as the custodians of our countryside. I'm very conscious that support in terms of agri-environment reduced post-EU exit, something I'm seeking to restore. Last year we launched Farming with Nature in terms of its transition scheme, and a number of actions were available, and there will be further rollout occurring this year. The pace of this I want to see quickened because it's important we support farmers in regards to this, and Farming Nature is a key support scheme from the Department under the Sustainable Agricultural Programme.
Declan McAleer.
Minister, I welcome this simplification and I do recognise the biodiversity value of what these changes mean. But Minister, by bringing additional land into the farm sustainability payment, doing that in the context of closing the regional reserve where there's no new entitlements being issued now, there's going to be a shortage of entitlements to cover this new eligible land. Would you be re-looking at that decision again to close the regional reserve?
So there was significant debate about this within the committee and also the Assembly around that issue. Change in regards to leaving the EU and setting up our own farm support scheme has been difficult. It requires decisions. There is also actions underway in terms of the historical years exercise around that. It's important we proceed with this. But I would say to you is that there is overall environmental benefit in terms of these changes, in terms of land eligibility for Northern Ireland, and I note it's been very warmly welcomed from organisations such as Ulster Wildlife, and it's glad to see that.
Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, question 4.
You will be aware that I made an oral statement to the House and launched the draft Nature Recovery Strategy for public consultation on the 20th of January. The consultation will remain open for a period of 8 weeks, following which the strategy will be finalised for publication. It is extremely important that citizens from all parts of society and of all ages engage in this consultation. Nature provides us with our most basic needs such as food, water and shelter. It helps regulate our climate and provides us with spaces to enjoy recreation. Unfortunately, nature is in decline, not just here but across the world, which is why delivery of this strategy is one of my corporate pledges. At local level, there is a statutory requirement under the Wildlife and Natural Environment Act, Northern Ireland 2011, for my department to develop and regularly review a biodiversity strategy to further the conservation of biodiversity in Northern Ireland. At a global level, Northern Ireland, alongside the rest of the United Kingdom, has committed to 23 targets and 4 goals in the Global Biodiversity Framework agreed at the Conference of Parties in December 2022. Therefore, my draft Nature Recovery Strategy proposes new actions for Northern Ireland which add to the existing framework of targets and relevant policies and strategies that are already in place. The aim is to provide bigger, better managed and more connected nature to help biodiversity recover and regenerate for nature's generations to come.
Mr Donnelly.
Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answer there. Could I further ask the Minister what funding his department has allocated to nature recovery projects, and if he could provide some examples of the benefits of that financial support?
Investment in nature is critical if we are to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. In 2025, I committed £3.2 million to support nature recovery projects through the Environment Fund. The Nature Recovery Challenge Fund offers grants to support environmental projects to deliver in the key areas of nature recovery networks, species recovery networks and 30 by 30 projects. 9 projects are being funded which will help deliver environmental improvement. These include oak woodland restoration for Fermanagh, developing nature recovery networks in Belfast and habitat improvements in Portmore Lough. The fund will award £1.4 million in grants in this financial year, totalling over £3.2 million by 27-28 financial year.
Mr Carroll's not in his place. Colmore Bradley.
6.
Trees and woodland play an important role in reducing pollution entering our waterways, which is particularly relevant to the scale of the Lough Neagh water catchment areas. Over the last 3 years, approximately 242,000 trees have been planted in the Lough Neagh catchment under forestry grant schemes. DAERA also provides financial assistance to landowners through the Farm with Nature Transition Scheme, which has replaced the Environmental Farming Scheme. These schemes support farmers and land managers to deliver environmental improvements, including measures that reduce nitrate runoff. Funding through these schemes enables the planting of trees for hedges, small woodlands and riparian buffer strips. Over the last 3 years, around 2,500 trees have been planted in the Lough Neagh catchment through these schemes. Together, these measures form an important part of my department's broader approach to improving water quality, enhancing biodiversity and supporting more sustainable land management practices across the Lough Neagh catchment. I want to increase the amount of tree planting across Northern Ireland and within the Lough Neagh catchment. This will require collaborative working between government, landowners and environmental organisations. This is why I have commissioned the co-design of Northern Ireland's Tree Planting Action Plan, which will outline actions required to increase tree planting, including in the Lough Neagh catchment.
Mr Bradley.
Very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. That actually nearly answers the supplementary that I was going to ask him, and that would be, would the Minister acknowledge that restoring Lough Neagh will require a more strategic and ambitious approach, and will he commit to extensive afforestation to improve water quality and nutrient catchment in the whole of the Lough, and including the Lough, the Ban corridor?
I do agree with you that restoring Lough Neagh will require an ambitious approach. It requires difficult decisions, and it's important we do that for the sake of people who are reliant upon the Lough and the communities around it, but also the fact that 40% of our drinking water comes from it. Afforestation is an important issue for us in Northern Ireland. We have obligations to increase that, but also we have opportunities from that, and that's why we've launched the Tree Planting Action Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tree planting is going to be a huge part, an important part of the Lough Neagh mitigation and rescuing Lough Neagh. The multi-year budget commits, I think, it's draft at the minute, 5 years per year for the period. We don't know if it's going to be agreed. We don't know what the status of this multi-year budget is. But even if it was, 5 years feels like a small amount. Minister, how much did you bid for the Lough Neagh recovery plan over the multi-year budget? And is 5 million a year enough?
I will write back to you to set out the figures in terms of what I bid, but what I would say to you is in terms of the draft budget, which is out for consultation, it's grim reading for my department. We have a likelihood, if this materialises, that we will not be replacing posts when they become vacant. There will be no additional posts recruited beyond those that are currently in place. And that paints a very difficult picture for the work that needs to be done in regards to our environment, but also in terms of supporting agriculture in Northern Ireland. In addition to that, and one fundamental issue around Lough Neagh is we need to invest in wastewater infrastructure. And that's absolutely critical that we turn that around, and the draft budget does not meet the requirements set out that are required to invest in that wastewater infrastructure.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for the answer so far. Going back to the strategies around the planting of trees, can I ask the Minister what actions his department is progressing to increase the number of trees being planted?
Increasing woodland cover is one of my department's priorities. The current forestry strategy, the Northern Ireland Forestry, a strategy for sustainability and growth, sets out the long-term objective to increase woodland cover, currently 8.6% to 12% of Northern Ireland land area by 2050. This aim aligns with recommendations of the Climate Change Committee regarding the level of forestation needed to contribute to net zero 2050 targets. In October 2025, I announced the commissioning of a Northern Ireland Tree Planting Action Plan due to be developed and co-designed with stakeholders. The plan will highlight key actions needed to deliver the strategy of 12% forest cover by 2050. I expect to see a draft plan in spring of this year.
Owen Tennyson.
Animal welfare remains one of my key priorities, and I am pleased that work is continuing at pace to take forward the reforms contained within my animal welfare pathway. In terms of progress to date, CCTV legislation on mandatory CCTV in slaughterhouses has been drafted, and steps are being taken to secure the necessary approvals. On Lucy's Law, the consultation response document and my agreement on next steps for the sale and supply of puppies and kittens will be published shortly. Following this, I will be asking officials to progress the laying and making of the legislation, and determine that this policy and its implementation will have a positive impact on the lives of pups and kittens in Northern Ireland. In addition, the expert review on dog breeding regulations is due in early April, with a further report from the group on canine fertility clinics due in June. I will review all recommendations provided to me before deciding on the next steps. I am committed to making progress in this area where feasible during this shortened mandate. With respect to communications, I am pleased that a responsible dog ownership and animal welfare social media campaign was launched last August and has been delivered in conjunction with local councils. Finally, my officials are continuing to work on a consultation for launching before summer and the remaining proposed reforms outlined in the pathway. This will include an exploration of a ban on aversive training devices, proposals for an increase in dog licence fees, regulation of rescue and rehoming, dog microchipping enhancements, and a call for evidence on the potential introduction of mandatory cat microchipping.
Mr. Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I ask the Minister for an update on his efforts to ensure mandatory use of CCTV in slaughterhouses?
Sure.
Thank you for your question. We're the only part of the UK which does not have mandatory CCTV in slaughterhouses, so I was glad to get agreement from the Executive last week to progress legislation in regards to that, and we'll be engaging with the committee in regards to this issue so we can legislate for this and bring that in as a requirement in the short time ahead.
John Buckley.
The Minister says that animal welfare is one of his key priorities, but how does that stack up to scrutiny when we continue to see thousands of otherwise healthy and healthy dairy cows and other cattle sent to slaughter because of positive TB reactions? Will this Minister deal with the wildlife issue and ensure that those animals have the welfare status that they deserve?
As I've outlined earlier in question time, I was glad that we agreed a blueprint for the way forward around this, based upon 3 pillars of people, cattle and wildlife. It's important we take action in regards to this. I will consult in relation to wildlife interventions this spring. I encourage people to respond to that and give their feedback in regards to it. We need to take learnings from the previous intervention which was announced, which was successfully judicially reviewed.
Murphy.
The highly invasive quagga mussel was confirmed present at Lower Lough Erne, the first Northern Ireland occurrence, on the 10th of December 2025. Due to similarity with zebra mussels, DNA sequencing was used to verify identity. Departmental officials are scoping an eDNA surveillance programme of larger water bodies in Northern Ireland to monitor for the presence of quagga mussels. Like most aquatic invasive species, there is no effective control eradication method for quagga mussels once they are present in a water body. Departmental efforts focus on encouraging better aquatic biosecurity by water users through the long-running Check, Clean, Dry campaign. This highlights the need to clean boat hulls and equipment in contact with water. A focused cross-border Check, Clean, Dry signage campaign funded through the Shared Island Biosecurity Invasive Species Initiative is being developed to raise awareness of the ease of spread of all aquatic invasive species through poor biosecurity.
Ms Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his substantial answer. And Minister, you have answered most of my supplementary, but just in terms of the increased preventative measures and I suppose engagement that your department is carrying out with people who use the waterway, would you maybe detail what further steps there is or your department has taken in relation to that?
Yes, so there's quite a lot of work that has been done and more that will be done around this, and fundamentally this is about raising people's awareness in terms of the importance of biosecurity. So we will be engaging in terms of that Shared Island initiative, recognising the fact that this is something that doesn't respect borders, and we want to continue to raise awareness around it. And I understand the concern you may have as a constituency MLA in regards to the report of this.
Question
number 9.
As
a result of the Social Farming Capital Grant Scheme, recipients will be able to provide enhanced facilities for participants to take part in meaningful farm work. Improvements to social farms because of the Social Farming Capital Grant Scheme 2025 to 2026 include the renovation of existing farm buildings, improving access at farms, installation of energy efficient measures and purchase of equipment to aid and enhance the social farming experience for participants. It is important that farms delivering social farming to achieve their social farming standards. Therefore, this grant aid allows them to undertake improvements that will both enhance their farm enterprise and help them to achieve their social farming standards. Those farms that deliver social farming will also receive reimbursement from referral partners, and this income helps support the sustainability of small rural farms. I am a strong advocate of social farming as its practice which benefits both those delivering the service and, very importantly, the participants, who are some of the most vulnerable in our society.
I thank the Minister for that response. Minister, how will participants share in the benefits from the Social Farming Capital Grant Scheme?
Thank you, Peter. Participants of social farming experience get benefits as a result of reduced stress, anxiety and depression alongside increased physical activity. The carers and participating social farmers feel more connected to their community and develop new friendship and social networks. Participants also acquire new skills, gain confidence in their abilities and feel a greater sense of purpose. The practice of social farming also contributes to sustainable farming methods, biodiversity and landscape preservation, and also fosters a sense of community, promotes social cohesion and builds stronger community relationships. Those delivering social farming also receive an income from referrals which aids sustaining farm diversification projects.
Mr. Speaker, number 10, please, Minister.
My department has been working with Causeway, Coast and Glens Borough Council on 3 growth deal projects which will result in investment of £15.3 million in rural areas across the borough. The Dungiven Regeneration Project is a £6.7 million project which encompasses an upgrade of public realm, streetscape improvement scheme and a transformation of an unused building on Dungiven Main Street into an enterprise hub. Unfortunately, there has been some delay in submission of the Dungiven Regeneration Project outline business case to the Department by the Council. This draft of the OBC, which was initially expected in June 2025, was submitted to my department on the 16th of December last year. My officials are currently reviewing the OBC and, subject to compliance with the Better Business Cases Northern Ireland 5-case model, The Department would expect to have approvals in place in advance of deal signing, which is currently planned for June 2026.
Moving to topicals, call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, what action are you taking to address persistent planning and permitting delays within the NIEA for farmers and agribusinesses seeking to invest in environmentally beneficial projects, including biomethane production? And how will you ensure faster, cleaner and more proportionate decision making so that those trying to transition are supported rather than stalled?
Thank you for your question. As I outlined earlier, there is a plan and performance plan that we're seeking to progress. It's important we do that because we need to turn around those response times quicker. There's also an obligation upon those submitting those applications to ensure that they're submitting all the information at the beginning, so we're not going back looking for further clarification. In addition to that, we do need resources for this, and that's where the draft budget is a challenge for me as a department, because it requires individuals to consider these. But I recognise these issues, and that's why we're focused in terms of improving performance.
Thank you, Minister. Do you accept, Minister, that delay is not neutral and that every stalled permit or planning application represents lost investment, lost emission reduction and lost confidence among farmers?
We need to improve planning performance so that people can get decisions on their applications swiftly. NIEA is just one of a number of statutory consultees, and there's also a wider issue in terms of our planning system in Northern Ireland. We want to make sure that we're turning around decisions much quicker, and I recognise my role in regards to that, and we're focused in terms of delivering the improvements that are needed.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Minister, given that Cockle Island sits within the Ballymaccormack ASSI and the Outer Ards SPA, what immediate actions will you take to protect the Arctic terns there, particularly in light of conservation concerns about the site and the fact that yearly many of the Arctic terns' eggs are being eaten by vermin before they can hatch?
Thank the member for his question, and I'm aware of the specifics of this because the constituent has raised it with yourself and has also raised it with me. It's also a great part of Grimsport Village that we want to value. What I'm happy to do is to meet with you, not on site because we'd have to go across the water, but I'm happy to meet with you with alongside officials so we can talk through those concerns, because I'm very conscious in terms of the impact of vermin, but there's also no quick solutions for some of these things as well.
Mr Martin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was going to ask if the Minister would consider meeting with me and some constituents and also some experts about how they can be better protected. These Arctic terns are like the special forces of the bird wildlife that we have, travelling more or less all the way around the world and landing back in Grimsport every year. So, Minister, I would be really keen to take your offer up of a meeting so we can see how these birds can be protected in this season, because they really are remarkable creatures.
Look, I agree with you on this. Let's see if we can get officials from my department also to meet up with yourself and other relevant individuals so we can ensure that the actions are taken to preserve this for future generations.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could I ask the Minister how he's working with the Justice Minister to strengthen sentencing for animal cruelty and environmental crime?
Thank you, Danny, and I think this is a really important issue. And that's why I'm glad that the Justice Minister has announced and will be working with my department on a sentencing review around these two areas. It's important we do that. Alongside that, there's other actions we're taking as a department, whether it's in relation to the Animal Welfare Pathway or the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill. It's important we take action in regards to this, and I'm glad to see the Justice Minister moving ahead with that, and we'll cooperate closely on it.
Mr Donnelly.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Could I also ask you how the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill will strengthen penalties for water pollution?
Minister.
I'm glad to have got executive agreement to progress this, and the bill is now being drafted after consultation been undertaken last year. This will raise the maximum penalty, which is important we do that to act as a deterrent, but also gives the ability to issue fixed penalty notices in relation to water pollution events, and that allows a much more agile response to this, and hopefully a sufficient deterrent in relation to pollution occurring in our waterways, so that we can chart a course for better water quality in Northern Ireland. Legislation is an important thing we do, and I'm glad to see this now being drafted, and look forward to cooperating with the House in terms of passage of it.
Carl McCillian.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers up until now. My question is about providing examples of environmental mitigations that his department are using or propose to use to prevent further pollution from traffic in inner city communities in Belfast.
Thank you, Carol. This is a really important question, because the issue of air pollution disproportionately impacts deprived communities in Northern Ireland, and it's important we take action in regards to it. So we're working in terms of a clean air strategy for Northern Ireland. Officials are pulling that together. We'll hopefully go out to consultation on that soon enough and get people to respond to it. We do need to look at how we travel in Northern Ireland, and in terms of decarbonisation of that fleet. But also we need to look in terms of, if we're burning fuels at home, how do we provide a just transition for people to move away from burning, for example, coal, and the impact that would have. There's many actions we need to take in Northern Ireland because we need to improve air quality, and I'm very conscious of the impact it's had, particularly in deprived communities.
Mr. Killian.
Thank the Minister for his response, and he'll know that I'm from an inner-city community in North Belfast. It's no coincidence that many residents suffer from respiratory diseases who particularly live on congested roads. Would the Minister consider even some plants and foliage on the motorway system along with his colleagues in infrastructure to try and reduce the awful pollutants that those residents face on a daily basis?
I'm happy to engage with the Infrastructure Minister in regards to this. I'm very acutely aware of the communities around that. My family came from the New Lodge and the impact that it's had upon generations within that area in terms of the pollution that's been impacted. So I'm happy to engage with the Infrastructure Minister and come back to you on it.
John Mulholland.
Minister, you will be aware just of how much of an advocate I am of our rural businesses and organisations who are really struggling at the moment. Can you outline what you're doing and what your department is doing to support our rural community organisations and businesses at this time?
My department supports rural businesses and voluntary and community organisations through the Rural Business Development Grant Scheme and the Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme, which are delivered under the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation framework. In December 2025, over £6 million of grant aid was awarded to 1,310 businesses through the Rural Business Development Grant Scheme, which is delivered in partnership with the 10 rural councils. This grant aid allows rural micro businesses to purchase capital equipment, which will help them enhance sustainability and growth, and in many cases create employment opportunities, which in turn will strengthen the rural economy. Also in December of last year, 1,048 rural, voluntary and community organisations across Northern Ireland received capital grants totalling £1.74 million through the Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme. These grants assist community and voluntary organisations to purchase capital items or undertake minor capital works to help address locally identified poverty or social isolation issues, with an estimated 165,000 rural dwellers benefiting. In addition, my department continues to fund the Rural Community Development Support Service and contributes to Regional Infrastructure Support Programme, which is delivered by the Department for Communities.
Sean McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your answer, Minister, and thank you for the work that you and your department do so far. Can I ask for an update on the development of the new rural policy framework, if possible?
Sir.
Thank you, Sean. So last year I committed to developing for consultation a new evidence-based rural policy which received the support of my executive colleagues. My department has worked closely with rural stakeholders, government departments, local government and other stakeholders to co-design outline proposals. It's my intention to consult on these proposals early this year. In advance of this, I have recently shared with my ministerial colleagues the draft outline rural policy proposals. Whilst this policy is being developed, my department continues to address the needs and develop the assets of rural communities by delivering significant executive priorities in partnership with SEUPB and councils. These include Peace Plus funding of €80 million and £31 million of city and growth and complementary fund initiatives, alongside a range of initiatives under the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation framework.
McReynolds.
Minister, as an East Belfast MLA, I'd like to ask, would you support a bid for Belfast to become a national park city?
One of my 10 pledges within this mandate is to publish and work to deliver a nature recovery strategy to ensure 30% of land and seas are protected and well managed for nature by 2030. You will note that I launched the draft nature recovery strategy for consultation recently. Improving our environment is vital for the benefits that it brings to people, the economy and our precious wildlife, and I am keen to support projects that share my vision of an environment that is bigger, better managed and more connected future, such as the National Park City Initiative, which will bring nature closer to people in urban areas.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, do you agree with me that work to achieve national park status would improve health and being for all across the city of Belfast?
Thank you. I really do agree that there will be significant benefits that access to nature bring to Northern Ireland and also particularly the City of Belfast if they progress this increased access to walkable green spaces, cycling paths and outdoor recreational facilities, encourages more active lifestyles, reducing chronic illnesses and obesity rates.
Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, can you please provide an update on the development of the third Climate Change Adaptation Programme? Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. This is an important intervention that we are duty bound to take, but also it's important that we take those actions to protect our communities, our society and businesses and the economy more broadly from the impacts of climate change. So this climate adaptation plan has been with the executive for a while. I will continue to engage with my executive colleagues on it because it's important we get it agreed and we get it published, and we're very conscious in the winter months in terms of the impact of climate change with more severe and more regular storms, and we need to be better prepared for that.
Ms. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. You'll recall at the end of October last year there were scenes of severe flooding, especially in the Lisburn Road area, where residents and businesses were severely affected by that. Minister, would you come with me to meet with some of them so they can discuss and maybe allay some of their fears around the potential repeat of that? Thank you.
The issue of climate adaptation, and it's important that we do that, is something that's impacting local communities, and you just outlined that in terms of your local constituency, and I've been only too delighted to come along with you and see that.
Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, one of the previous questions today is asking around your department's commitment in terms of response to planning in the consultation process. When did you first become, as Minister, aware of a problem or an issue within the response times within your department?
So the issues of response times from the Northern Ireland Environment Agency has been a long-standing issue. The first day brief will probably set that out as become Minister, where I'm committed to trying to turn it around. One of the biggest challenges I have in my department is resources, getting people into post so that they can actually do the jobs that are required. And that's something I continue to engage with the Finance Minister in terms of the recruitment of staff into post. I know we need to do better around this, but the planning system more broadly needs to be improved so it gives prompter response times. I will engage with the Infrastructure Minister as required, but we also, more importantly, progress that improvement plan for the Northern Ireland Environment Agency.
Can I thank the Minister for his response? However, as you've already alluded to, that it was part of your first day brief, but it does seem, in response to a previous question, that it's only now that you're setting up some system to actually track the length of time it's taken. Do you believe that that's good enough, given that it was in your first day brief and it is actually holding back the development of some of the farms here in Northern Ireland?
So the tracking of applications has always been in place, and it's important that that happens. So when the application's received and in terms of when it's actually turned around, and I want to reassure that that has always been the case. In relation to planning applications, not everyone is the same. Some of the issues and the challenges we have in relation to ammonia pollution has been then reflects itself in terms of the response from the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. This is a challenge that I inherited. We have ammonia levels going that way. We have severe pollution in Northern Ireland, and we need to have an obligation to turn that around. I'm aware of the concerns from the farming community in terms of wanting replacement sheds. We're trying to find a solution to this. If this was easy, it wouldn't have been sitting for so long when I came into office.
Paul Frew.
Could I ask the Minister for an update on the blue tongue virus and its impact on Northampton? To aid the Minister, it's question number 14 in the table pack.
Thank you very much, Paul. So I'm very aware of the concerns around this, and I've already been in contact with my counterpart in the south, who have identified a case in the south of blue tongue, and they're responding to that, and we will assist whatever necessary around this. To date, we've had 5 cases identified in Northern Ireland. We have been able to ease movements within the temporary control zone. We'll keep this matter under review. But I understand the concerns from the farming community. I give a direction so that we would help with some of the costs in terms of pre-movement testing around that, and thankfully that's been taken up. And as the picture unfolds, we will continue to respond to it.
Free.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister then, thank him for that answer, but to ask him what specific support he can give Northampton to instil confidence in the businesses?
Thank you, Mr. Few. I think it's important that we have given advice, and we continue to do that as a department in terms of biosecurity around this. Within the temporary control zone, I don't think that falls within your constituency around this, and that's when the people have been primarily affected by this. I would say my concern in relation to blue tongue, as we move into warmer weather in the spring and summer, we could see more cases being reported, and that's when we will continue to engage with the industry and with the farming community in terms of the support we can provide. But this is something that has been in England for a long while and has now arrived on our shores. We didn't perceive it arriving during winter, but it's here and we're responding to it, and I want to thank veterinary service officials for their work in regards to it.
That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Congratulations, Minister, in getting all of your questions and orals answered. We now move to the Minister for Communities, and I call Mr Jerry Kelly.
Question 1, please.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want anyone to find themselves in this position. Therefore, I have supported the Housing Executive in putting a Severe Weather Emergency Protocol, or SWEP, in place during periods of extreme weather for anyone sleeping rough. This is in addition to the statutory homelessness services already provided by the Housing Executive in partnership with voluntary and community sector organisations. Aside from introducing the first ever ring-fenced funding for strategic homelessness prevention, the £37.3 million I have allocated to the Northern Ireland Housing Executive's homelessness budget is the highest on record. The SWEP includes additional outreach, crash beds and a rest centre. I have sought and received assurances from the Housing Executive that it retains sufficient capacity in crash beds in order to meet, during SWEP, the assessed levels of ongoing rough sleeping. This will continue through my officials. I also intend to spend some time with those who operate the Housing Executives out of our service, including partners, so I can see for myself how it is working. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Housing Executive staff and our voluntary and community partners for working tirelessly around the clock in very challenging situations to make sure SWEP provision was available.
Jerry Kelly.
Listen, I thank the Minister for his answer up to now, but I think in the context, I think there's a storm warning tomorrow, sent out tomorrow, but the Minister will be aware of the situation which was recently reported when 11 people from Belfast were not provided with accommodation during the recent cold spell in early January. And I notice you have discussed, but could you go a wee bit further when you say you discussed it with the Housing Executive, and perhaps explain the circumstances which led to that very unacceptable outcome?
Well, first of all, he's right to highlight the weather that's currently being experienced, and that's why SWEP has been put in place last night, tonight and tomorrow night as well. On the night in question, the service was provided to those who required it. My understanding is that some calls were not returned from those that may have needed services to the Housing Executive, and partners tried to get in contact with them again, but contact was not made. So I am assured that the provision is there. We just need to make sure that the communication is.
Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Does the Minister agree with me that it's vitally important that both the Public Health Agency and the Belfast Trust are fully engaged in finding solutions to addressing chronic homelessness, given the devastating impact and indeed the complexities around health issues in terms of homelessness?
Absolutely, and if you take a deep dive into many of the individual cases, you'll see that unfortunately many of these issues are health related. This isn't just about the lack of provision, but there are often issues such as addiction and other tragic circumstances as well. That's why it is important that this is a collective effort, not just from a housing perspective, but importantly from a health one as well. That's why the Health Minister and I have been working together on the new Foundations pilot as an example of how we need to make sure that we are working together to tackle those that we know are most in need. That's what we're doing. That's what we'll continue to do.
Armstrong.
Speaker, I'll speak up because it's quite hard to hear everyone in the microphones today. Minister, the 4th of January is a difficult time, and we understood that 11 people didn't have access to emergency accommodation. Would you agree with me that it's counterproductive to blame the community and voluntary sector for not having enough space whenever the SWEP system does need to be reviewed to make sure that the emergency accommodation is available? I believe that there is still some issues about Housing Executive releasing and opening up their own premises. Do you agree that we should be working more with the community and voluntary sector rather than the blame that seems to be apportioned to them?
Be counterproductive, but that's not what's happened. There's no blame.
Patsy Midlone.
Minister,
In regard to the severe weather emergency protocol, you mentioned that the highest amount of resources had been allocated to the Housing Executive. Can you explain to us just how much higher that may be to the Housing Executive and other community or voluntary organisations that provide a resource for people who find themselves in often terrible circumstances, especially with this very bad weather? And are you assured that the Housing Executive and those bodies have sufficient resources to accommodate people who find themselves in those awful, terrible conditions, often not as a result of their own actions or consequences?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that the capacity is there, but unfortunately the communication with those that need the service isn't always what it should be. He asked specifically in terms of resource. I can tell him in the year that I came into office, the funding for SWEP was £9,837. In the last financial year, it was £51,523. I think that is an indication of the seriousness with which I take this issue.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have made no such assessment because I will not be in a position to determine the level of Exchequer funding for Sport NI until the Executive has agreed the Department's budget. You will be aware that Sport NI also disperses national lottery funding. This operates independently of my department. The Chief Executive Officer of Sport NI has advised me that they issued a letter to Sports in December 2025 to advise that in principle they would continue funding at current investment levels in 26-27, specifically to ensure there is no uncertainty around Sport NI funding.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke to the sports just before I came in here. They did not get that guarantee, and the Commonwealth Games is in 6 months' time. In 8 weeks' time, we don't have secure funding for our athletes, our coaches, or our support staff. They have been absolutely failed here. Minister, you've spoken a lot over the last 2 weeks about clear, unequivocal guidance, but what are you actually doing as the Sports Minister on the issues that are affecting our athletes and our sports?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just gave the answer to the member, and if he has, you know, maybe just let me answer the question before you immediately shake your head. That's maybe how question time should work. It's always better to listen. First of all, I am telling you that this is the letter that has been issued to sports. I was about to say that if the member would like to tell me those individual organisations that did not get that, I would be happy to hear from him. No, he's shaking his head, so he doesn't want to do that. Well, I will say to any of those sports that are involved that have not got that assurance, you can bypass Mr. Honeyford and get in contact with me directly.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. But since we're talking about funding, can I ask the Minister to provide an update on the Olympic Legacy Fund which he has rolled out?
I'm delighted to, and I have been committed to recognising the remarkable achievements of our Olympians and Paralympians at the Paris Games in 2024. We all remember the incredible sporting moments and the incredible medal haul as well, and I know that that will encourage future generations to reach the pinnacle of their sport. And so we are building on that legacy by providing £1 million of capital funding to create new opportunities for people of all ages, of all abilities, to take part in sport in their local area. And although Olympic is in the title of these programmes, they are not solely for Olympic sports. The Legacy Fund is there to support all sports at the grassroots level and to encourage continued growth and participation. And Sport NI has already approved 37 projects across 9 different sports and 11 council areas, and an additional 39 projects are being held in reserve.
Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for his answers this far. I'm sure you'd agree, Minister, that further uncertainty around sport funding will have impacts way beyond workforce retention in relation to participation and competitiveness. Can the Minister provide an update on commitments to introduce a multi-year funding programme for NI? And, Minister, can you assure us the sport will not be the poor relation for you and your executive?
Minister.
Well, it certainly hasn't been. You can see the actions that I've taken so far in regards to sport, bringing forward the Olympic Medalist Fund, the Olympic Legacy Fund, and making sure that we're focusing on where we can actually get more people involved in sport as well. I was also delighted to increase the budget for the Your School, Your Club programme. In the year that I took office, that was £500,000. That's now been brought up to £3 million because it invests in our school estate and allows more people to take part in sport after the school gates normally close. So I have done everything that I can within my budget to make sure that we promote sport. However, I also want to see a multi-year programme, but it needs to be one that works for the people of Northern Ireland.
Orlea Flynn.
Question number 3, Lynn Hull.
Mr. Speaker, my department is developing regulations to establish a registration threshold below which charities will no longer be required to register with or report to the Charity Commission for Northern Ireland. These regulations are expected to be brought before the Committee for Communities in the coming weeks. My department also plans to introduce a Charities Amendment Bill to amend the Charities Act Northern Ireland 2008 in spring of this year. The bill will deliver reforms recommended by the independent review of charity regulation and will also make amendments to support the practical application of the 2008 Act.
Ms. Flynn.
Thank you Minister for his response. And Minister, as you will know, the Charities Commission is dealing with an extensive backlog in terms of registration and administration of accounts. And excuse me, I appreciate that you intend to bring forward that piece of legislation to try and streamline the process. But have you considered bringing forward any further reforms in the meantime? For example, bringing into place a stricter definition of what would constitute a charity?
Of course, I want to make sure we make it as simple and straightforward as we can for charities to operate. We know the work that they do, and we know that many charities have had to stop the work that they are doing because of some of the more onerous commitments on them. So we will keep this under review. I've said about the changes we're going to make to the Act, but I also want to make sure that we're looking at the charity audit threshold. We know changes have been made in England, Wales and Scotland, and we will also look at how those changes can be made here as well.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister outline more about the Charities Amendment Bill, including the timeline and when this Assembly will have the opportunity to scrutinise it?
So I want that to be introduced as soon as possible, and I believe that consideration stage will facilitate the scrutiny that he has mentioned will be anticipated late this year or early next year. But it is currently anticipated that the bill will be before this chamber for final vote before the end of the Assembly mandate.
Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, that review of the charities legislation in Northern Ireland, will that resolve the issues around Section 167 of the current Charities Act, which causes confusion and difficulty with regards to registration of charities in Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it will also include the review of Section 167 of the 2008 Act. That will, I'm sure everyone in the House knows that particular section of the Act, but it will provide certainty for institutions not established under the law of Northern Ireland but who operate here for charitable purposes.
And the Dillon.
Question number 4.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance leads on engagement with the UK Government and other stakeholders on the Local Growth Fund and other funds which are delivered directly from Westminster. I have already raised concerns at the Executive about the proposed reduction in resource funding in 26-27, which will have a direct impact on community and voluntary sector organisations currently funded under the Shared Prosperity Fund who deliver important services across Northern Ireland to support those who are farthest from the labour market.
Dylan.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, given that you and your party were such great advocates for Brexit, which lost us all the European funding that we lost, that actually not we lost, but these local community groups and voluntary organisations have lost, you can roll your eyes all you want, but these groups and organisations are, you talked about them earlier when you talked about homelessness. These are the groups and organisations that hold our community together. What engagement are you having with the British Government to ensure that the promises that we were given around replacement for EU funding are actually honoured
and that the people here don't suffer for decisions taken by people on the other side of this chamber. You calm down.
Maybe we want to look at solutions. I think that's what's most important. And I have been raising these at executive level, and I have been raising these concerns with UK government ministers as well. But I'm sure she will not want. I'm sure that she will not want me to step out of the agreed protocol, which is the Department of Finance leads on these issues. And I think that it is right that we make the case, and I am happy to do that. But this is more appropriately a matter for her party colleague.
Mr. Speaker, and I know the Minister that you are acutely aware of how many of our voluntary community sector organisations have been impacted, and you've worked closely with me as Chair of the All-Party Group in the voluntary community sector on this, where just last Wednesday hundreds of people stood out in the steps campaigning on this very issue. Minister, why has the decision been taken to make the Local Growth Fund a primarily capital fund? And like me, Minister, were you shocked to see no reference made to the voluntary and community sector in Sinn Féin's 3-year budget proposals?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, Treasury took the decision to allocate only 33% of the Local Growth Fund as resource funding, with the remainder as capital. This is in stark contrast to Shared Prosperity Fund, which was 75% resource funding. And I agree with the member, and I was shocked to see that there was no provision, and I wrote to the Finance Minister along these lines, that there was no reference to this within the Sinn Féin budget, and I think many people will find that confusing, considering they have publicly backed the calls of the voluntary and community sector, but haven't backed that up with funding in the budget either.
Honourable McBride. Minister, what investigations have been carried out by the Minister and your department to measure the impact of the 64% reduction in the Local Growth Fund that will have on the department access to employment objectives?
These funds are administered directly by the UK Government, and funding awards have not yet been confirmed. It's not possible to assess in full the impact of the reduced funding, but we will continue to work with those organisations to try and get that information. But there's no doubt it will have a significant impact, and that's why it is important that we make the case around the executive table to the Finance Minister, so that he can take these issues forward with the Treasury.
Your question 5.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my department relies on official statistics produced to recognise professional standards and high-quality administrative data to inform legislative change across its wide range of functions. Data also underpins statutory impact assessments, including Section 75 considerations. Where required, my officials undertake bespoke analysis to address specific policy questions, assess differential impacts and provide assurance.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, if we take the anti-poverty strategy, for example, it's been raised with me by academics. Some references in the draft strategy go back as far as 2008. In fact, there's JRF research in 2012, which has been updated. What can your department do to actually make sure that you're liaising with academics to make sure that the research that you're using is as up-to-date and current as possible?
That is something that I hope others might have raised as well during the consultation process. The member raises it now, and it's something that we are happy to look at as well. But we regularly engage on this issue. We regularly seek out up-to-date information, and if there are any gaps in that, I am more than happy to take those on board to make sure that we have up-to-date information, because that is key for us to make the decisions that we need to make.
Al Robinson.
The Minister what steps he's taken to ensure that data held by his department on the issues impacting upon the deaf and disabled people is fit for purpose?
Yes, absolutely. And I appreciate the member asking this question, because it is important to highlight the fact that we do not have the adequate capture of data that we need that represents the diversity of deaf and disabled people and the issues that they experience. And through the draft disability strategy, we're committed to working to improve the collection and increase availability of high quality, reliable and inclusive disability data. And my strategy commits the department to publishing this information on a 2-yearly basis with all of the disability data held by all executive departments. And this will increase the visibility of disability data, highlight any gaps and support the monitoring and reporting processes for this strategy, as well as policy development and legislative reform.
Matthew Till.
Speaker.
Yes. The bid submitted by my department for the proposed draft budget process included a resource bid for the delivery of actions likely to emerge as the result of work being undertaken through my Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme.
Minister, you and your party colleagues have not been behind the door criticising the multi-year budget from the Finance Minister. That's fine, my party has too, but we are, after all, the official opposition. In relation to the arts, real spending on arts in this jurisdiction is by far, shamefully, the lowest in these islands. It's fallen by nearly half in real terms over the last decade and a half. Meanwhile, in England, in the past week or two, we have seen a £1.5 billion commitment to the arts at a UK level. Minister, you and your party are very keen to talk about alignment with the rest of the UK. Have you made a specific request that the Barnet, connected to that, at least some of it, is devoted to arts here?
I want all of the Barnet consequentials that come from Treasury to come to the Department for Communities, because I think that we're the biggest losers in terms of that. He asks a specific question in relation to the bid. I have made a bid. I've made a bid for £4 million of resource over the 3 years in order to deal with the additional requirements that will come from the Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme. I have increased funding to the arts and to culture during my time in office, and I want that to continue because I see the benefits of that. And I have been able to make announcements. Even in recent days, although his party was very sceptical, some of his party were very sceptical of it in terms of what we can do in terms of the 250th celebrations in America, of how we can use that to promote arts, music, culture as well. And so we are allocating additional funding. I have made those bids for additional funding. Maybe the member could support me in that.
Bill Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers so far and his support of the arts. How will the new arts policy address regional disparity?
The member is right to include this because there is very, very wide disparity whenever it comes to funding of the arts regionally, and equality of opportunity is a core principle underpinning the work to develop the arts policy. And I hope she's aware that I wrote to the Arts Council with a letter of expectation in this regard. So I want to ensure that support reaches younger people from more deprived areas, those living in rural areas and across Northern Ireland, and those not currently engaged in arts and cultural activities.
Anya Murphy. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while outside the remit of my department, I welcome the changes announced to the mobility scheme on the basis that they ensure fairness for the taxpayer while continuing to support disabled people by enabling them to lease a car, wheelchair accessible vehicle, scooter or powered wheelchair. These reforms will not affect eligibility for the mobility scheme, nor do they affect eligibility to the relevant disability benefits provided by my department, which passport access to the scheme. The changes will not apply to the current leases or wheelchair adapted vehicles, and the scheme will continue to offer vehicles which require no advance payment, meaning that people will still be able to access a suitable vehicle using only their qualifying disability benefit. The Mobility Foundation will continue to offer means-tested grants to support eligible people who would otherwise struggle to afford the advance payment or adaptations for a vehicle leased through the scheme.
Right.
Ceann Comhairle, I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, the changes to the Motability scheme that were recently announced by the British Government have been widely condemned by the disability community. Can you give some detail on how many people are going to be affected in the North with these changes?
Minister.
I can't, because I said in my answer the scheme does not primarily lie with the Department for Communities, but this does come at a considerable cost, and we need to start thinking about what our priorities are. I want to make sure that people have access to the transport that they need, but we need to do that in the most cost-effective way, and so I will support those changes that can make a difference, those that can save money and ensure that support is going to those that need it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, the mobility scheme is a vital lifeline to many in our community. That scheme is being undermined by a minority who engage in fraud in that system. Could the Minister articulate any work that his department have done to tackle that fraud, and what support or lack thereof has he received from executive colleagues?
My department's role in relation to the mobility scheme is limited to confirming the relevant disability benefit is in payment for the required duration. However, Mobility Operations has their own investigations unit which investigates allegations of misuse of scheme vehicles and breaches of their policies. When their investigations identify potential benefit fraud, this information is passed to the department for consideration. And tackling fraud within the benefit system, including those disability benefits with passport customers to the mobility scheme, is a key priority for me and my department, and we'll continue to make the case for additional funding to do more to combat fraud and error. He asked a question about my executive colleagues. He'll be well aware of the position of other parties around this House. I want to take a tougher line on welfare fraud, because I believe that we should be only giving support to those who actually need it, to those who are entitled to it. And I believe that if someone is deliberately misrepresenting their circumstances, that is wrong, and that needs to be dealt with. Unfortunately, other parties around this chamber do not support that approach, and I think that's shameful, because that hurts those that need it most.
Clark. Question number 8.
34.
Thanks, Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, like many members in this chamber, our offices are inundated with people requiring houses. Indeed, on my journey home every night, I could pass 6 council houses, 2 of which are now privately owned, maybe 3, and 3 are vacant for more than 2 years. I have people come to my office probably on a daily basis, and I think of one family in particular who are living in a crowded bedroom with a husband and a wife and a child, and have been on the waiting list for some time. What is your department doing to press the housing executive to get these houses back into circulation?
So these are the figures that I've been given by the housing executive in regards to the vacant properties and the voids under their jurisdiction. 17 of them are pending approved improvement schemes, and 8 properties are approved for demolition, 4 being used for decanting to support wider programmes, 2 for exceptional circumstances, and 3 for being exceptionally uninhabitable. But this is an issue we need to crack down on, and I want to hear from the member about the properties in question. I want to hear from everybody about some of these properties, because we have a housing crisis here. We need to deal with it. We need to make sure that we're using every home that we have, as well as building more homes. So I stand ready to work with him to make sure we have houses for those that need it the most.
Jill Guy.
Number 9, please.
Minister.
I will shortly be bringing the first action plan for the strategy to the executive. The plan will detail a range of actions which executive departments will deliver over the first 3 years. We know that increasing overall supply is the most effective way to prevent homelessness and reduce pressure on the private rented sector. Actions in the strategy action plan will therefore be focused on addressing the whole system issues that are impacting supply across all tenures. The strategy itself included a commitment to introduce much longer notice to quit periods for tenants in the private rented sector. I launched a consultation on the secondary legislation to enable this on the 5th of January, and I intend to put this protection in place later this year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can I ask the Minister about a recent report that showed the average monthly rent for a house in Northern Ireland has now passed £1,000? How concerned is the Minister that the impact of this is having on people who are presenting as homeless?
Minister.
I am concerned, because it is additional financial stress for people, and many others are actually struggling to find somewhere to live. So I think that it is incumbent on us to do everything that we can to make sure that we have the homes for people that need them in Northern Ireland. And we need to get those across all tenures. And that's why I've introduced the intermediate rent scheme, using financial transactions capital to get more homes built. It's why I'm pushing for revitalisation of the housing executive. It's why we're purchasing purchasing homes using housing executive reserves to buy more homes so that we push down on that temporary accommodation budget as well. It's why we're changing the housing association rate so that we can stretch that money further and actually build more homes. We recognise that this is a problem within the private rented sector. It affects everybody. That's why we need to do everything that we can to build more homes.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. I agree with the member who asked the first question, as well as the Minister's response, that things are getting incredibly difficult for those in the private rented sector. Could I ask what his fuel poverty strategy will do for them?
Minister.
Absolutely. I think it's important that the fuel poverty strategy helps people across all tenures and not just housing associations or Northern Ireland Housing Executive properties, because many of those that are most affected by these issues are in the private rented sector. So we need to secure those interventions, help those that are most impacted, and I will be making a significant announcement on this very, very soon.
Moving on to topicals, Mark Durgan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I know there's an urgent oral tabled on the Minister's latest breach of the ministerial code, so I'll go on to something else. Minister, through our constituency office, debt recovery actions for carers' allowance overpayments seem to be increasing, both in terms of frequency and scale of overpayment, and therefore debt accrued. Recently, I had a working single mother who has managed to run up debt of £15,000 just due to changes in the national minimum wage. This is through no fault of her own. Can I ask the Minister what measures, if any, are in place preventing people getting into debt so deep that they can see no way out?
Absolutely, I'm sorry to hear that that is the case, and I would encourage anyone that is facing any of the issues like the one that the member mentions to contact the Department's Debt Management Branch, and they will advise on a sustainable repayment plan or any other options that may be available to deal with outstanding debt.
Thank the Minister for that, and that case was far from unique. However, in November there was an independent review of carers' allowance, the SES review, published by DWP that focused on this issue in England and Wales. It found that unclear rules led to thousands of carers whose minor earnings breaches have led to major overpayment being accrued. Government is now launching a reassessment exercise this year to potentially cancel or repay these debts. What is the Department for Communities doing about this issue here?
That was a report that was initiated by DWP. The report has now been received by the Government, and we are now looking at the recommendations to see what applies to Northern Ireland and what work needs to be taken, and we will take that forward if specific circumstances are related to Northern Ireland. I can assure the member of that.
Minister, the Commissioner for Standards has found that you breached the ministerial code. You failed to prioritise public safety, you failed to show empathy, and you failed to show leadership. Do you accept the findings of the Commissioner's report?
No, I don't. I welcome much of the evidence that has been brought forward because it is based on fact in relation to what I did, what I published, and the reasons why I published it on that day. But she's wrong on a number of levels, and the entire point of the post was to ensure public safety. It was to deal with the violence that had broke out and that was anticipated would break out, and the members can tut all they want, but I will not take any lessons from Sinn Féin on ministerial standards. Absolutely not.
So, Minister, your response here and earlier in the media is straight out of the Trump playbook. Denial of the facts, ignoring reality, and showing utter contempt for the Commissioner and the mechanisms put in place to hold ministers to account. Do you accept, Minister, you are demonstrating absolute contempt for the public?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, within hours of the events of that day, the member as chair of the committee had no evidence at all about what had happened. He had not asked any questions of me. He had not sought out any information from me. Yet within hours, without looking at any evidence whatsoever, he proceeded to a vote of no confidence in me. So it's a bit rich for him to talk about facts and to talk about evidence when he wasn't prepared to do that. So it's no surprise that he agrees with what the Commissioner... I'm not surprised... Do you want me to answer the question? It's not surprising at all that he has taken the view that he has taken, because it's been his position from day one, regardless of any evidence. The position has not been vindicated because we have to look at the facts, and unfortunately, we had a Commissioner in... Unfortunately, we had a Commissioner in place that looked at the evidence but seemed to ignore that whenever it came to her analysis and her viewpoint and her opinion, because that is all that it is, her opinion. There's no expert analysis. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll move on to more local issues in my own constituency with this question. Can the Minister provide an update on the redevelopment of Newtownards Library?
Sure. Well, this is a priority for the department. I was very pleased to have Michelle McIlveen invite me out there. That is something that we continue to get some questions on that. I want to see that progressed. I want to make sure that the budget is allocated for that as well. But there are processes that we need to go through, and I hope to have more fuller answers for him on that very soon.
Mr. Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your answer, Minister. Earlier, back in 2025, you made an announcement, I think, on the floor of the Assembly here that 200,000 was being allocated as a capital resource, as a capital budget allocation to that project. But as far as I can tell, none of that has been spent on the redevelopment of Newtownards Library. Is there a risk that money is now going to be lost to the project? And what assurances can he give the people of Newtownards that this is a project he is indeed going to progress?
Minister.
Absolutely, this is a project that I want to progress. You will be aware of the considerable work that needed to be done. This is complex. There are some interactions with the council and with the facility in which that library will be built and expanded. Those need to be overcome. We haven't overcome those yet, but I can give my commitment that I'll do everything that I can to make sure that the library is built, because I have to say, for a town the size of Adjournment, I couldn't believe that was the town's library, how small it was, and it's not fit for purpose, and I believe that a town of Newtownards deserves to have that in place.
Mr. McHugh.
Margaret Concordia. Minister, there's much talk here about facts. Well, Minister, the Commission for Standards, it is a fact that they... Sorry, Minister. The Commission of Standards, it is a fact that they have found you guilty on 2 different occasions of breaching the ministerial code. Even at this point in time now, would you not agree that your comments to some extent were reckless, and if anything had heightened tension that contributed to further unrest in that area?
I'd remind members that there is an urgent oral dedicated to this subject. So I'm not sure if the member has another question, but we've already had one, but there's an urgent oral. I'm sorry, but it's general procedure that if we have something on the order paper, we don't interrupt that by doing questions on it previously, and that applies to matters of the day as well. So if a member has another question he'd like to ask.
In relation to that,
on another issue?
Not on another issue, no.
Okay. Move on then. John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in September, in question time, I asked the Minister would he visit the Drumtara area of Ballymena and Queen Street, an area with high levels of socio-economic deprivation. Can I confirm when he'll have diary time to come up with me and speak to the good people of Drumtara and Queen Street?
I'm happy to do that. He will be aware that because of the significant breadth of the department, I have many invites, and I certainly am happy to come and to visit him, and I hope that can be penciled in as soon as we can, but I have certainly no objection to doing that whatsoever, and I will come back to him as soon as I can.
Mr. Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me? Some of the frustrations in areas like Drumtara is the community see problems and they're not quite sure who to raise them with. Sometimes it's infrastructure, sometimes it's council, sometimes it's communities. Is there some assistance can be given to communities that it is clear for them on the kind of bread and butter issues that they face and that they seek help for, there's some clarity about the different pathways and who's the most appropriate agency for them to contact?
Well, obviously it will depend on what the issue is. That will depend on who it is that they should contact. If he has any specific thoughts on that, if he's getting queries as an elected representative and would like to know who to contact, I'm certainly happy to answer that on his behalf. But as always, I would encourage people to, if they don't know where else to go, contact their local elected representatives.
Minister, you have failed to bring forward an Irish language strategy. You've brought forward a strategy for anti-poverty which isn't fit for purpose. You haven't brought forward a strategy for our LGBTQI+ brothers and sisters. How can the public have confidence in you?
Minister.
They can have confidence in me because I brought forward an anti-poverty strategy that is actually realistic, an anti-poverty strategy that deals with the core issues that are contributing to poverty. And I look forward very much to releasing the results of the consultation, because I think that some people will be surprised at the extent of the support for the measures that not just I, but the executive have put in place. And quite frankly, I am fed up of members on the other side of the House calling for all of the things that they want to see included in a strategy, but then whenever it comes to me sitting around the executive table, I don't have a finance minister that's coming forward that is offering funding for these. She also mentions the Irish language strategy and the Ulster Scots strategy as well. She will be aware of the cross-departmental working group that is in place, and that all of the individual departments are bringing back their work on that. As I said the last time I was in the chamber, at that stage there had been nothing that has come back from the departments for the economy, the departments of finance, or the department for infrastructure. So maybe she wants to encourage her ministerial colleagues to make sure that they get on with that work.
Ms. Nicolene.
I will raise it because it's a programme for government commitment that has been there for a long time. But I have to say, Minister, your arrogance is unreal. Where is the LGBTQIA+ strategy? You didn't mention that. Is there a reason for it? And can we ensure that you implement Section 75, your ministerial responsibility, regardless of creed, colour or race? What is your response to that?
Sir.
My first response is, what did she do whenever she was minister? Whenever she was she didn't publicise that strategy. She wants to know what I'm doing on the LGBT strategy. I recently met with some of those involved in the working group, and I have asked officials to bring forward options to me to see if there is a way that such a strategy could be taken forward. She talks about process. She's maybe referring to what she did whenever she was in office, because she certainly did not. Did you publish an LGBT strategy in your time? No, she did not. And now she's saying process. That seems to be all that she was involved in.
Sir, demonstrating empathy is not a courtesy, it's a fundamental part of responsible leadership. Do you accept that you showed no empathy to the people who were driven out of their homes by violent racist mobs in Ballymena?
No, I do not accept that I didn't show any empathy. I believe that is wrong, and I hope that she would hold her ministers then to the same standards, because during the Bobby Story funeral, the disgrace that was that event, I didn't hear her comment once about the actions of those Sinn Féin ministers and MLAs that took part in that funeral. Where was the empathy for those who had to bury their loved ones alone? Where was her empathy for those who didn't get a chance to say goodbye? So Sinn Féin are quite happy to do what they want without showing any empathy. But in this instance, they're content to forget all about it.
And it's already indicated that we have an urgent oral on a subject. It's a discourtesy to the member who has the urgent oral placed and accepted. And I will give questions to as many Sinn Féin members who want to ask those questions. I will create that opportunity, but it is not proper that this is question time. The urgent oral has been accepted for immediately after this. We have the opportunity to quiz the Minister on that. But if you have another question on another subject, I'm very happy to hear it. Well, then we'll do that whenever Mr O'Toole asks the question. Alan Robinson.
To question 14, can I ask the Minister to outline any engagement his department has had with Causeway Coast and Gainsborough Council and relevant owners to progress the redevelopment of key derelict and listed sites in Limavady Town Centre?
Yes, Mr Speaker, my department is committed to town centre regeneration and has recently invested £150,000 in the Limavady Revitalisation Scheme. This investment has benefited 35 properties in the Catherine Street and Irish Green Street, allowing businesses to repair and replace signage, repaint frontages and install new windows, doors, shutters and guttering. My officials engaged with Council in the review of the Limavady Master Plan 2011 in 2024, within which many of the derelict sites were highlighted as development opportunities. My officials also took part in a walkabout of Limavady Town Centre with Council on the 15th of January 2026 to identify derelict and vacant sites and regeneration opportunities.
Thank you. That brings to conclusion questions to the Minister for Communities. Point of order.
Mr Speaker, I am quite certain that you are well capable of doing your job, and if you were not content with my tone during question time, you would have held me to account for that. Is it in order for the whip of the party on the opposite side of this chamber to tell a member in the middle of her question repeatedly to calm down? And I've never heard the word she and her as much in the past 10 years in this chamber as I've heard it in this question time.
Members know that I'm quite relaxed about a bit of argy-bargy across the chamber, and the member was quite vociferous in her style today, and I think that's very acceptable. But whenever you actually say things which are maybe a wee bit provocative, don't be surprised if somebody else is provoked. So, you know, it's about give and take here. If you're going to be robust, expect a bit of that backwards, and I don't discourage any of that, because I like to see a robust Assembly chamber where people are passionate advocates for their constituents and for the people that they represent. Moving on, point of order, Ms Ennis.
Speaker, I think it's highly irregular what has just happened here at question time. Is it convention or is it standing order that you prevent members from actually asking? It's question time after all. And I would actually question whether, given that the Minister was up for question time, whether you would accept the urgent oral. Was that in keeping with standing order and convention?
Ms Ennis, you're coming very close to challenging the decisions of the Speaker, and I would urge you to roll back on doing that. I was reminded by the clerk that the urgent oral was coming up, and it is only good courtesy. And we do this on all sorts of issues. This isn't the first time that there has been an issue that has come up where members at question time have been reminded that actually this matter is on the paper at a later point and is to be discussed fulsomely as a later point. So I can understand maybe the members wish to preempt what Mr O'Toole had put in. They didn't succeed in doing that, and I'm going to call Mr O'Toole, who has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Communities, and I remind members if they wish to ask supplementaries, they should rise, continue in their places, and there will be plenty of opportunity for you to ask your questions and everybody else. Mr O'Toole. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for Communities to respond to the findings contained in the Committee on Standards and Privileges report on complaints against Minister Gordon Lyons MLA.
Apologies, Minister.
Mr Speaker, and I am really grateful to the member for raising this question and giving me the opportunity to respond to the findings of the report. And I welcome the fact that the report has confirmed what I said in the immediate aftermath of the events of that day. Her investigation has confirmed that the PSNI had asked me to put out a message clarifying that those who moved to the leisure centre were not there. Secondly, that I did not reveal the location of anyone, despite the comments of some members of this House, nor was I the one that had initially revealed where they had been. And most of all, I welcome the fact that the Commissioner has said that there is, quote, no evidence to substantiate a connection between your post and violence. As you will be aware, I do disagree with the findings. because I believe that they're based on statements that are incorrect, and I believe that the Commissioner has introduced a new standard for leadership, which includes what she considers to be an appropriate demonstration of emotion and a refusal to criticise public bodies. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am in the position today where I encourage everybody to read the report and my response. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that what happened at Larne Leisure Centre that evening was nothing short of a disgrace. It had serious and continuing impacts for the swimmers and staff who were there at the leisure centre at that time. Discrimination or violence against somebody because of their race is abhorrent and has no place in our society. And I will always work with others to ensure that we remove that scourge.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, to be clear, you said in your response the PSNI asked you to communicate this information. They did not. They asked your colleague, a DUP councillor. You said that the Standards Commissioner introduced a new standard of empathy and non-criticism of public bodies. She doesn't. She's clear in her articulation of why you breached the Nolan principles and the Ministerial Code. And, Minister, it's not your first rodeo. You breached the Ministerial Code by blocking the operation of the North-South Ministerial Council. Minister, many people feel that you have proven yourself repeatedly unfit for office and you have been found repeatedly in breach of the Ministerial Code. I welcome the fact that you have belatedly, eventually today, offered some words of solace and empathy for those caught up in the appalling racial violence in Larne and indeed in Ballymena. But can I ask you, Minister, is there anything at all that you and your party that would lead you and your party to ever demonstrate any accountability or humility at all?
Minister.
Well, entirely predictably, Mr. O'Toole has got it wrong again. So let me be clear. He states that today is the first time that I have shown any compassion for those that were caught up in the events of June last year. That is an absolutely outrageous thing to say. Before those events, when there was previous race rioting and difficulty, I was standing against it. Whenever there were attacks in Antrim, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Gráinne Long outside housing executive offices after showing support and condemning what had took place. I condemned repeatedly on the media in the immediate aftermath of those events what had happened. So for him to come along, stand in the chamber and say, oh, this is the first time that he has condemned this is wrong. And he knows it's wrong, but he says it because he's trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. He was floundering on the radio this morning because he could not answer the questions that were put to him. But among all of the theatrics and dramatics from the member, there is a serious lesson for all of us, and that is watch out, because a new standard has apparently been set and the bar has been raised in relation to what we can or cannot say. Because this isn't just about me. Tomorrow it could be about anybody else if the same standard is applied to everybody else. Failing to display appropriate emotion or criticism of public bodies should not lead to a breach of the Ministerial Code of Conduct or the MLA Code of Conduct, because freedom of speech is the cornerstone of any democracy. Now, the idea that it would have been my intention...
Minister, to remind you, you're within the 2-minute rule, so you may get an opportunity to answer it in some other question. I call Colin Gildernew.
Minister, you've been embroiled in a series of court cases. You have very helpfully pointed out today for members and to the public that the Committee for Communities has expressed a lack of confidence in you. And you've been found now not once but twice in breach of standards. Is it just a question, Minister, that you're simply incapable of accepting that you're ever wrong about anything?
Well, I say the same as I said to Matthew O'Toole, that it would be good for the member to actually consider the report and what is in it. And yes, I'm not going to say that I agree with something whenever I believe that is wrong. I believe that that would demonstrate a complete lack of integrity on my part. If I was to say, that's fine, I accept it, when I know that it's not true, well, that would be wrong. and that is not something that I am going to do. I will point out the errors that I see within the report. I will defend the actions that I have taken, and I actually, again, encourage people to read the report and they can make up their minds for themselves.
Speaker, Minister, the Commissioner said, and I quote, "A person reading the second sentence and aware of the views of many of Minister Lyons' constituents could reasonably conclude Minister Lyons and his DUP council colleagues would have expressed disapproval of the decision had they been consulted." Unquote. Does the Minister feel it's appropriate for a Commissioner to express opinion on the views of DUP voters and indeed of your constituents?
No, I don't, and I believe that that was an absolutely disgraceful comment for the Commissioner to make. That is presuming what my constituents believe, and in fact I believe that it's stereotyping them as well. So I believe that it is highly inappropriate. Standards Commissioners, to have credibility, need to produce reports based on fact, and she needs to make sure that people are held to the same standards.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I ask, does the Minister believe that the Ministerial Code has any meaning whatsoever if ministers can reject the findings of a breach not once but twice and face no consequences? The public cannot hold you to account, this Assembly cannot hold you to account. Is that correct?
You know what? The public do hold me to account, because the public have returned me to this place 3 times. And I leave it entirely up to their wisdom to decide whether I come back again. So no, the Commissioner has done her report. I agree with the evidence that she has produced, but I disagree with her findings on that. And I'm not going to stand up and say I agree with something if I believe that it's wrong.
First, to make a declaration of interest in them, my office was named in the report by the Standards Commissioner, and a member of my family was present in the swimming pool the evening in question, and I was in vicinity that evening. I'd also thank the work of the Minister, Danny Donnelly, MLA, on that particularly difficult evening. My question to the Minister is, does he find it surprising that the Commissioner based her conclusions about your lack of empathy and compassion on the information she cited, yet despite citing our office, never contacted our office, our staff, or indeed any of those who have subsequently you have reached out to, and never bothered to seek our views, which have stated expressly the opposite views that she wrongly expounded?
Well, that's not actually something that I have considered, but I think it's fascinating. Though not actually all that surprising that this Commissioner didn't seek to interview you, because she made a number of presumptions about what people on the ground thought or may have thought that night, but didn't speak to anybody. She said that my actions may have had a consequence, but gave no evidence for that. Just as equally, they may not have, or they may have had the opposite consequence. So no, I'm not at all surprised by that, but I think that that is wrong. I think that she should have, and I would have certainly believed there could have been a different outcome if she'd have gone a little bit further and interviewed some more people. And I thank the member for his support. It would be very easy for him to join the political pylon, but knowing what he knew, he did what I actually believe was the honourable thing.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, what we witnessed last June was nothing short of appalling, and I'm saying this as my role now as the Deputy Chair of Communities Committee. Minister, your attempts to paint yourself as the victim, in your own words, of a political pylon is absolutely disgraceful and is simply not credible, and people see that for what it is. Surely you can accept that this is so insulting to the actual victims who were subject to these disgusting, violent and racist attacks.
Well, absolutely. Those are the victims, those that were impacted. I made that clear in the answer to my statement, and I stand with them and those that are continuing to face the impacts of that today as well. But I believe that there are consequences that come from this report from all ministers and from all MLAs. And I would ask her the question, is she content for her ministers to be held to the same standard? And there she goes, just shrugs it all off, and that is the point, that they are not prepared for their own ministers to be held to the high standard.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answers to the questions so far. And I'm very privileged to know this Minister in front of me in lots of different capacities over very many years. I'm very proud to call him a friend, and I know the character is very good character. and the type of things that he would do and say. But would the Minister tell me whether he believes that this report contains opinions rather than fact?
Yes, it does, and I've highlighted those in my response to the committee, and indeed the Commissioner does have form in this area. She had written to me with her findings of fact, and I responded to her to say I believe that she was correct. To quote her response, she said, "On reviewing the finding itself, I acknowledge that it may be more appropriately expressed as an opinion rather than a finding of fact. I have therefore decided to remove it from the list of facts." I believe in her subsequent report she continued to indulge in opinion giving rather than on evidence-based information. And can I just thank the member as well for the kind words that she said. And I say the idea that it would have been my intention to use my ministerial platform for what I have been accused of is not only absurd, but it is offensive and entirely untrue. And for those who know me, they will know the truth of this situation. And for those of you who don't, I believe that there is certainly some political opportunism on show today.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the truth of this matter is that last June, a number of families, including a pregnant mother, were moved into temporary accommodation for their own safety, and your response as Minister was to amplify the location of that temporary accommodation and to distance yourself from the decision to place them there. Beneath the bravado, Minister, you know that if you were a minister in any other part of these islands, you would already be gone. Surely you owe those families an apology.
There we go again. There's the insinuation and the mistruth that is coming from the member. Let me be very clear. I did not reveal the location of anybody, because hours after those vulnerable people had been moved, that's when my post was published. So it did not reveal the location. Did it reveal where they had been? Yes. After advice from the PSNI, who came to my office, by the way, contacted a member of staff in my office who is also a councillor, and highlighted the fact that there was concern that people were going to use the leisure centre as a protest point and wanted to get the information out there that the people who were seeking refuge were no longer there. And I was not the one that initially revealed that information. That had been publicised by Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, and it had been published by a media outlet online as well. My intentions that day were clear. My intentions that day were to keep calm, to stop any violence, and to make sure that we had a satisfactory outcome. That did not happen, and I am deeply, deeply angered that that wasn't the case. But the idea that is being insinuated here that in some way I revealed the location of vulnerable people's whereabouts is absolutely incorrect.
I think it's very sad, the tone of this whole conversation, because actually as a leader in a community, and if it happened in my town, the town that I represent, I would be asking council to open the leisure centre. I would be bringing the people who have been driven out of their homes by violent thugs to the leisure centre, and I would be making sure that they were safe while they were there. And that's exactly what all of you who are talking now, including Mr Aiken, should have been doing. And just to say, I think you should be honest in these proceedings and admit you have an axe to grind. You have an axe to grind with the Commissioner.
Order, member.
You have an axe to grind with the Commissioner.
Can we get to the question still?
Absolutely.
Order, Mr.
I would assume, having previously been on the Standards and Privileges Committee, that the Commissioner has taken legal advice around her report. I would assume.
Therefore,
the report carries legal weight. So would you for once in your life just accept, you don't have to say, I agree with everything in it, but accept you were wrong.
Minister.
The member shouldn't complain about the tone of debate and then cast about some of the assertions that she has. I have already set out why I took the actions that I had taken. She can sit and pontificate there all that she wants, but it comes straight back to her as well. You're not prepared to hold your ministers to the same standard as you would hold to others. So I think that she should reflect on that. And I would encourage her, because I'm fairly sure she hasn't, but I would encourage her to read the whole report.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. And the Minister is right to highlight the far-reaching consequences of the introduction of a new empathy test. Perhaps we should put it to the test. And how would the Minister rate the Alliance Party's Andrew Muir in relation to that empathy? A man who continues to demonise agriculture, a man who continues to wage war on their livelihood, a man who just recently received a no-confidence motion from the Ulster Farmers Union. How's that for empathy?
Mr. Roberts, not relevant to the Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think from the response from the Alliance Party actually says it all. But the member makes his point in his own unique way, and I'll say it again, a new bar has been set, a new standard has been established, and do they really want that same standard to apply to everyone?
Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like Steve Aiken, I declare an interest in that. I was present at Larne Leisure Centre with members of the swimming club, with local families and with the staff the night it was attacked and burned, and it was a miracle that nobody was injured or killed. This was an incredibly serious incident, and regardless of the Minister's intention, his Facebook post formed part of the wider public rhetoric in the period leading up to what occurred. Following the attack on the Leisure Centre, what steps has the Minister taken to ensure that his future public communications are unambiguous, responsible and fully compliant with the ministerial code, and actively support de-escalation for everyone in our community? And why didn't he ask people not to go to the protest?
He talks about de-escalation. That's exactly what I was trying to do. Read the post. Yes, it was. So the member is now taking it upon himself to decide what I was or wasn't intending to do. And that's what I was intending to do. The fact that I called for people to be peaceful, the fact that I was establishing information to make sure that it was in the public domain that could have been of assistance. And I will say very clearly, I will always do what I think is in the best interests of my constituents. I felt that at that time I was doing what I could to diffuse a situation and to provide clarity. Unfortunately, those involved did not listen to me, but I will continue to do what I can.
The arrogance you continue to display and your complete inability to accept your own feelings is truly breathtaking, I have to say. We all recall the violent scenes at Larne Leisure Centre last summer. Do you accept that your comments may have heightened tensions further and contributed to the unrest?
No, I don't, and in fact I would remind her of what the Commissioner actually found, and she said there is no evidence to substantiate a connection between my post and violence. Now, she has been shaking her head throughout my contribution this afternoon, but those are the facts backed up by evidence that the Commissioner had found. And I'll ask the question again, is she prepared to criticise on the same basis Sinn Féin ministers who attended Bobby Story's funeral, who created a huge amount of upset? Huge amount of upset. You say it's about me today, but it's about the equality of standards and equality of it. Talking about deflection, who's deflecting right now? Who doesn't want to talk about the Bobby Story funeral? Because it is absolutely key to this. We're talking about a new standard of empathy. And whenever it came to that period of time, in June and July 2020, there was no empathy on display at all for those people who were not able to go about funerals in the normal way. And I think that it would do well for the member to reflect on that if she agrees that this is a new standard to which people should be held.
Speaker, the Minister here has spoken about a concern of ministers being attested to a new and novel standard on empathy. The same Commissioner recently conducted a report into the conduct of Michelle O'Neill under the Ministerial Code. What is the Minister's analysis of how those two investigations compare?
Well, I haven't made an analysis of that, but very helpfully somebody sent me an analysis that was produced using AI, and it asked to compare the two reports and how the Commissioner approached each of those. And it says in it that the Commissioner applied to. You might want to listen, Mr. Till. I know you have a great interest in AI. It said that the Commissioner applied two materially different standards, a qualitative impact-based standard in the Lyons case and a narrow evidentiary standard in the O'Neill case. This inconsistency raises legitimate questions about consistency, proportionality and application of the Ministerial Code.
Mr. Speaker, in isolation, some people, definitely not all people, might be inclined to accept the Minister's explanation and pleas of innocence. But in the context of some of the same ministers and his party colleagues' utterances around immigration, that makes him a little more hard to swallow. The Minister naturally contends strongly and continues to contend strongly that he did absolutely nothing wrong. Does that mean that, heaven forbid, a similar situation should arise in the future, that he would do absolutely nothing differently?
I would take the evidence that I had, I would listen to those, such as the PSNI, that gave their opinion and assessment of the security situation, and I would respond accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm minded that at the heart of this are people who were terrified and an awful occurrence that happened in our society. Whether the Minister agrees or not, and he's not agreeing with several members in this House, does he agree that relations feel very low? Trust seems to be rock bottom across this House. And for him to be able to deliver in his job, we need to be able to work together. So what steps are going to be taken forward to restore the faith that is currently missing in this chamber?
Minister, I can't speak to the views of other people and what steps others may or may not take, but I give this commitment. I'll continue in the vein that I have been in the last 2 years. I'll get on with delivering what I can. I will work with executive colleagues to deliver where I can, and I will operate within the bounds of the department where I can as well. I'm more than happy for my record to be scrutinised as Minister. I'm more than happy for people to look at the actions that I have taken and what I've been able to do within the contours that I am operating in. I will continue to do that. I am willing to work with others, and on social media and elsewhere I've seen some of the outrageous comments that others have made, but that's okay. That's fine. I'll continue to work with other people. It's up to them to decide what approach they are going to take.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, do you believe the current standards process properly protects ministers and members from unjust or unsupported conclusions? Furthermore, do you now believe the findings taken against you undermines other decisions the Commissioner has taken?
I certainly believe that there are questions to be asked about that approach, and I have outlined some of those today, and I think that the comparison between myself and the First Minister's report is very telling. I would say that changes do need to be made. We obviously have a new Commissioner in post, and I think that there is further work to be done, in particular around the Ministerial Code and when that applies. And I understand Cathy Mason has sent a letter to the First and Deputy First Minister because of uncertainty around that. So yes, is there work to be done? Absolutely, because we need to be able to have confidence in the procedures that are in place. And having gone through this process, I find it hard to have that confidence.
Thank you, Minister. The first thing is that empathy isn't a dirty word. It should be the bare minimum for people involved in politics. Point somewhere else, Mr. Pro-Israel. Point somewhere else. So if I can continue, I'll not be shouted down. So empathy isn't a dirty word, Mr. Speaker. It should be the bare minimum that anybody should have before they enter politics, never mind hold the ministerial office. Minister, how many breaches of the Ministerial Code are acceptable before a minister should firstly apologise, never mind step aside because they're clearly unfit for the job?
So, this is maybe one question time that the member should have sat out of. I think it's absolutely outrageous that he has the cheek to stand up and ask questions about what it is that I have done. So let's remember what Mr. Carroll had done. Whenever hundreds of Jews were being massacred on October the 7th, what was his response? Up the Palestinian resistance?
Shame.
Empathy? Where was his empathy? And he comes now with his double standards. And he had empathy, yes, he had empathy. He had empathy. He had empathy with Hamas, but he didn't have any empathy with innocent people that were attending a music festival and going about. So no, I will not take any lessons from Jerry Carl after his outrageous and disgraceful comments that he has made online. I was trying to tell people to stay away from violence, whereas he was encouraging it, and I think that it's absolutely disgraceful. He talks about empathy. He's absolutely right in one point. We should all have empathy. We should have compassion for others. What I dispute is that I feel in my public life to show empathy, and it is not up to a commissioner based on one post to decide whether or not I am demonstrating empathy in the work that I do, or to be held to the moralistic standards of others. But it's just absolutely outrageous that the member would even take part in these questions, considering what it is that he has been involved in.
Concordat. From whenever I was interrupted the last time, I just would like to make the point that the Commissioner for Standards has actually found the Minister guilty on 2 points. Minister, are you incapable of accepting that reality? And are you challenging the independence and the impartiality of the Commissioner's office?
Yes.
Do I accept that she has made this ruling? Yes, it's fact that she has made a ruling. I disagree with it, yes, and I absolutely question it, because I believe that some of it is based on inaccurate information and some of it is based on a standard that has not previously been in place. Now, I think that we should challenge that whenever it is wrong, and I will absolutely challenge my right as someone that has been elected to this place to stand up and speak up for my constituents, regardless of whether that may go against the grain, regardless if at times that may offend the sensibilities of some, because it is important that we feel that we can speak up in this place and stand up for our constituents. There were some, quite frankly, ridiculous comments about me supposedly criticising public bodies. I did not do that, but even if I did, we should all have the right to criticise those that also hold public office and ensure that they can be held to account. And I think it's absolutely wrong that someone is trying to gag public representatives and impinge on their freedom to properly stand up and speak up for their constituents.
Brad. Speaker. Minister, would you agree with me that when it comes to taking lectures on the ministerial code, you will take no lectures from the party opposite, given that the only minister in the history of this state convicted of religious discrimination against a Protestant was a Sinn Féin minister? On the issue of public safety, we will take no lectures, given the fact that they set aside public safety for a provo show of strength. And finally, would he agree with me when it comes to empathy, then the ministers opposite will stop attending the celebration of bloodthirsty IRA sectarian killers?
The member for North Belfast for so succinctly pointing out the hypocrisy of the position of the members opposite. He is absolutely right, and I think one thing has been very clear today: the double standards of Sinn Féin have been on show for everybody to see.
Now, are there any more members who would like to ask a question? Because I would not want to be accused of not facilitating the appropriate scrutiny of the Minister. Okay. Thank you. That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Community. Philip Brett has been given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Finance, and I call the clerk to read the question.
To ask the Minister of Finance for his assessment of how the draft valuation list for non-domestic properties will impact the viability of the hospitality sector.
Regular revaluations are a central pillar of the rating system here. Reval 2026 will redistribute business rates in the fairest possible way, using the most up-to-date rental values based on market evidence at a point in time. Doing so to ensure that properties are contributing on a consistent and fair basis. Revaluation does not increase the overall amount raised from rates. Business representatives have consistently called for more frequent revaluations. The draft values now reflect market conditions on the 1st of April 2024.
Overall, the values of non-domestic properties have increased by 15% since the last revaluation, with around two-thirds of ratepayers potentially seeing little or no difference in their rates bills as a result, including many high street shops in towns and villages. But as with all revaluations, some ratepayers will pay more. With the pub and hotel sectors, discounts applied during the last revaluation, which took place during the pandemic, have been removed. In some cases, increases also reflect increased trading performance and material changes to premises, such as extensions or refurbishments, resulting in higher rental values. It's important to highlight that a percentage increase in a property value will not lead to a rate bill rising by the same percentage, as poundages will be adjusted ahead of the rate bills issuing and will take account of the growth in property values at Reval 2026. Draft values have been published to allow ratepayers to plan for the change on 1st of April. I would encourage anyone who hasn't previously engaged with Land Property Services to take the opportunity to do so now and share any evidence that may help reflect their individual circumstances. The hospitality sector has to date been less likely to provide accounts information, with only 30% responding. We are keen to hear from businesses. Any additional information they provide will be carefully considered by my evaluation officials.
Philip Brett.
I hear that something has gone badly wrong here, and once again our hospitality sector is the victim. How can the Minister stand over a process that at 2 months' notice imposes tens of thousands and in some cases hundreds of thousands of pounds rates increase on our hard-pressed hospitality sector? Will the Minister commit to pausing this review's implementation at this stage until he meets with representatives of the hospitality sector? And would he commit today to meeting with representatives of the hospitality sector in North Belfast who have invested in parts of our city that no one else has in years and are being expected to pay tens of thousands of pounds extra, which they cannot afford?
The member states something has clearly went wrong, but the member didn't state what has clearly went wrong. If you suspect something has clearly went wrong, I have heard commentary and discussion on this matter, and understandably so. But if the member has come out with a statement like that the rates evaluation process, something has went clearly wrong, he needs to back it up with evidence. No, I have the evidence. See, that's the difference between me and you. I have the evidence. There is a set process in place carried out by the evaluators. That process has been conducted. The first what I would recommend to the member is this, and to any other member in the House. Any business that is approaching you who are concerned about the revaluation, the first thing I would ask of them is, have you provided the information requested from you a number of at least 16 months ago to the Land Property Service? Have you provided that? If you have not provided it, there's still an opportunity for you to provide that information before the 1st of April. If you provide the information to Land Property Services before the 1st of April, they will be able to look at your case, see if it has been a fair valuation, and everything has been taken into account, and there may be a change to your valuation. But you cannot stand in this chamber and say something has gone clearly wrong without backing it up with the information.
One display of ministerial arrogance in this chamber. Now it seems like we're seeing another. You have previous in terms of blaming other people, well, in terms of things happening in your department. Now it seems like it's publicans and hospitality owners who didn't do the work. Let's be clear, pubs across the north are going to shut as a result of this. They are facing real cost pressures already as a result of a whole range of things, and you're simply telling them, not my problem, go away, you should have submitted your homework earlier. Can I ask, Minister, are you genuinely standing by this revaluation as it stands? Because the thing that we are all hearing from pubs and hospitality businesses in our constituencies is this is going to shut them down, and that's going to have real impacts on communities, loneliness, employment in local areas.
Again, the member has made a claim without backing it up with any evidence that I come into this chamber and blame other people for my mistakes. Would you like to take the opportunity to make an example of that? To give me an example? Give me an example of when I've done that. If we're seriously interested in helping local pubs and hotels, then let's have the opportunity to debate the issues instead of trying to make a headline. So let's look at the facts. And again, I say this: if a pub or hotel is concerned that the valuation they have received is not correct or accurate, the first question I would ask, and it's not blaming anyone, it's part of the process of helping your constituent. Have you submitted the evidence which was required by the evaluators to value your property? If they haven't done that for whatever reason, and I'm not blaming anyone for not doing it, I'm just pointing this out, then they should approach Land Property Services before the 1st of April with the information. When they bring the information forward to Land Property Services will be able to evaluate it and come to a decision as to whether the valuation they received was correct and fair. If they disagree with that decision, or the constituent disagrees with that decision, then they can make an appeal to the district valuer. If they're still not satisfied with the decision from the district valuer, they can go to the commissioner. If they're not satisfied with the decision from the commissioner, they can go to the rights of appeal to the Lands Tribunal. So it's not the end of the process. And when Mr O'Toole asks me, am I standing by the process, I believe the process has been carried out properly. The process has been carried out properly, and it has brought us to the point where we are, where in particular the hospitality industry has seen, in certain circumstances, an increase in their valuations. But that is a reflection of the market on the 1st of April 2024.
Gemma.
And Minister, you've partially answered my question, but can you just, for the purpose of clarity, businesses do still have an opportunity to engage with LPS on this, don't they?
And that needs to be the message coming out of this chamber today, not people seeking to grab headlines that'll disappear as quickly as they appear. What are you mumbling? Right. Okay. So you clearly aren't interested in hearing what the process is. So you clearly aren't, or you wouldn't be interrupting. So the process is not completed. Individual businesses, if they're concerned about their valuation, should approach LPS before the 1st of April. Provide the information, and LPS will evaluate their claim. After the 1st of April, they have to go through the statutory process, as I've said, the district evaluator, the commissioner, and the rights of land appeal. So I'm giving you the information to assist your constituents who approach you. But on the broader principle of this is about the fair and equitable distribution of the rates burden across the sector. Those members who say to me, go away and stop this, what you're actually saying is to your constituents who have got a rates valuation, which is either the same or even lower than it was previously. There's many examples. There's many examples in your constituency. Those ratepayers who have received a valuation either the same or lower than before, you're telling them that they should carry a greater burden of the rates than they currently are. That's what you're saying to them. Carry a greater burden of the rates than you currently are.
Mr Speaker and Minister, as a result of this revaluation, some pubs and hospitality businesses are seeing their rateable values increase by 70% and 80%, and they are facing a pincer movement of rising costs which could close the doors. So can I ask, Minister, given that during the last revaluation in Scotland a transitional revaluation relief was offered, whether you have considered such an approach to support those businesses?
A traditional revaluation relief was offered here during the COVID pandemic as well. And as far as I'm aware, England and Scotland are carrying out a rates evaluation based on the 1st of April 2024. So they will be reflecting the COVID period as well. And I also emphasise to members, the valuation which your businesses and local businesses will have received, that's not their rates bill. That is not what their rates bill will be. So to fully understand what the rates bill will be moving forward, one, the district rate has to be set by your council, and the regional rate has to be set by the Assembly and by the Executive. So that will give you the full picture of what the valuation will be, or rates bill will be. Of course, if your valuation increases, it's logic to say your rates bill is going to increase, but it's not going to increase. Some people say with 86% or 90% or whatever it may be in some of the headlines. It will increase across the board. And the other thing to remember on this as well, this is not about my department or the Executive collecting more rates. because the poundage will be adjusted and the same rates will be collected as a result. The rates collection will only increase as a result of the regional rates and the district rate percentage increasing.
First answer so far. Minister, you said that the plan for reval was to be fair and reasonable. It's not fair and reasonable for the hospitality industry, and it's not fair and reasonable for the constituent of mine whose small hotel, having filled out all the necessary requirements, that hasn't made a profit for 4 years, will see their rates bill double, and they're saying to me that could be the final nail in the coffin. Your colleague in the Department for Economy is rightly trying to encourage people into hospitality and tourism, yet your department is hammering them into the ground. How do you square that circle, Minister, and what do you say to the hospitality sector?
I don't know the circumstances of the individual case, and I'm reluctant to get into it. But if your constituent is saying to you that they haven't made a profit in 4 years and that they've provided all the information to Land Property Services, then I would suggest they go back to them. Because if their rates if their rentable value has increased by, I think you said 50%, has doubled. Well then, I don't know what the outcome of it will be, but I would suggest they go back to Land Property Services and ask for a revaluation to be done, as is their right. And as I said, once the 1st of April kicks in, there's another 3 steps businesses can take to challenge the information from them. But I emphasise, again I say this to members, when you carry out a revaluation, there are going to be changes in the individual properties. And some individual properties will face challenges. There will be other properties who will see no changes at all, and there were other properties who will see lower valuations than there was previously. But no one has yet pointed to me as to how the process has been faulty or flawed. The process is correct, but there may be circumstances where individual businesses believe, or may be the case, where the revaluation will lower their rentable value outcomes, but they need the information to do that.
Minister, thanks for your answers so far. Have you considered any plans to support businesses who may wish to expand?
Yes, as part of the proposals I brought before the Assembly earlier this year, I have said that I would like to see where businesses have expanding and are building on extensions, etc., that they are given a rates break in those circumstances up to a year. And those are part of the proposals that I would like to see bring forward, because we do have to encourage businesses to expand. And some of the premises that have seen significant increases in their valuation, it has been directly as a result of significant physical expansion to their premises. So the bigger the premises, the more rates you will pay on those premises. But I would like to see a scenario arise where, at least for the first year, that rates are either reduced or removed on the expansion for the first year.
Minister, the hospitality sector was shut down during COVID. They've struggled to get back on their feet. They were hit hard with the increases in employers' national insurance. They're vital to our local tourism industry, and now they have been hit with this. Minister, do you think that there is a realistic prospect for the hospitality businesses to be able to increase their revenues to the level of these rates increases before these new bills take effect on the 1st of April 2026?
Minister. It's quite clear that COVID had a major impact on the hospitality sector, and that was recognised for several years in terms of what support they were given during the COVID pandemic, which was quite considerable. The rates break they were given during the COVID, which cost quite significant amounts of money. But we're no longer in COVID. As your colleague beside you will remind everyone, we're no longer in COVID, that we've moved on, and there's now time for a rates evaluation based on 2024 for everyone to be paying a fair and equitable amount of rates. And as I've repeatedly said during this session, there will be those businesses, as a result of significant physical change to their premises, to the potential of their premises, or to the information they have or haven't returned at this stage, will see a change in their value at this time. But no one to date this time has shown me how the system or how the process hasn't been properly run, or indeed no one has come forward with an alternative and says, no, we should do it this way. So if you want a fair and equitable rates base, The system we use, I think, delivers that, but it will always present challenges to some.
McAllister.
So far. Minister, the Sailortown area of North Belfast has often been neglected when it comes to investment from government bodies. I think of the York Street interchange and the lack of decision around that, and also the lack of connectivity between Sailortown, the rest of North Belfast and the city centre and the Ulster University. But yet there are businesses like hospitality organisations, pubs, who have been there for years. Think of the American Bar and others who have put up a stake in the area to really try and regenerate, like Seatons of Sailortown, who have seen their value increase by 282% in this current assessment. But should contributory factors such as the lack of investment, the decisions around the York Street interchange and dereliction be a contributory factor into the assessments?
I'm reluctant to talk about individual cases, but if the member believes or there's an argument to be made in regard to that, that the rentable value of a premises, and I think in general that is the case, the environment within which you are in will affect the rentable value of a premises, then that should be presented to LPS. And I would encourage you and the constituents you're working with to do that before the 1st of April.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I wonder if you could outline the current supports for local businesses in the current rating system, and also what provisions are made within the proposed 3-year budget for further supports. Thank you.
Yes, and the member makes a good point. Around 70–75% of businesses benefit from the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme. And indeed, proposals I have brought forward I would like to see more businesses being brought into that relief scheme in recognition of the challenges they face. So yes, I think there's a significant number of businesses already in it. I think we can broaden that. In the draft budget, I have set aside £10 million in 26–27 directly for the purposes of supporting small, medium businesses through this period of time, supporting them both in terms of the challenges and opportunities they face moving forward.
The Minister's information put out with regards to the valuation of businesses have sent shockwaves through industry with regards to the percentage increases that some have received. But that's only part of the story which the Minister has alluded to today. So will this Minister commit to having a direct line to all of those businesses with massive concerns about their valuations so that they will be able to work out per pound the increase on their rates bills?
As I said, you won't be able to work out the actual rates increase until the district rate and the regional rate has been set. But in terms of engagement with businesses, LPS have taken on extra staff and resources in place in the knowledge that businesses will want someone to speak to directly. So I encourage both MLAs to engage with their constituents and for businesses owners who have concerns to engage directly with LPS. The service is there, they're expecting the calls, and indeed some of the businesses who have been expressing concern are already in contact with LPS, and I would encourage anyone who has concerns to contact them.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I appreciate you don't want to answer specific questions, but I want to give you an example, because the rates are based on hypothetical turnover figures that LPS produce and what a business can achieve. And for a pub, so I'm not getting at any business, I actually want all of these to excel, but if we look at a large American food chain, they pay approximately 1% of turnover on an £8 million turnover, yet if I speak to a pub owner in my area in Moira, he's paying 3 to 5% rates. Both have similar rates bills at about 80,000. One has a turnover of 8 million, and one, the gross profits are similar at 67%. But the pub would need to be doing 10 million. I want the businesses, all of them, to excel.
The question, Mr. Hoyford.
So the answer is, can you or have you undertaken a review of that methodology to enable these, or where this comes from at the source?
Well, the statistics the member quotes, I'm not in a position at this stage to respond to as to whether they're correct or incorrect or the way they be. But as I say, yes, when a premises doesn't respond to the valuation request and the information that's requested, it does leave the valuers in a position where they have to make estimates based on the size of the property, what services they have, if they serve alcohol, food, the bedrooms, corresponding valuations in the area. So it's always best for a premises to produce the information that is requested to allow for a fair evaluation to take place. And in pubs and clubs, etc., that is done on receipts, etc. You can get some information from Companies House and other places. But until someone produces, and you're saying there is a proposal coming forward in England and Scotland in the future around as to how exactly you evaluate a pubs and clubs on terms of their turnover, and I have already committed in the chamber here to reflecting on the outcome of that to see if we can learn lessons from that as well. So there's always a potential for evolving a process, but the process to date has been proven to be fair. Now, that may sound harsh to a business who's got a significant increase in their valuation, but the business who's got a significant increase in their valuation may be accompanied by a business whose valuation has went down or a valuation that remains the same. So it has to be fair across the board. But I can assure everyone who's listening that LPS is ready to engage, and it's the best way forward at this stage.
Dr. Reagan.
The Minister for his answers so far. Minister, and the Finance Committee, we were at LPS a couple of weeks ago, and one of the discussions we had around it was about the revaluation process, and the revaluation process is going to be flattened, so it would be ups and downs. We've heard a lot from the hospitality industry that theirs has gone up. Minister, in your briefing from LPS, could you explain where areas have gone down, please?
The retail sector in particular, perhaps unsurprising given the changing nature of our shopping trends, has seen a decrease probably everywhere I'd say, but apart from Belfast. And I think office accommodation has remained static, or it's gone down as well, just in terms of, yes, yeah. So office accommodation. And also I think there has been an increase in valuation in warehouses and other areas, manufacturing. About the same. So
Just McDulty.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, I've spoken to hotel owners, coffee chains, publicans, businesses who say your rates hikes are a scandal and a disgrace. Nobody can afford them. They're not fair. Jobs will be lost, town centres will be further gutted. Your proposed rates hikes are the final nail in the coffin and are shutdown increases. Minister, are you telling them that they don't know what they're talking about?
No, but I'm suggesting to tell you what you're talking about. So I suspect I'm not the first person to say it to you. So it is. The issue is this, and if you've been listening to me, I didn't ask you to laugh. I didn't ask you to laugh. I didn't ask you to laugh. I was giving you my opinion. So it was. The reality of the situation is this. When you're speaking to pub owners and hotel owners in your area, I have given you the information which assists them on the journey through this. So you can meet them and you can make political points if you wish. Or you can meet them and say, well, look, during question time, I've learnt this. One, if you're not satisfied with your valuation, you should contact the LPS immediately. If you don't contact them before the 1st of April, you will have to go through the district evaluer to make an appeal to the district evaluer. If you don't agree with the district evaluer's outcome, you will have to go to the commissioner. And if you don't agree with the commissioner's outcome, you will have to go to the right of appeal to the tribunal. So there's a number of processes in this. But headlines and headline grabbing isn't going to help any business in your constituency. But the information I've given you just might.
Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and Minister, businesses might expect a small change that they could understand in the rateable value and rates, but Hospitality Ulster tell us that some pubs and hotels have seen increases of 300%, 400% and 500% in their rateable value. Certainly, we will be quizzing them at Finance Committee this Wednesday, but have you sought an explanation from LPS for these massive increases? How are they justified?
Well, I think it's only in terms of confidentiality around some of the businesses that I don't start trawling through the books just to see reasons why certain businesses want so much. But if there is quotes coming back to you of that level, I would generally suggest that there's a number of elements to it. One would be an extension of the building, a physical increase in the size of the building would lead to a rates or valuation increase. It may be in terms of turnover, and in terms of the service they're delivering is popular with the public, and their premises are seeing an increase in footfall, etc. The facility they're in has seen significant investment, and therefore it's a more attractive place to be. But the only person who can tell the story properly is the individual business, and that story is best told to LPS.
Right.
Speaker, thank you, Minister. Minister, many businesses are directly competing with counterparts in the Republic of Ireland. What steps have you taken to ensure the challenging environment faced by these businesses is properly reflected during the revaluation process?
Minister.
I think one of the biggest challenges facing businesses is the difference in the VAT. And I have met with trade representative bodies along with the Economy Minister, and we've undertook to take some work in terms of trying to ensure that the VAT levels are closer than they currently will be as a result of a reduction in the South. And I will continue to work with the representative bodies to pursue
that. Timothy Gosson.
Minister, last Wednesday your Sinn Féin economic colleague promised the sun, the moon and the stars to the hospitality industry at the Tourism Ireland event in Belfast. 24 hours later, you serve rate bills on the Kilgorm Resort with a NAV increase of 128%, the Marine Hotel in Ballycastle with an increase of 140%, and the 14-bed hotel, the Fullerton's Arms in Ballintoy, with an increase of 455%. All while Colroot Power Station has been paying reduced rates for over 2 years while their input has increased year on year. Is this the Sinn Féin economy policy laid bare for all to see, with only giving the industry 8 weeks' notice of the creases that are coming their way?
In the last two revals, they've all been published in January. So the last number of revals have all been published in January. In terms of the individual cases you refer to, I'm not going to get into detail of them, but in terms of the broader aspect of the reval has shown that in terms of rentable value, properties and businesses across the north have increased in value by something in the region of £230 million since the last reval. That's actually a wee insight into the economy and how the economy is doing. And the economy, from those figures, is doing okay. It's doing okay. So when in any society you have to have, well, perhaps in your Trumpian world, you wouldn't have tax. You know, you just let people go about their business and make huge profits. Or I don't know if you're Reform this week or Trump, I don't know what you are, right? But here's the reality, Mr. Gasson. If you want public services for the people of North Antrim, taxes have to be paid. So if taxes have to be paid, I believe they should be paid in a fair and equitable manner. And I believe that the reval is a fair and equitable way of doing that, with 3 to 4 opportunities for an appeals process in it. So perhaps, and I don't know if you have listened thus far, but I hope you're better equipped now to go back to your constituents and say, folks, I was in the Assembly today and I learned something. And this is what we need to do, along with you, and I support you in doing this. We need to contact the LPS. We need to contact the LPS and present evidence to support our case, and we'll continue to move through that as well. So.
Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I'm just wondering, have you met with any business organisations as yet, and is it your intention to do so? And how do you feel sense their feelings at present? Thank you.
Minister.
I met numerous business organisations during my tenure as Finance Minister, and I will continue to meet business organisations during my tenure.
Mark Durgan.
Well, Sinn Féin told us they were going to do something about the cost of doing business, and they've done it all right. One of the Minister's colleagues bizarrely asked him, maybe didn't read the room that well, what is he doing to help businesses who are looking to expand? May I ask the Minister, what is he doing to help businesses that are struggling to survive and keep people in jobs?
Minister.
Well, there are limited powers available to the executive in terms of fiscal responsibilities, and the member will be aware that I am seeking more tax-varying powers here. But we currently spend about £250 million a year on subsidies for small and medium-sized businesses and businesses in general. So I think that's quite a significant investment, in fairness, into the business sector. I have set aside funding in the draft budget to further increase business support and to broaden the scope of how businesses will qualify for that support. And I also want to see, as you've said to Mr Delargy, see a rates relief for businesses for a period of time who do actually physically expand their premises and move forward. And as I said, one of the reasons why some, and each case will tell its own story, but the reason why some businesses have seen such a significant increase in their rental or rateable value is this: they have expanded. And the reason why they have expanded is because they are bringing in the business and they've got the support of their local business or community and others coming in, because they're presenting an attractive package for people. And I wish them every success for the continued future, and I will play my part to support businesses as best I can. But we have to have a fair and equitable rating system, and I believe the process we involved in this is fair and equitable.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. I've listened to all of them, and he's been very clear that he believes the process is fair and equitable. Can I ask him if he believes the communication process has been adequate? Businesses in South Belfast are in shock, and it's not an abstract thing. This is about livelihoods. So are you content, is the Minister content that communication has been adequate, and what further support will his department be giving outside of LPS in terms of reassurance?
Mr.
If there's lessons to be learned about communications, then we will certainly learn them. And the revaluation has been muted now for a considerable amount of time. And indeed, as I said in my original response, businesses have argued for more regular business revaluation, and we attempt to deliver on that. But if there's lessons to be learned, we will continue to do so. But if there's any value has come out of this afternoon, I would hope that colleagues in the Chamber are now more informed of how the process works, and more importantly, how they can support businesses in their area and navigate their way through the next number of weeks.
Alan Robinson.
Tell the House how many businesses received a decrease in their valuation?
Minister.
I haven't the figure in front of me, but I'm sure we'll be able to supply it to him.
Cath Wilson.
Moving on to another line of business, and that's farming, very applicable in my own rural constituency. You did mention a fair and equitable rate base, and would you agree that farmers haven't been treated fairly when, especially focusing on old farm dwellings that have been replaced, and farmers are now living in their new farm dwelling, but they are still rated at the same amount on their old dwelling, and they're not, unfortunately, applicable for or been able to apply for any of the existing exclusions? Would you agree to look at the list of exclusions with a view to increasing eligibility to remove the weight of rating for two houses when only one is able to be lived on and the other is simply there as an heirloom, if you like, to the past? Thank you.
Well, again, it's very easy for members to stand up in the Chamber and call for exclusions from rates or this tax or the odd tax. But see, the more you exclude, the less rates you bring in, the less money you have to spend, the less money you have to spend on public services, the less money you have to spend in promoting the economy. In terms of anyone who has concerns about being rated on a property which they believe shouldn't be of rateable value, they should contact their district valuer, and the district valuer will engage with them.
I think that draws to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister. It's been quite fulsome for both. Point of order, Mr. Brett.
Minister accused us of not knowing what we're talking about, but if we read the LPS publication, Mr. Speaker, it states office values have increased overall by around 9%. The Finance Minister Sorry, you're not the Speaker, so if you just, I know you don't like the truth, but if you just stop. Thank you, Ms Hargey. Mr Speaker, Mr Speaker, the Finance Minister informed the House that office rates have gone down. That was factually incorrect. How, Mr Speaker, can the record be corrected that the Finance Minister has misled the House?
Ms Hargey, your point of order.
I would like you to rule whether that was a point of order or just a DUP political speech.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time Mr Brett or any other member has committed that offence. So many members have used points of order in this House to make a point. Mr Brett has made a point that perhaps what the Minister has said in relation to offices isn't correct. I'm sure Mr Brett will take the opportunity as Chair of the Economy Committee to put in questions on that, and I'm sure that the Finance Committee, under Mr O'Toole's tutelage, will also ensure that these questions are asked. So there's plenty of opportunities to scrutinise, not just in this chamber, but beyond. And that is the beauty of this place, is that it is a scrutiny assembly, and I'll always encourage scrutiny to take place. Now, if members would take their ease, and we'll change the chair. Oh, you have a point of order, Mr.
Minister, or Speaker, Speaker, if not the first time, the Minister accused me of not having a clue of what I'm talking about. But here, I'm all up for a robust debate and a bit of argy-bargy. I love it. But just to clarify and just crack the record, it wasn't me on about this. It was business owners, it was hotel owners, it was coffee chains, it was publicans, restaurateurs, not me. So the Minister's telling them that they haven't a clue what they're talking about. If that's what he wants to say, that's fair.
You made your non-point of order, Mr McNulty, and I'm sure what really counts is what the constituents think of you. Thank you.
Ready? Okay, we now return to the motion on assessing economic trends on the island of Ireland, and our next speaker is John Burrows. Thank you, John.
Deputy Speaker, I will keep it short because my colleague Dan Armstrong, I thought, made excellent points on this, full of fact and devoid of ideology, which is refreshing given some of the contributions. I think the proposers of the motion have just failed to read the room when they propose that there are extra tax-raising powers brought to this place. The people of Northern Ireland have no trust in the current performance of this place. It is held almost with contempt because of its failure to spend money wisely, fix problems, transform public services, and its inability to deal with waste continually. The public, no, I won't give away quite yet, the public are being shortchanged by this executive. Now, there's only one thing that's worse than being shortchanged. It's been taxed more and shortchanged. So that's why it is really, really worrying to think that people think that there's any public appetite for giving us more powers. We need to demonstrate that we can actually spend money wisely, deal with problems, instead of always blaming someone else. And of course, the other big concern I have with revenue-raising powers is that many members of this place actually subscribe to like Marxist ideologies. The last thing they need is more power to tax and spend and cause problems. And I want to say one other thing that doesn't require any new powers whatsoever. It is that there is a failure in this Assembly of many of the parties, but particularly Sinn Féin, not to sell the benefits to the world of the Northern Ireland economy. The lowest unemployment rate in Europe. I never hear anyone shouting from the rooftops that we have the lowest unemployment in Europe. That actually we have a vibrant and highly skilled cybersecurity sector, a fintech sector, that we feed a quarter of the people of the United Kingdom through our excellent agri-food industry. Northern Ireland, unfortunately, gets called a basket case, and even worse by one of the former members of Sinn Féin, called an SHIT hole. What message is that both to the morale of the people here and the confidence of people to inwardly invest? So rather than looking for more powers, we should use the good influence we have to extol the benefits of Northern Ireland, encourage people to invest, not actually use ideology to discourage foreign investment. So this motion is ill-founded, and particularly what will cause many people to shudder is that the people out there who are working hard, getting up out of their beds, and already have tax taken out of their pay packets would see, whilst this place is unreformed and not showing a willingness to actually find savings and spend wisely, that there would be more powers to raise revenue. But finally, I'll say this. This is a party that has no ideological objections to working with our good friends in the Irish Republic, to have real economic cooperation. But it's not to create an all-island constitution. It's actually just to raise prosperity for everybody, north and south. And unfortunately, too much ideology is brought into these debates. And I want to talk about also the depth and strength of the UK economy, and why you should never lose sight of the fact that our greatest trading partner is East-West. Not only is that where the bulk of our trade is, but we are part of a United Kingdom with a 60 million domestic market instead of only a few million. That's why your groceries are cheaper here than they are down south. But also, it means when the global shocks that you have talked about happen, like they happened in the credit crunch 20 years ago, that our economy has the resilience of having that broad and deep UK economy to help it through those shocks. That is why it was benevolent of the United Kingdom to lend the Irish Republic on very favourable terms, $3.25 billion, to help bail out their economy. So we need to remember that we are more prosperous than the UK, that we can cooperate north and south, but let's leave ideology out of it, and let's work hard for the good people of Northern Ireland. And I shudder to think of a Sinn Féin minister for anything having any powers to raise any more revenue and waste that money. Thank you.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, not for the first time I shudder to listen to the quality of the debate in this chamber. There's a few points I want to touch on. The first one is that we support this motion, and it is talking about an extremely important thing. ESRI was commissioned by the Shared Island Unit to develop a programme of work modelling the differences between the two economies. They are two economies, but there is also an all-island and all-Ireland economy, which I'll come on to talk about in more detail, how they interact, the differences between the two, the differences in performance between the two, and indeed the advantages of greater integration and greater dynamism on this island. I should start by saying we talk often about ideology. Ideology isn't the same as having a considered view. I make no apology for the fact that I am genuinely of the view that ending partition, building a new Ireland, rejoining, Northern Ireland rejoining the EU via the only plausible means, which is a new Ireland, is going to be good for our economy. And I think it's wrong to pretend that that's some kind of strange ideology. I think it's a view that is not just evidence-based, it's one that increasing numbers of people, and not just from traditionally nationalist backgrounds, are embracing. That's perhaps why members opposite are somewhat nervous about this debate, shall we say. But to come on to the context of the motion, we support virtually everything in it, but I would add a caveat, which is this, and it's not to be churlish, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it's simply to say that you would think this motion was coming from some backbench or indeed opposition party. It's in fact coming from a party which has all the economic levers at its disposal in the North. So these aren't theoretical matters. We don't need private members' motions on the North driving forward the all-island economy via energy, greater fiscal devolution, good jobs. We need those ministers to actually go off and do that. My colleague from South Belfast earlier on said the opposition, or the Sinn Féin are in our cerebral cortex. Very nice. I sometimes get accused of using $10 words, but we're living rent-free, I think is the term sometimes used. No, we're just doing our job as opposition. Sinn Féin has power. You have more seats than us. You have all the main strategic drivers. You have the First Minister, Finance Minister, Economy Minister, Infrastructure Minister. You have the opportunity to drive the North-South Interconnector, the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, All-Island Tourism. Get on and do it. Don't blame us. We'll hold you to account for it. That's our job. And it isn't happening at the pace it needs to happen. We talked about the Good Jobs Bill earlier on. I'll also talk repeatedly about fiscal devolution, because we have the theoretical agreement of the Finance Minister. Conor Murphy commissioned the Fiscal Commission 5-6 years ago now. I welcome the fact he was commissioned. We haven't seen a single calorie of energy in terms of actually implementing that report, and I want to see it. But I come on to some of the members opposite who have, in different ways, sought to deflect and diminish the idea of all-island cooperation, which is, I'm afraid, nonsense. I think a very quick one.
The public actually do trust us. That's why they voted for us, and most of us in this chamber actually were voted in here, so we are the people that the public trust.
If you're telling me that you have more, your party has more seats and more votes, I'm not disputing that. I'm telling you, get on and use your power to the public. Well, I would say, if ministers hold office, whatever power in whatever party they're elected to take, whether they're Sinn Féin, DUP, Alliance, they should get on and do their jobs. I have an extra minute, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I took an intervention. Just to check that, just to check my generosity is going to be rewarded, not in this life, not in the next. So yes, you're right. The public elect people to take ministerial office, and they should have the power. It's remarkable that we have a situation where we have unionist politician after unionist politician who step up often in this chamber and say, it's awful what the British government is doing to us, it's awful, it's awful. It was awful what the Tories did because of Brexit, I agree, no one agrees with that more than me. But now it's awful what Keir Starmer's doing, and I agree with that most of the time too. It's going to also be awful, I think there's pretty much agreement, if and when there's a Nigel Farage-led government. Let's take power on this island. Let's talk about how we build power and responsibility first in the North now with greater fiscal devolution, and then through a new Ireland. But even if you don't support a new Ireland, it is clear that there is a huge amount that can be achieved through developing and expanding the all-island economy. Just to be clear, what it says in the ESRI report, and I don't dispute there are wonderful points about the Northern Ireland economy, it isn't talking down Northern Ireland, Mr Burrows, to point out that we are consistently one of the worst performing parts of these islands in economic terms. We have actually somewhat outperformed the UK in economic performance. When? Since we've had this awful sea border, we've had the protocol that's allowed us, our dual market access has enabled us to outperform for the first time, probably consistently, the rest of the UK. But let me come on to the ESRI report, Madam Principal Speaker. I've only got a minute left. But in relation to GDP performance, in relation to productivity, in relation to economic performance, in relation to demographics, in relation to employment growth and living standards, they measure North versus South, and all of those things, and I'm afraid it's fair to say that the South is doing better than the North on pretty much all of those measures. That isn't ideology, that isn't fantasy, those are facts. I would sometimes point out to the members on the same side as me here, we would do better if we didn't constantly harp on how awful the South is when we're trying to persuade and make the argument for a new Ireland. I simply say this to colleagues, we have an enormous opportunity. One of the agendas of this century is overcoming some of the barriers on this island that we put up for a whole range of different historical reasons in the last century. Let's embrace that agenda, whether or not you believe in completing the task by a constitutional change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Unionism must remember the document this motion focuses on is one produced by the Shared Island Initiative, a body established by the Irish Government with the express purpose of advancing the case for breaking up the United Kingdom. Even the report acknowledges the obvious fact that Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic are not comparable economies. One is a sovereign state heavily distorted by multinational profit shifting and an ultra-low carbon tax. That's something the professed socialists in this chamber seldom talk about. The other is a devolved region which belongs to the 6th largest economy in the world and is a G7 member with public services funded on a UK-wide basis. Yet the motion before us asks us to draw sweeping conclusions about living standards and economic performance without addressing the single most important economic fact that Northern Ireland receives a block grant from the United Kingdom of more than 18 billion a year. Even nationalism in this House must acknowledge that benefit. Our block grant pays for our hospitals, our pensions, our schools, and our over-generous welfare system. The report offers no analysis whatsoever on how these services would be funded in the event of the break-up of the United Kingdom. Will people in Northern Ireland wake up in what they thought was utopia, only to discover they need to get their credit card out when they want to call the fire brigade? That's what happens south of the border, but no mention of it here. It is also notable that some of the data relied upon in this report exists only because Northern Ireland has been placed under a different trading regime from the rest of the United Kingdom. Paragraph 7.2 of the report on page 41 expressly states, custom arrangements arising from Northern Ireland, the Protocol Windsor Framework facilitate the collection of data in the case of goods. What does that mean? It means that because Northern Ireland is for trading purposes treated differently from the rest of the United Kingdom, data is now being generated and deployed to advance a wider Republican agenda, aided and abetted by the Alliance Party. Those who return to this assembly on the basis of the false claim that the Irish sea border was gone would do well to reflect soberly on that fact. Happy to give way.
Just when we get the blame for everything from unionism and across here, it's hilarious. But could the member actually explain to us then, if the figures show there's 2.8% growth in Northern Ireland, 1.3% in the UK, the difference is we've got dual market access. Without that, those figures wouldn't be there. Will he at least acknowledge that?
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you very much for the intervention. And this is Mr Honeyford, who likes to come in and be the champion of the rigorous implementers. He hasn't said much about the alliance tax that they are responsible for, that Kate Nicholl loves to pontificate about and champion at every opportunity. But I do say to the member, when we are talking about divergence, divergence has been from breaking up our east-west supply line to go north-south, which has increased costs to our suppliers, which has increased the cost to our everyday commodities. They might laugh and they might sneer and they might giggle and think, oh my goodness, that's great. But no, your alliance tax and your rigorous implementation, your Irish sea border has increased the costs of everyday goods here in Northern Ireland. And the Alliance held the balance of power, and they decided last December, or December before, to go with Sinn Féin and the SDLP to ensure that 300 areas of law aren't governed in this place, aren't governed in Westminster, but Brussels has their clause in Northern Ireland because of that, because of the decision that they have made. So let me be clear. This Assembly should not endorse a document designed to undermine the constitutional position of Northern Ireland, dressed up as economic analysis, and no unionist should be implementing a protocol which is now being used to build the economic case for dismantling our very union. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Timothy. Our next speaker will be the Minister for the Economy. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes to respond. Thank you.
And I thank members for bringing this motion to the Assembly today. The ESRI report is a welcome contribution to the debate on how to best achieve our economic goals. And it is worth pointing out that the North is outperforming Britain in terms of economic output, earnings and export growth. And key to our success is the rise in all-Ireland trade. According to the Central Statistics Office, from 2020 to 2024, sales from north to south increased by 128.5% to £5.5 billion. According to NISRA, the number of businesses in the north selling goods and services to the south increased by 11% between 2018 and 2023. And the Chair of the Economy Committee is in the chamber at the minute, but when he was setting out all of the east-west dimensions earlier on, he left out the fact that more businesses actually trade north-south than do east-west. And despite these positive trends, we continue to do less well than the south on a number of measures. The more integrated the all-Ireland economy becomes, the more we can expect to see a convergence of performance. There is strong evidence that greater all-Ireland integration is in our economic interests. Businesses have led the way on this and recognise the opportunities in trade and collaboration. It's important that government also recognises these opportunities and supports businesses in maximising the economic benefits. My department is working more closely than ever with the Department of Enterprise, Tourism and Employment to ensure strategic alignment across key policy areas. This partnership is already driving progress through initiatives such as Shared Island and Peace Plus. The ESRI report makes clear we have ground to make up in comparison to the south when we look at indicators of economic inactivity, living standards, household incomes and participation in post-16 education and skills. These are areas on which I am focused through the delivery of the economic vision. I've set 4 clear economic objectives: creating good jobs, promoting regional balance, increasing productivity and decarbonisation. To safeguard and deliver more good jobs, my department is taking forward the most significant improvement in our employment law in a generation. This will improve working conditions, strengthen trade union representation and help prevent good employers from being undercut by competitors using poor working practices. To drive the growth of good jobs, we must raise our productivity, which is at least 20% lower than the south, and I'm very ambitious in terms of my aspirations for our economic delivery. But I have to say the member for Foyle, who wants me to turn around our productivity in 2 years, is even more ambitious. It's going to take some time to make a difference in relation to some of the historic investment that we have seen that has led to poor economic outcomes. Driving up business investment in technology and skills is essential, and we are supporting the growth of 7 high productivity sectors through the delivery of sectoral action plans. Through one of those sectors, cyber and software, we can really boost our productivity through artificial intelligence, and I've set out a broad framework as a starting point to make the most of our opportunities through AI. This follows investment of £16 million in the new Artificial Intelligence Collaboration Centre, which is a partnership between Queen's and Ulster universities. In terms of regional balance, my department has established 11 local economic partnerships, and I have now approved 4 action plans, with the rest due to come to the department for approval in the next few weeks. These partnerships will directly support regional economic development. Importantly, they will also ensure that government has a clearer view of local needs and priorities and can respond accordingly. InvestNI is also responding to the regional balance challenge and has been challenged to increase the number of investments outside Belfast from 56% to 65% over 3 years. It's on course to achieve that target. and I'm sure that members will be pleased to hear that the gap in earnings between the lowest and highest council area has narrowed by 2% over the past year, indicating that progress is being made in terms of tackling regional imbalances. In the North West, the expansion of Magee is proceeding at pace. The Magee Task Force has delivered a comprehensive roadmap to reach 10,000 students, and having delivered a 22% increase over the last 2 years, we now have a record 6,500 students at Magee. The ability of businesses in Fermanagh to avail of Ireland's Hidden Heartlands brand will bridge our tourism offering north and south and boost visitor spending in that part of the island. In relation to the delivery of net zero, overall emissions have been reduced by 31.5% since 1990, but we still have a considerable distance to travel, and I'm committed to bringing people with us as part of this process. The Renewable Electricity Price Guarantee will ensure that people living near renewable electricity generators get a discount on their bills. We are also promoting more green jobs through the Green Tech Sectoral Action Plan and the Green Skills Action Plan. These are growth industries that help us to deliver net zero and develop our economy at the same time. All 4 of my objectives are underpinned by investment in ensuring that people have the access to economic opportunity through education and training. Last year we invested an extra £12 million through a flexible skills fund in 20 different projects supporting over 10,000 people and 500 employers. I've continued this support into this year with a further £10 million invested across 15 projects supporting over 8,000 individuals and 500 employers. I've also recently published a comprehensive skills action plan to ensure there's a clear pathway for everyone to enhance their skills. Members will be aware that my colleague, the Minister of Finance, issued a draft budget for consultation earlier this month. He has set out the scale of the challenge we face when we look at our finances and the need to effect real change, and the significant opportunity in terms of strategic planning that having the first 3-year budget in over a decade would bring. We do need additional powers to control our own finances, and officials in the Department of Finance are actively engaging with Treasury colleagues to consider the full scope of a full fiscal framework, with fiscal devolution forming a central pillar of that. And the Finance Minister has made progress in this area, and I know some members around this chamber might denounce the desire to have increased fiscal powers and demand to know what it is that we want to do with them. As Matthew O'Toole mentioned, the Fiscal Commission published its report a couple of years ago. It made recommendations. Those are the type of things that we want to see brought forward. I'm sure members around this chamber will appreciate that we need to have an executive position to try and move that forward. But in terms of the types of initiatives that you could take, simply having a fiscal power, for example, income tax, means that if you take positive steps to increase people's incomes and prosperity, we would get the benefit from that, and it wouldn't simply return to the British Treasury. Yes, sure.
Now, she mentioned that it basically need an executive position before you proceed to engage with Treasury, but it's also true to say that the Minister clearly hasn't got an executive position yet on the draft budget. So what's to stop the Minister saying, well, here are my preferences on fiscal devolution, given he's already effectively saying, here are my preferences or what I'm going to do on a draft. Why is a multi-year budget without executive agreement okay, but fiscal devolution proposals aren't?
That we could set out what our position would be in relation to fiscal devolution, but as I said, to take something forward in terms of actually moving forward with devolution needs to have executive agreement. I don't think that's a difficult concept to grasp. And as part of the interim fiscal framework, which I know the member will be very familiar with, was agreement to proceed in engaging around the principles of fiscal devolution, which is what the Finance Minister is trying to do. In conclusion, this report provides very welcome evidence of economic trends across the island. Businesses are already seeing the opportunities in the all-island economy, and under my stewardship of the Economy Department, this organic growth will be supported because it's in the economic interest of all our people.
Thank you, Minister. I'm calling Padraig Delargy to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and advise you, Padraig, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
And I think anybody who's participated in this debate today, I think it's been a really interesting one, and I want to go through some of the points in more detail. But just to look at the context of this, the ASRI report is a significant and a timely piece of work, not least because it measures economic trends on an all-Ireland basis, and it reflects how our economy actually operates, but also because it's grounded in robust data on productivity, on labour markets, on skills, infrastructure and regional performance, and that's the evidence that should be central to how decisions are made going forward. The data shows that the all-Ireland economy is not only real, but that it's growing. Intertrade Ireland figures demonstrate the cross-border trade has increased significantly in recent years, reaching record levels and supporting tens of thousands of jobs across this island. Of all the key words that have been used today, I think the most important one is collaboration. It's about how we do things better when we work together. And as has been mentioned by members across the chambers, good data leads to good decisions being made. This is about creating jobs, it's about creating well-paid jobs and creating a sustainable economy based on the Minister's economic vision. When we look at the disparity across Ireland within disposable income and life expectancy, that's related to a number of factors. But one of the factors it's related to in particular is partition. And it's related to the fact that in my constituency and in other border constituencies, there are fewer options for healthcare, fewer options for employment, and those regions in particular have a lower life expectancy. So we have to grasp any opportunity we can to make more informed, better policy decisions and to work collaboratively across Ireland. The North West Cancer Service is just one example of this, and members worked right across this chamber to make that a reality. That now delivers world-class leading healthcare in the North West for people in Derry, Donegal, Tyrone and further afield. So everyone benefits from closer cooperation. I do disagree, and I think it's very disappointing actually when we look at some of the reactions from the unionist benches on this, because you've tried to present it today as a zero-sum game. That's not the case. This isn't about talking any trade or any economic opportunity down. It's about talking up economic opportunities on an all-Ireland basis. And that is what we can do when we work together. We can achieve far more. So let no one feel that this is about taking away from what we have. It's about adding to that, enhancing that, and augmenting what's already there. Just to go through some of the figures to back that up, if we look at all-Ireland trade in 2001, €3.1 billion in the south, £1.9 billion in the north. 2015, those figures were fairly flat and fairly static. If we look again at 2024 figures, we look at a comparative figure of £10.6 billion in the south and £9 billion in the north. So those figures speak for themselves. And the only ideological arguments on this today have come from the unionist benches. Because the reality is you are ignoring economic opportunity for people right across Ireland, for your constituents as much as for mine. You're ignoring opportunities for businesses, you're ignoring opportunities for economic growth, and you're continuing to do what you regularly do, which is to bury your head in the sand. When we look at the opportunity for all-Ireland trade, we also look at what has happened here in the north. And many of you have talked today about the barriers that the Windsor Framework apparently presents. But the reality is that the majority of you voted for Brexit. The majority of you championed Brexit. And that this is the opportunity that has seen economic benefit in the north, that has protected our businesses, that has protected our constituencies, and has continued to show economic growth and upward economic trends. But if we look also at what has been said very clearly by Invest NI when they presented to our committee, they told us in no uncertain terms that the reason businesses aren't talking up the Windsor Framework is because they're afraid to. And the reason they're afraid to is because it has been continually politicised by unionism. That isn't good enough. What we need to do is to have everyone in this chamber working together, to have everyone in this chamber pushing in the same direction to properly support our businesses. So just to move on, yeah.
member wouldn't be afraid to highlight the issues that he has, and he can't be accused of being intimidated. So to date, Minister Murphy was unable to give a single example of FDI as a result of the Windsor Framework, and Minister Archibald on Wednesday at committee was unable to give an example. Maybe perhaps as you don't have the fear of promoting the Windsor Framework, you could give an example.
The member has continually made this argument, and what you have continually heard from businesses who have presented to the committee that we both sit on is that they do not want to raise the issue of the benefits of the Windsor Framework because it has been politicised by your party and by others. The reality is that it is one of a myriad of issues and one of a plethora of opportunities why businesses open here. There isn't one singular reason why any business opens. It's about the combination of reasons. It's about the fact that we have a world-class education system. It's about the fact that we have opportunities on an all-Ireland basis for trade. It's about the fact that we support our businesses. But one of the reasons that I've heard from many businesses who've invested in dairy is that they have access to ministers on a continuous basis, that they feel supported by the economic vision, that they see the economic benefits of investing here, and not only do they invest here, but they stay here, they build here. And I think that the members should actually be championing that, as well as other members of the committee doing that. So just to move on to the points that Alliance have made, and David and Kate have made some great points today. I think, Kate, I know you're a real champion for data, and I think this has been at the core of all the arguments here today. It's that this is about informing better policy, it's about informing better opportunities. And David has highlighted the fact that this, just to come back to our original point, is not a zero-sum politics. This is the fact that East-West trade has also grown. We want trade to grow for every area, with every region. That doesn't exclude anyone, it's inclusive, and it's about promoting trade right across the board. So a number of points have been made about listening to industry, supporting further education, and obviously Minister Archibald has already made steps to do this and has been continually supporting that skills pipeline. So that's something that we'll continue to see more of and support as well. We look then at, regional balance has been brought up on numerous occasions in this, and to me, the ESRI report actually shows the benefits of doing that. It shows the benefits right across Ireland, but particularly in regions like my own, who have lost out because of political decisions that were taken here in Stormont prior to the Good Friday Agreement, but also because of decisions that were made in the south that meant that border communities suffered. And we have an opportunity now to rectify that, to work together, and actually to support our economy right across this island. We've talked about more fiscal powers and more fiscal levers as well, and has been mentioned by both the Minister and by Mr O'Toole. We've looked at the fact that the fiscal framework and the Fiscal Commission report has been produced in 2022. Some of the things that we would like to see the benefits of, the apprenticeship levy, partial income tax, stamp duty, airport duty, to name just a few. So, I'm happy to hear if anybody has any objections to those, but what we need to be doing is actually to be supporting our businesses by ensuring that those with the broadest shoulders can actually carry and support people here in the north, and that those don't fall back to constituents. Mr Burrows has raised stats on unemployment, which, to my mind, I haven't seen those stats, but I'm happy to give way to the member if he wants to clarify on that. But they certainly don't chime with any of the economic data I've seen. Ms McLaughlin has talked about the synergies, productivities, SMEs, and I think that those are really things that are really beneficial and things that we need to look at here about what we can do better. I would say on both Mr O'Toole and Ms McLaughlin's points. Yeah.
It is a fact we do have the lowest unemployment, not just in the United Kingdom, island of Ireland, and across Europe. It's a good news story. The members should know it, should be out there showcasing it and encouraging more business to come here, because we have an outstanding skilled workforce.
We do, and we need to look at economic inactivity, because that's one of the key barriers that holds people here back. But what I would be saying to the member is, I agree with you in part, but what I would say to you is, this is something you should be championing. All Ireland benefits to business in your constituency just as much as mine. I also note that we've talked about legislation. I mean, the Economy Minister is bringing forward 8 pieces of legislation in this mandate compared to 1 in the last 10 years. So, look, I'm tight for time here. So just to conclude, I think that this is a hugely beneficial report. I think it has huge policy opportunities, but it shows the benefits of collaboration, cooperation and working together.
So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay, clear the lobbies. We'll put the question in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. Could you please resume your seats? Thank you. So the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay, do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Gemma Dolan and Anya Murphy. Tellers for the noes are Dan Forsyth and Philip Brett. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, members. Okay, members. Could you resume your seats, please? Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
78 members voted, 46 members voted aye, 32 members voted no. The motion is carried.
So the motion is carried. Members have received notice from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10(3)(a). Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10(3)(a), the sitting on Monday the 26th of January 2026 be extended to no later than 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Trevor. So the question is that the motion standing in the names of the members of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes. Okay, so the motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 7:30 this evening if necessary. Members, will you take your ease?
Members, the next item of business is a motion on artificial intelligence and online violence against women and girls. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses grave concern at the documented use of artificial intelligence (AI) technologies to perpetrate online violence against women and girls, condemns the creation and dissemination of non-consensual intimate images, including AI-generated deepfakes, as a serious and escalating form of abuse, notes recent commitments by the UK Government to criminalise such activity, further notes the Department of Justice consultation on comparable proposals in Northern Ireland, and calls on the Minister of Justice to ensure that effective criminal offences, enforcement powers and victim protections are in place no later than those in England and Wales.
Thank you. And I call Cara Hunter to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank members who have joined us here today in what is a very important debate, and I really look forward to members and their contributions. We speak often in this chamber about ending violence against women and girls, and I am confident that every member across this House wishes to do so and supports that objective. But today I want to be absolutely clear. This motion is about recognising a new and rapid evolving entry point for that violence, one that this Assembly can no longer afford to ignore. Deepfake and so-called notification apps represent a profound abuse of technology. They are designed to violate, humiliate and control. And while women and girls are overwhelmingly the targets, I want to state clearly that men and boys have also suffered this abuse, and they too deserve recognition here today, protection and support. What unites all victims is this: their consent is stripped away, their dignity is destroyed, and the consequences can follow them for a lifetime. This is not a niche issue, nor is it a hypothetical one. It is not something that is happening elsewhere. These apps are being used every day in Northern Ireland in our schools, in our workplaces, and sadly in our communities. Children are having their images manipulated and shared before they fully understand what is actually happening. Lives are being altered in minutes, sometimes irreversibly. And that is why I want to start today by sharing some of the testimonies from deepfake victims here in Northern Ireland, individuals I have had the absolute pleasure of engaging with over the past number of years. Firstly, I'd like to begin with a young student, not her real name, but for today, let's call her Sarah. Sarah became aware that a normal image of her wearing a floral dress had been deepfaked so that her breasts were visible. To this day, she is too traumatised to tell her parents that this has happened. When speaking about her experience, Sarah said, "The thing I struggled with most was going through the justice system. It was just me, literally just me. I wasn't assigned anyone to help, to liaise with, or to reassure me about what would happen next. It was just me and the detective, who didn't text me back. When my case was passed to the English police, I had to retell my story all over again. Shouldn't my notes just have been passed over? I don't think any of them genuinely understood how difficult it was. I felt no sympathy. I felt let down. I felt dropped, without any word or follow-up by either police force. They didn't even seize his phone. That phone would have had everything that they needed. That's not just traumatic. That is a system failing a victim at every possible point. Another victim told me this: "The police have been good with me. The suspect thankfully had admitted to everything. But I've been told I can't find out who he is until the PPS decides when it's going to court. I don't know how that works. Couldn't that take months? I could bump into this person in the town and be none the wiser. I want to know what is in place to protect me from him." Mr. Deputy Speaker, no victim here in our home in Northern Ireland should be living with that fear. And sadly, this crisis recognises no borders. On an all-island basis, this problem exists, and it is escalating. I want to acknowledge today the extraordinary bravery of Grania Shoya, a journalist of decades standing and Fianna Fáil candidate who experienced one of the most horrific deepfake videos during the last election. She shared her experience with RTE as follows: "I've had to deal with the shame and the humiliation for over a year and a half. It has been deeply traumatising. It was the most shocking thing that has ever happened to me. Not only was it sexual-based image abuse, it was election interference. I had to repress it, I had to shove it down, and I had to get on with the campaign." Unforgivable stuff. Since then, Grania has become an unstoppable campaigner, writing to the Garda Commissioner, the Taoiseach, EU Commissioners, Ministers, TDs, Senators and major tech platforms. Because victims should not have to become full-time advocates just to survive, but thank God for voices like hers, and for academics like Professor Claire McGlynn of Durham University, for campaigners out there like Jess Davies and Adele Walton who do phenomenal work in safeguarding the online space, and for organisations like Not Your Porn, founded by Alina Michaels, stepping in when victims don't know where to turn or how to navigate the technology being used against them. But let me say this very clearly to the House today. Victims should not have to advocate for themselves. They should not be forced to retell their trauma again and again. They should not be left torn apart by faceless trolls who, at the click of a button, can ruin their lives and then move on and have a laugh in the group chat while the damage of the victim lasts forever. So I ask this chamber today, what are we doing? What are we doing in Northern Ireland to stop this, to ensure that this never ever happens again? Because I have spoken to teachers and school leaders every single day this week who have contacted me to say, thank God this issue is finally being flagged. We are dealing with it constantly, and we do not know how to protect the very children that we teach. Notification apps are now readily available. You don't need a degree in Photoshop anymore. You can be a 12-year-old boy. There are not enough words to describe the painful purgatory of victims lying awake at night with phones pinging constantly with messages saying, "I saw that video of you. You must be a deviant. I saw it on my phone." Because that's what deepfakes are really about. Reducing women to sexual objects. Reducing them to nothing. Deriving sick satisfaction from the humiliation and the harm of women of Northern Ireland. Well, to that I say no more. No more of this unique form of cruelty. And recent headlines have shown just how close to home that this issue actually is. In early January, sadly, a GAA club in the Portadown area warned parents after a young member was targeted in an AI-generated blackmail attempt. Sexualised images were created, faces superimposed, threats made, and friendship networks weaponised. A young person targeted in one of the most isolating ways humanly imaginable. But today is not about pity. This is not a pity party. Every victim I have spoken to actually carries severe shame and embarrassment for something that they fundamentally did not do. Today is about lifting that blame and shifting the shame where it belongs, back with the perpetrators, which is why this motion matters here today. And Minister, I really welcome the engagement that you've had on this issue. Today, we really need some clarity on timelines. We need to understand what potential new laws could look like, potentially when they could be introduced, how you will engage with counterparts in the south and across the water, on whether victims, past victims, will this be retrospective? Will past victims be able to seek justice? On how new laws will particularly interact with encrypted platforms, and due to the intense sense of privacy that they provide, how do we balance the right to personal freedoms versus harm and harassment? And Minister, importantly, something that's come to my attention is also the legal loophole of being qualified for personal use and how that's a loophole for abuse. Stormont is often criticised for moving too slowly, but I believe firmly that today can be different. Let us show cross-party leadership on this issue. Let us show victims that this place really does work for them, that their safety matters, that their dignity matters, and Minister, today is that moment. Today we can provide assurances, and we hope that you will do everything in your power in this mandate to get this over the line, because this is an issue that affects every constituency, every constituent, every family, every child growing up online. And today is a day that we can provide hope, we can understand the next steps to provide adequate protection for our children, and let's ensure on this case that Northern Ireland leads, not lags, and is standing up to AI-enabled abuse. Today I thank members for their attention, for their incoming contributions, and for those who have been very vocal in this matter as well. And I would urge members across this House to please support this motion. I would believe we all share the core value that nothing should harm our children, and what we've seen over the past number of weeks with these social media giants and tech companies is truly abhorrent, it's despicable, and today hopefully, Minister, you can provide clarity on these issues about what laws and legislation will be brought forward, potentially in this mandate, to protect our young people. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Emma Sheeran.
And at the outset I want to thank the proposers of today's motion and particularly commend Cara for the courage that she has shown in speaking so openly about her own experience with this, and I think that has to be admired and respected. It's vital that we give this matter the urgent attention that it deserves, and we can see in recent weeks how across the globe world leaders have scrambled with this issue. Sometimes I think it would be nice for us to be able to go back to the time when all we had in our pockets was a 3410, but unfortunately the technology is moving very fast, and that means that we have to respond even quicker. Women's reputations being ruined by the notion that they're sexually active is not a new phenomenon. Blaming women is not a new phenomenon. AI is new, but it's exposing a tradition and a culture as old as time. What these deepfakes prove beyond doubt is that the victims are never to blame. The victims never provoke violence upon themselves. These AI tools came into being, but misogyny wasn't long kicking in and doing the rest. And it's not funny. It's not a bit of crack. It's not a frequently forwarded WhatsApp message to be passed on and shrugged off. This is abuse. It's as harmful as physical violence, the fantasy of using someone else's body portrayed in HD, digitally degrading us. The jokes, the metaphors, the comments, the slurs in video format. And we in this chamber cannot be behind every locked door. We can't be within the keyboard of every troll, but we can send a clear and united message. We can outlaw this. We can track those responsible. And we can tell our young girls and boys, your bodies are your own. No selfie you send, no outfit that you wear makes it your fault. We must do more. We must protect our young people. Gormila Mahagat.
Paul Frew.
Speaker, and the Democratic Unionist Party is supportive of proposals to criminalise sexually explicit deepfake images as part of a holistic approach that includes legislation, enhanced support and resources for victims, and increased public awareness, because we realise how important this is and how impactful this can be on the victims. And it is fair to say that it is mostly females who are targeted for this hideous activity. So we should have legislation in place that can and should make it an offence to create, to share, or to threaten to share a sexual digital forgery of an adult. It should also be an offence to actually request it. But the manufacturers and the platforms should ban the requesting, or at least prevent a request from being made. I'm not for banning any social media platform, but it is really easy. It probably is a switch of two switches to ensure that the actual technology to create these nudity pictures and deepfake forgeries that have a sexual content, that should be prohibited. The platforms should have no excuse. They should delete the parts of their apps and their technology that can do this. What other good is there for technology to be doing this? I can think of no positive outcome for creating nudity pics or forgeries of sexual activity. It just doesn't make sense to me. So that's why I'll support, and the party will support, legislation in this regard. And I suppose it comes then with my frustrations, because we have a vehicle, we have the Justice Bill, and we have a minister who is committed and promised to bring forward deep fake amendments to her own bill. I was very critical of the minister at the second reading of the Justice Bill, what I called half a bill. But my frustration is that that Justice Bill was introduced on the 17th of September 2024. The second stage of the debate was on the 1st of October 2024. And yet we have yet to see the amendments from the Department and the Minister around the deep fake issue. Yes, I will.
I offered to bring forward the deepfake amendments. I wrote to Executive on the 4th of November seeking permission to do so. I didn't get clearance on that until last Thursday. But it would be fair to say that I share his frustration, because that bill has now been sitting in committee for almost 18 months. And it is a question as to what the committee are actually scrutinising at this point.
I thank the Minister for her intervention. But the committee has taken its time on the bill itself, but also on the amendments that the Minister brought forward. So we have been in a very precarious position where not only have we scrutinised the detail on the blue pages of the bill, but the file of amendments that the Minister brought forward after second reading, when this Assembly couldn't debate the detail of these amendments. But yet she was able to bring forward amendments on restorative justice schemes, organised crime groups, matters to be included in criminal record certificates, biometrics amendments, live links, repeal of public order offences, all of these amendments, but yet we're still waiting on the deepfake amendments, so that we could have done some work in scrutinising that amendment. Yes, I will give way.
The member course, will also be aware, which he hasn't reflected, that initially the deepfakes issue was to be dealt with by legislation in Westminster, and we would have sought an LCM for it. And it was only at the point where the LCM was no longer a possibility, where it even entered their consciousness, that we would have to legislate for this locally. And that is the reason why that wasn't brought forward with the first round of amendments, because it was initially to be done in the Crime and Policing Bill, then it was moved to a different bill, and we weren't able to seek legislative consent in the time frame required. The member knows all of this, so why he's blaming it on me is really beyond me.
And the Minister can make excuses all she wants, but she brought forward the vagrancy amendments to the committee when it hadn't went through the executive at that point. So why has she not been able to deliver the deep fake amendments to the committee so that we could do a job of work to ensure that the legislation that we produce in this Assembly is fit for purpose? And we have been left wanting in that regard. And I am being critical on the Minister because she is being unfair on the Justice Committee and its work. And so I look forward to seeing the amendment on the deep fake and nudity stuff that the Minister and her party from Public Utterances is working on. It's about time we seen it, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome this debate today and this motion. As every day, technologies utilising artificial intelligence facilitate online violence at an increasingly alarming rate. And we know that this can happen to anyone. Anybody can be a victim. But the evidence points that this is a gendered issue, particularly when we have data that reveals that 99% of victims of deepfake pornography are women and girls. Use of AI globally is providing fuel for campaigns of abuse at the click of a button and providing more opportunities than ever to undermine and attack women online for simply daring to exist. Working together to end violence against women and girls has come to this chamber on multiple occasions during this mandate, so I thank my colleagues in the SDLP for tabling this debate in light of recent documented use of AI to perpetrate gender-based abuse, and also for Cara speaking out about her own experiences, which she was very brave to do so. Technology-facilitated gender-based violence can seem distant when viewed on a smartphone or laptop screen or read about on the news, but the creation of abuse, such as deepfakes, come from a real person making a choice to harass, humiliate and attack, making real people, more often than not women and girls, the victim of those choices and left to deal with the real-world consequences. My party colleagues and I in Alliance continue to support the motion's condemnation of the creation and dissemination of non-consensual intimate images, including AI-generated deepfakes. We need robust and strong action to safeguard people from the dangers of artificial intelligence from all corners of government, here in the Assembly, at Westminster and internationally as well. Artificial intelligence, as the motion infers, is being weaponised as a tool to demean and silence women, girls and other marginalised groups. Research from the State of Deepfakes report found that there had been a 550% increase of deepfakes from 2019 to 2023, with 98% of all deepfake videos online being explicitly pornographic. The grotesque use of AI in this way is nothing short of repulsive. And sadly, the creation of deepfakes is not the only use of AI for those who want to cause harm to women and girls online. And we must find ways to keep legislative pace with quickly evolving technological advancements. Alliance welcomes the UK Government has recently made commitments to take action on this. And members from across this chamber will be aware that within the Online Safety Act, clauses legally compelling social media companies to carry out an illegal content risk assessment for UK users came into force in March of last year. The Online Safety Act also made it a priority offence to share or threaten to share intimate images without someone's consent. In terms of the software-generated deepfakes, this actually became a criminal offence in the Data Use and Access Act, given royal assent in June 2025. I do question, however,
why, from the UK Government perspective, these provisions were only commenced in January of this year, after incidents relating to Groch and X, when there could have been a much more proactive instigation of this law. As a member of the Justice Committee, I recall the Minister's communication from spring last year, which highlighted that this legislation was originally contained in Westminster's Crime and Policing Bill, of which she was planning to bring a legislative consent motion. However, the relevant clauses in that bill were then withdrawn in the final stages and placed into the Data Act instead. The timeline of this and the particular clauses placed into the Data Act made it in part not possible, but also not the correct vehicle for legislation to be introduced in Northern Ireland. The committee, I understand, was pleased to support the Minister in her proactive intentions to bring this instead via an amendment to her current Justice Bill at consideration stage, to ensure the creation of sexually explicit deepfakes of adults in Northern Ireland would become a criminal offence as soon as possible. I commend Minister Long for not allowing this legislation to fall through the cracks, and for her department's team working tirelessly at the last minute to ensure that this is included in the quickest and most effective legislative vehicle possible. The use of AI in targeting and harassing women and girls is of extreme concern to both I and my party colleagues, and it is the victims who suffer the most when criminal consequences are not in place. Action must be proactive, at pace, with our growing technological world. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Steve Aiken.
Very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to make a declaration of interest. I attended, as a member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I attended the International Parliamentary Union. I attended the AI conference in Kuala Lumpur earlier on this year, or last year, and that was particularly about the use of AI and how it was undermining democracy. But the real issue was also how it was undermining people's lives and the effect of it. Members, I think the most disappointing thing about the conference was, first of all, industry, who basically said, it's not our problem, because we've got First Amendment rights and this is all about freedom of speech, which I found absolutely despicable and disgusting. The second one was from law enforcement agencies, who basically used the approach that says, there's so much going on here that we can't deal with this, and it's put it in the far too difficult column. And unless we give a very specific example where we can go all the way through the IP system and go all the rest of it, we're not going to deal with it. And I think the most disappointing thing about all of the groups who were there were the parliamentarians, who just basically said, well, if the companies and the major groups and all the software companies and all the IT companies and everybody else in AI say they can't do anything about it, well, what could we do about it? If all the justice organisations and the international justice organisations like Interpol and everybody else said there's nothing I can do about it, so we can't do anything about it. So there's a collective shrug from the parliamentarians. And it's like, it's so endemic that we're not going to be able to stop it. And some of the evidence we were given was absolutely horrific. But there was something even more insidious about it. It wasn't about just taking women's images, and let's be honest about it, it's nearly always women. It wasn't about taking women's image and sort of putting them in what I could quite say was pornographic poses. But it's the fact that now that the software, so much of your life is on a digital identity, that they were actually hacking into the digital identity of the person who was there. They were back creating the story on various social media platforms. An absolutely extraordinary level of computing power would go into doing that. And of course, that used to be the only thing that sort of governments could do. But now anybody can do it, because actually the speed and the move, like Moore's law and computing power, particularly through the AI system at the moment, means we're now reaching a point where it's virtually impossible to be able to deal with that. Now, I for one know that there is an answer to this, because I can rest assured that while there's a technological solution for creating all these images, there's equally a technological solution that the AI companies and the law enforcement agencies and parliamentarians should be pushing to change it. Because just as much as you can use AI to do one thing, you can do AI to do the exact opposite. And we are told about particular programs that were in use, which were basically hunting programs, going and finding these images and hunting them down. Why haven't we heard about these? Why are they not being pushed? Why are these companies not going out and saying, right, we see this as a problem, we're going to deal with it. We're going to deal with it in exactly the same way the problem happened in the first place. What is the thing that is stopping people doing this? And I think it's our problem as parliamentarians, because we are not making the issues strong enough. We are not saying to the tech companies that you cannot do this. We already know across Europe, and indeed in the United Kingdom, there's various things that have been done, and we've gone to the tech companies and said, unless you fix that, we're unplugging you. And then, lo and behold, something is done. But then, why is all the hand-wringing that we do as parliamentarians across the piece about this? We're here to enact legislation. We're here to do things to make things change. I cannot be in a situation where, you know, I'm a father of 4 daughters. I've seen examples on other sort of young women that have been done as well. We've got one in this chamber that's absolutely disgusting. It makes me sick every time I see this sort of thing done. But what makes me even more angry is the fact that there is a solution to this, but we're not doing it. So we, as legislators, need to set the tone for this. We need to legislate for them to stop it. And if we make it difficult enough for them, it will stop. And that was the lesson that came very clearly from meeting with some of the various largest companies and the rest of it. Because, believe it or not, the one company, and a very large company, that sat behind the bamboo curtain, obviously, I won't mention the name of the company, but they made it very clear, if this becomes a problem in this particular country, it will be stopped. Dumph. It will not be allowed to occur. And I think that's the thing we should be talking about as legislators. We need to be able to do that. But thank you.
Time's up. Now call Aoife Finnegan.
And I want to start by echoing the comments to commend Cara bringing this motion forward and obviously sharing your own very difficult story. I can only imagine. So, look, Sinn Féin welcomes this motion and supports its core intent. The use of artificial intelligence to facilitate online violence against women and girls is deeply concerning, rapidly evolving and causing real and lasting harm. This is not an abstract or distant issue. In my own constituency of Newry and Armagh, we have seen a deeply disturbing example just last week where AI-generated deepfake images were created and circulated within a school setting. That incident underlines the urgency of this debate and the reality that this abuse is already affecting our young people, our communities and our families. Sinn Féin are committed to tackling the scourge of violence against women and girls, and I'm proud that our First Minister and the Executive have shown real leadership by prioritising the End in Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. That strategy recognises that online abuse is not separate from real-world harm and that technology is increasingly being weaponised against women and girls. In a world where coercive control is becoming better understood, where perpetrators are increasingly being held to account, and where we acknowledge that we have still much more to do, online platforms now represent an additional and dangerous layer of abuse. These platforms can enable coercive control, harassment and humiliating at scale. And platform owners and AI developers must not be allowed to be complicit in protecting perpetrators through inaction or weak safeguarding. However, this issue cannot be addressed in isolation. Online violence does not respect borders, and our response should reflect that reality. There is a strong case for an all-island approach. Coco's Law is in place in the South, which not only criminalises the sharing of intimate sexual images without consent, but it created an offence to send deepfake images. There is no doubt that this can be strengthened, including creating deepfake images, but we can work together to properly protect women and children across this island. Education is vital, but the responsibility does not rest with the children or victims. The buck stops with the online platforms. Technology companies and AI developers must be held accountable through regulation, enforcement and meaningful penalties. Sinn Féin supports this motion and urges the Minister of Justice to act with urgency, ambition and cooperation to ensure women and girls are protected and perpetrators are held accountable.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the member for bringing this such an important motion to the floor of the Assembly today and sharing some real-life experiences and, of course, her own. This Assembly and its right to express grave concern at the documented use of AI technologies, which are absolutely horrific, and it is again another attack on women and girls, and of course men and boys are affected by this as well. And we do know AI offers benefits, but we can't ignore the very real and growing harms that arise from its misuse. And we know that there has been numerous incidents of deepfake pornographic content being created and shared online, and overwhelmingly this is targeting women and girls. And there has been victims in this room, and I can only condemn them for coming forward and speaking and being so vocal about what they have went through. And we know these images and videos are used to harass and they're used to humiliate and silence individuals, and this can often lead to devastating consequences. But we know behind all the statistics that we've spoken about today, there are very real people, and the overwhelming majority of these are women, and they end up experiencing anxiety, trauma, stress, worried about their job, worried about their family and their relationships, and in some cases suicidal thoughts, and of course even worse. And at the heart of this is real people, and they are affected and potentially changed for life. And this House, of course, must be unequivocal that this behaviour is wrong. It is damaging and it must carry real consequences. But of course, I'm particularly concerned about our young people, and there was data from Ofcom that reported that 43% of people aged 16 and over say that they are now seeing deepfakes online in the last 6 months. And for our young people, the fear of being targeted, or in some cases very much the reality of being targeted, can now be life-altering. And the motion, of course, rightly calls for the commitment from the UK Government to criminalise this activity, and we know that victims here in Northern Ireland should not be left behind. But we know, again, that legislation is not enough, and I do have very serious consequences about the capacity of the PSNI and as a member of the Policing Board. But there was a report there recently, the Police Services Northern Ireland, an inspection of police effectiveness and efficiency, and it was deeply worrying. And it revealed significant gaps in the PSNI's child protection team. We're now living in an age where predators are embodied by online anonymity, and where too many platforms continue to turn a blind eye to abuse taking place in their services. We know that these online crimes are complex, they are not easy to solve, and we recognise that. But urgent action is, of course, required. The teams must be properly staffed, funded, equipped, and actually trained to meet this growing demand in this complex world that we're now in. And the Minister, of course, and I know that she is working with urgency to progress the Chief Constable's business case to increase the workforce and to address these critical gaps. But it's also vital that all social media companies are held to account. The PSNI has been clear. The biggest platforms must do more. They must provide access to the information and cooperate with investigations and stop washing their hands off responsibility while the harm continues on their platforms. So whether this takes place on X or WhatsApp or TikTok or anywhere, it is never acceptable. It's never acceptable before AI, and it's not acceptable now. And whether you create it or share it, you're wrong. But this type of treatment is not new. It has simply evolved. Many people in this chamber and many listening online have experienced abuse, and that is why it's so important that we here today call this out for what it is. It's abuse. And we must empower victims to speak out, but ensure they're protected when they do, and make it clear that those engaging in these acts, which are often people hiding behind faceless accounts, will be held accountable. So we have some of the data in front of us, but we almost remember those quieter voices. There's those who do suffer in silence, who through fear or shame or lack of support, they don't feel that they can come out and be part of these statistics. But they have done nothing wrong, and they deserve action and not words, and we stand with them. So for all these reasons, I do, of course, support the motion and urge the Assembly to send that clear message today that the abuse of anyone through AI-generated deepfakes will not be tolerated, and victims will not be left to fight this alone. Thank you.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking Cara for bringing this motion. She's an extraordinary advocate on this topic, and we're very lucky to have her in this chamber, and I welcome this debate. And I want to thank Cheryl for how she ended that that piece. I've written a speech, but so much of what I wanted to say has already been said, and so I'll just focus on a few core areas, and how Cheryl ended about the victims of this. And I think that there are so many really dark elements to humanity, you know. I think the creation of these non-consensual sexually explicit images is just another example of the abuse that so many women face. I think how these technologies are being used, particularly around children, is incredibly troubling. And actually that's an area that I've been thinking about a lot, is for people who have been victims of abuse in all its different guises, how they feel during these discussions, and how as an assembly we're bringing forward the right legislation, but also how we're having conversations as a society to end this. I think so many people live with shame and fear, and we need to be doing more around the societal conversation. In relation to AI, I'm the founding chair of the All-Party Group on AI. I passionately believe that when used responsibly, it has enormous potential to transform our public services, to boost productivity, to find solutions to some of the most pressing issues we face as a society. But we also have to recognize the enormous harm that it can bring. And if we're talking honestly about how we want to end violence against women and girls, then how we deal with this is a massive part of it. And I echo everyone else who has said the creation of non-consensual sexually explicit images is abuse, and it must be treated as such. With technologies that are evolving so quickly, legislation needs to follow suit, and Naomi Long has been such a strong advocate for ending violence against women and girls in the last mandate and this one, and I know the work around deepfakes is so important and something that she personally cares very deeply about. We've seen changes both in the House of Lords, but also legislation in Australia, in Minnesota, looking at the banning of notification apps. And I've been working with the Bill's Office on an amendment to bring forward an end to these as well. It is beyond belief that it is perfectly legal to have one of these apps in your phone. You can download them and you can have one, and it's totally legal, and that certainly needs to change. As a mother and as a politician, I think this is a really pressing issue, and it's something that is raised with me by parents. They're really scared. They don't understand the development of technology. They don't understand the impact it's going to have on their children. Someone says that someone said to me, every generation, parents are worried about what their children are going to face. You know, it was rock and roll at one point. But it really does feel like we're living in the complete unknown, and it is so hard for parents to be able to understand how they can support them. And my colleague Michelle Guy has been doing really important work here, and I think as legislators, as representatives, we need to be doing more to have those community conversations, to bringing people together, because ultimately how we tackle this, it's a societal issue. It needs a holistic response. On Wednesday, I'll be hosting a town hall meeting along with the YMCA and Stranmillis. Anyone who is available wants to come along, you'd be very welcome. And we're going to have senior people from tech, we're going to have members from the PSNI, people who work in safeguarding, and also people who care very much about the impact of online safety as well. And I think how we facilitate these conversations, led by young people who are most impacted, is really important, as well as bringing forward legislation to end this as well. So just to say another thank you to Cara for the work she's doing, and really heartened by the fact that we're all on the same page on this. You know, it's about keeping people safe, it's about making sure they're treated with dignity, and it's also sending a very clear message that if you are a victim of abuse, whether online, from AI, or any other circumstance, please come forward, speak to one of us so that we can signpost you to the support that you are entitled to and deserve.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, whilst the rapidly expanding development and use of artificial intelligence does provide many benefits of productivity, enhanced innovation and economic growth, there is another side which we all are becoming way more aware of, that it's enabling the exasperation and acceleration of violence against women and girls in our society. I want to acknowledge the proposer of today's motion, including the specific focus given to the creation and sharing of degrading, non-consensual, sexually explicit images, including AI-generated deepfake images. Under Section 138 of the Data Act 2025, it is a criminal offence to create or request the creation of non-consensual intimate images. Additionally, work is underway to make non-consensual sexual deepfakes a criminal offence under the Online Safety Act. This is vital to ensuring platforms, quite rightly, are held to account and taking immediate, proactive steps regarding the prevention and the removal of harmful content. As my colleague Aoife has mentioned, in the south of Ireland, the Harassment, Harmful Communications and Related Offences Act 2020, commonly known as Coco's Law, criminalises the non-consensual recording or distribution of intimate images without consent. And this legislation plays a vital tool to increase prosecution of such offences and to empower those who have been victims of this contemptible crime. Sinn Féin fully support Ireland's AI Advisory Council recommendation for Coco's Law to be strengthened further to include a specific offence for the creation of deepfakes without consent, which we will be pursuing in the Oireachtas. Folks, I also want to acknowledge that this specific piece of legislation was named after Nicole Fox Phelan from Clondark, affectionately known by her loved ones as Coco. Nicole tragically took her own life at the age of 21 after being abused physically and online for a consecutive 3 years. Right across Ireland, we know that reports indicate a growing issue with AI-generated, non-consensual, sexually explicit content being created and shared amongst adults and young people alike. Just as recently as last week, we became aware of active investigations having been launched in respect of this very issue for the protection and safety of school children locally. I do therefore want to acknowledge Safer Schools NI, who have created a guide for schools on preventing and responding to AI-generated image exploitation, alongside their guidance for parents and carers and their staff room briefing, PowerPoints and checklist. I also want to promote the Safeguarding Board and PSNI's Trust Trap online safety campaign delivered on the online strategy. This aims to educate young people and adults about online abuse prevention and how to report it through social media graphics and a campaign toolkit. The project also aims to reduce the number of children falling victim to fake profiles, grooming and sextortion. Importantly, it also reassures those who feel in crisis that they are not to blame and works to enhance confidence to report alongside signposting to available supports. Developing the understanding amongst children and young people of the harms caused by violating a person's consent, dignity and privacy is key. However, the focus in the first instance must be on adequately tackling the perpetrators of digital, domestic, sexual and gender-based violence and holding to account all platforms which enable them. Perpetrators must not be able to evade responsibility or to hide behind a veil of anonymity due to weak or inadequate regulations. To that end, I do want to acknowledge my colleague Emma Sheeran, who condemned the owners of X, formerly known as Twitter, for their inadequate response to the AI tool Croc before being used on the platform. Disgracefully, they placed it behind a paywall, only serving to monetise the harms being inflicted rather than removing it altogether. Whilst I welcome Ofcom's formal investigation into X, they too should reflect on the leadership required in being willing to urgently label such content as unlawful and unethical, and I do welcome the European Commission, who has now opened an investigation as well. So to conclude, I want to recognise our executive strategic framework to end violence against women and girls. This framework places rightful recognition on the facts that online abuse normalises unacceptable behaviour, inhibits women and girls from expressing themselves and can have long-lasting impacts. Services here must be suitably equipped to provide consistently high standards of specialist, sensitive, trauma-informed care in response to cases of this nature. As AI systems evolve, so too must our protections right across this island. We must strive to deliver proactive, inclusive and ethical policies. Thank you.
I call Diane for size.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this motion today. Cara and I, in the 2022 election, were both targeted in this way, and we didn't know each other. We were running in East Londonderry and South Down for the SDLP and the DUP. Not too much in common on the face of it, but what did we have in common? Just females in politics, and that was the focus of these attacks. And the Minister was active in her response to this election, which was horrific for women in politics, and I do commend her for that. Online violence is unacceptable for anyone, and it has been proven to be predominantly directed at women. A 2023 survey by the online security advisors Security Hero assessed all deepfake videos online, with 98% shown as pornographic and 99% of those being of women. And also that analysis showed a 550% rise in deepfake pornographic videos since 2019, horrific numbers. And this is part of the wider problem we have in society of violence against women and girls, with AI a new tool in these attacks. As chair of the all-party group on domestic and sexual violence, I want to ensure that our approach and our language is victim-centred here today. The victims of any type of violence, including online violence against women and girls, should be at the forefront of our minds. As a woman in politics, sadly, I'm regularly a victim of this, and I hate to be accused of playing the victim or by giving satisfaction to perpetrators by letting them know when they have got to you. So I don't often speak out, but I am a victim and using my voice here today. As I said, back in 2022, at the end of a difficult and prolonged hate campaign against me in the run-up to the Assembly election, a fake pornographic video was created, implying it was me and put into mass circulation. My own experience was difficult. I had 3 young children at home. I had to ring my dad, my elderly granddads to say, this is what's going on. It was humiliating to even have those conversations. Then when I reported this to the police, my own experience was that there were 2 young male police officers that came to my home. They met me alone in my living room, where I played a copy of this video to them for them to record it on their body cam camera. And even that was humiliating. It wasn't me, it was being portrayed to be me. It was incredibly uncomfortable in that room, and even just that process, and I fed that back, but that humiliates victims even further. And again, there was nothing that these police officers could do, as they couldn't trace the source, yet this was circulated to thousands at pace, and people messaging me from far and wide, including from places like Canada and Switzerland. It is a horrific misogynistic tool to attack women, degrade us, and try to drive us out of public life. And there's not a week that goes by I'm not sent degrading, offensive and aggressive messages and comments online in this role. If I post mundane information about a pothole or bin collection, the messages and attacks I get are horrific. Many male colleagues don't believe it until they see it when they tag in or share posts of mine, and my colleague Carla Lockhart testifies to that often. So it's no surprise women stay out of the public eye, but my concerns about this increased misogyny online. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. One member of my staff, who is quite now a senior politician in local government in Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council, came under absolutely horrendous attacks. One of my biggest concerns is putting women off getting involved in politics, full stop. And I just wonder if the member would like to reflect on how difficult it's going to be to attract what we need to have really good politicians, which most women are here in this Assembly.
Thank you. I thank the member for his intervention, and I completely agree with him, and I wouldn't lie to anyone. This is what you're faced with as a woman entering this career, and all we can do is, and we see it across the chamber, we all support each other and we call it out, and as I said, the Minister is vocal in this as well. But it's the campaign through the centre of society is committed to in our programme for government, changing attitudes and ending violence against women and girls. As others have said, I'm a mother of teenage girls, and I say to them often, please keep conversations open. Tell anything that happens to them or to their friends, to me. I'm a safe space, even if other people don't want to tell their parents. Tell your teachers, please do. Nobody will blame them, and we will do all we can. We know this technology is out there, we know it's lies. Don't ever think people will think that is you or that will blame them. But it is very, very worrying. Many of us are parents here today in this modern world, and as Kate said, people are frightened of rock and roll, but this does terrify me. And recently at conferences in places like Nexus, where they're portraying these images of children and showing what you can do with them on the screen, it's absolutely horrifying. But this assembly here, you know, we have an opportunity and we must do all that we can. You know, these are real women in Northern Ireland, victims in our society at every level. It's me, it's us, it's our... Yeah, of course.
Particularly as you already have, but I know you're saying that we wouldn't blame them and we wouldn't disbelieve them, but would the member agree with me that is actually the problem? Victims, whether it is actually physical abuse, sexual and domestic violence or abuse, victims aren't believed and they are questioned and interrogated and their integrity completely undermined. That is why so few women actually report these crimes.
Absolutely, and I agree with the member, and this is reflected in my experience of that. You're re-traumatised through the process, and as Cara had said, it's the process, the whole justice system needs reviewed on it. The support groups provide invaluable support with Nexus, Women's Aid and others on the ground that often people go to when they don't even go to police. But we must always remember the victims, keep them at the heart, provide the support and just do all we can to support them, change these attitudes and make a difference here. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to wholeheartedly support this motion. Indeed, I would like to commend the proposer in the way she has handled and dealt with the abuse directed at her, with dignity and with stoicism, and a long-term vision for better, which we can see in the motion. And also, I'd like to commend the testimony of Diana Forsyth as well. I think sometimes, as a male, we don't fully grasp what they have to go through at times. The issue the motion addresses is not a distant, abstract concern about technology, but a clear threat causing profound harm to women and girls in our community right now. It's happening right now, and in many ways we're already way behind the curve on this, and we're getting further and further back as technology improves. The core promise of AI is one of progress and problem solving. The Ulster Unionist Party included a section on artificial intelligence in our Westminster Manifesto, outlining how it can be used positively and ethically, but realising the inherent dangers. However, as this motion states with grave accuracy, predatory individuals are weaponising artificial intelligence. They are using these powerful tools not for innovation, but for exploitation, for humiliation, and to perpetrate a particular insidious form of online violence. We are talking about the creation, the dissemination of non-consensual, intimate imagery, deep fakes, where a woman's face is seamlessly grafted onto pornography without her knowledge, consent, or hope of control. This is not a prank. It is a serious and an escalating form of abuse. It is digital assault that shatters autonomy, damages mental health, ruins reputation, and forces victims, survivors, into a devastating fight to reclaim an identity that has been stolen and violated in the most intimate way. The psychological and emotional toll is catastrophic. It is a violation that follows a woman from the bedroom to the boardroom, from her social life to her professional life, 24 hours a day. It is a tool of coercion, of revenge pornography, and of sheer malice. Therefore, we rightly welcome the government's commitment to criminalise this abhorrent activity, and we note the Department of Justice consultation to address the issue. But the consultation cannot be where this ends. Momentum must become law. Protections must be realised and not just discussed. And I think genuinely that that's what the Minister wants, and that's where we will get to. That is why the final clause of this motion is so crucial. We must ensure that women and girls in Northern Ireland are not left behind. We cannot allow a lag in our legislation to create a safe haven for this sort of abuse. Perpetrators exploit digital borders. Our legal protections must be seamless right across these islands. The Justice Minister must treat, and I believe she will treat, this crime with the utmost urgency. We need robust, specific criminal offences that match the severity of the harm. We need enforcement powers that give our police and our prosecutors the tools to investigate and prosecute effectively in this digital age. And critically, we need victim-centred protections that prioritise support, removal of the imagery, and the right to dignity and justice for the victims. The Assembly must send an unequivocal message today that the digital violation of women and girls is a serious crime, that we all stand with victims, and that we will act swiftly and decisively to ensure our laws keep pace with technology. We must have a criminal justice response to this insidious crime. We must have a deterrent-based sentencing. I believe we can get there, but time is running out as technology overtakes us. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Call Jerry Carroll.
And thank the member for bringing it, and I want to pay tribute to the member from East Derry and all women who have been affected by this horrendous practice, both in this building and outside. It's clear, Deputy Speaker, our current laws aren't fit for purpose and can't manage the emerging risks from artificial intelligence, and the Grok development shows the governments are, kind of like the last speaker said, they're playing catch up on AI, and that's to put it mildly. AI systems are developing at such a rapid pace that our existing laws cannot keep up. If we think the situation's out of control now, I think you need to be concerned about, and not to give anybody else sort of sleepless nights, about the dangers of super intelligence, which would make these already real risks even worse. I think that's why we should stop the development of superintelligence before it's too late. And people who have worked in the sector, so not just the socialist in Stormont, people who have worked in the AI sector, Deputy Speaker, have warned about the risks to humanity by superintelligent AI. They talked about human extinction. So this is the kind of gravity of what we're talking about. AI has paved the way for a new era of misogyny, and chatbots parrot sexist tropes. And software is used to discriminate against women applying for jobs, and dating apps make it easier than ever to harass women. And that, of course, to mention how dangerous, as was alluded to before, how dangerous it is, these apps, the chatbots, for people who have mental health illnesses, and some have been encouraged actually to commit suicide, which is horrendous, by these apps. The feminist writer Laura Bates explains that although deepfakes are a new form of abuse, the underlying power dynamics are as old as time. The statistics are stark. 96% of deepfakes are non-consensual pornography, and 99% of that material features women. And the way AI is being weaponised against women and children can only be understood, Deputy Speaker, in the context of the capitalist oppressive system that we live under. Men have been abusing women, unfortunately, for thousands of years, and they've been enabled by a society that oppresses women and subjects every one of us to repressed, alienated lives. AI hasn't, as others have alluded to, created misogyny. It's just given it new tools and unprecedented reach. And at this time, I would warn against executive ministers running ahead with AI in a general sense, because it's being promoted across the board, not only because of its harmful behaviour, but it's a bubble that's likely going to burst quite soon. And the executive talks about its investment in programmes to tackle violence against women and girls, but 3.2 million spread across multiple initiatives is a drop in the ocean compared to the scale of the crisis. And while the big parties pat themselves on the back for their minimal funding, women and girls continue to be abused and degraded online with impunity. And it's abundantly clear, Deputy Speaker, that we can't expect the likes of Mark Zuckerberg and other big tech companies to willingly subject themselves to more scrutiny and moderation. But the British and Irish governments haven't exactly been quick to act either. And the member to my right talked about how can this happen, how can this be allowed to exist. It's a fair question, but I think it's because governments are beholden to these companies in particular, in some cases basing their entire economies on supporting these AI systems. And like many, someone who uses social media, I obviously prefer not to, and go back to the old Nokia systems, as was referred to, and other companies do exist. But social media companies have hugely damaged our collective public health in pursuit of profit. They have purposefully exacerbated this crisis of violence and harm against women in order to line their own pockets, and dangerously change algorithms to silence voices and bolster the far right. They'll stop at nothing, Deputy Speaker, for profit, and only strong Legal and regulatory action can curb this online violence, and also democratising and breaking up these huge organisations is part of the equation too. And in the South, my colleagues are introducing a bill in the Dáil that would crack down on recommender algorithms, especially for under 18s. These algorithms pump the feeds of children and young people with harmful, toxic content that promotes self-harm, eating disorders, misogyny, racism, homophobia and transphobia. And a recent study found that 10 male identified accounts of young people on 10 blank smartphones were all fed anti-feminist and other extremist content in just 23 minutes. This is terrifying stuff, and we wonder where this hate comes from. And within 3 hours, the vast majority of recommended content was toxic, mainly alpha male and anti-feminist material, with Andrew Tate featuring heavily, unfortunately. And obviously this is about keeping people on the apps, which is their primary goal. So I support today's motion, but we need far more transformational change that holds giant tech corporations to account, protects our children from algorithmic manipulation, and builds a society where women's liberation is the norm, not the exception. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Justice to respond. The Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to Cara and her colleagues for bringing this important motion before the House this afternoon, and specifically to Cara and Diane, who again very powerfully shared their own personal experience of this. Recent political and media and public focus on the issue of the use of X's AI chatbot Grok has brought into sharp focus how advances in technologies, which, while may bring benefits to society, are also being used by those with malign intent to perpetrate further sexual abuse and exploitation against women and girls. Members will know that I am fully committed to strengthening the law to try to stop all abuse and violence against women and girls, and indeed against men where that happens, though members have rightly identified that the vast majority of victims of this abuse are indeed women and girls. In the last Assembly mandate, I introduced a new domestic abuse offence that captured controlling coercive behaviour and psychological, emotional or financial abuse. It also covers online abuse, where abusers exploit the use of technology, social media and other online means to control or coerce their victim. I introduced new offences of stalking, upskirting, downblousing, cyberflashing, and 4 new offences to tackle adults who pretend to be a child with a view to sexual grooming, which bolstered the child grooming offences. I created a standalone offence of non-fatal strangulation to provide greater protection against behaviour that is often used by abusers to exert control and create fear, serving as a precursor to further violence and closely linked to domestic homicide. I enhanced protections around the offences of abuse of position of trust and disclosing private sexual images, more commonly referred to as revenge porn. I believe these offences have added real, tangible and valuable protections against both online and offline abuse. The extension of the provisions in the UK Crime and Policing Bill to Northern Ireland will further strengthen these protections. The first of 2 intended legislative consent motions was agreed by the Assembly on the 23rd of June, and the second motion is scheduled for debate here on the 2nd of February. The measures that these include are amending the current offence of possession of a paedophile manual to bring in AI-generated child sex abuse images within scope of the offence definition, criminalising pornography depicting strangulation and suffocation, and provisions for a new offence of child sexual image abuse generators to criminalise those who make, adapt, possess, supply or offer to supply anything which is made or adapted to create or facilitate the creation of child sexual abuse images. Further new reserved offences being brought forward in the bill, extending across the whole of the UK, include creation of a new offence of online facilitation of child sexual exploitation and abuse, and a new power to scan child sexual abuse images at the UK border, so that phones can actually be taken and scanned for those images at the border when people are entering the country. I think members will agree that while this is welcome and significant framework of protective measures, it is, and its necessity illustrates just the level and the nature of the harms and abuse targeted against women and children, and the dynamic changes that we have seen in them at rapid pace over recent years. Sadly, those with malign intent always will find new ways to continue this abuse. Now women and girls have to face the growing threat of having their image sexually manipulated online.
and I am deeply concerned about the exponential rise in the proliferation of non-consensual, sexually explicit deepfake image abuse online, and unfortunately AI tools have made it significantly easier to create those abusive images. This is an abhorrent form of sexual abuse and exploitation, overwhelmingly targeted at women and girls. As many members quoted, research shows that deepfake pornography makes up 98% of all deepfake videos online, and that 99% of the individuals targeted in them are women. Everyone has a right to protection of their image, of their autonomy, of their privacy, and of their dignity. These images and those who create and share them seek to take those rights away from its victims, to humiliate, to harm, and to abuse them. And the harm caused by the creation and sharing of these images is incalculable. Victims report feeling embarrassed, violated, unsafe, suffering from anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and suicidal ideation because of their experiences. Mr. Deputy Speaker, people assume that so-called non-contact sexual offences are in some way less harmful or real than contact sexual offences. But speak to any victim and they will tell you otherwise. Knowing that a prospective employer who Googles your name may find that deepfake image before they find out any of your qualifications or skills for a job is a profoundly disturbing experience for any person to have to go through, and many people do. It was reported in 2023 that more deepfake videos were viewed than in all the preceding years put together. On the top deepfake sites, videos had been viewed more than 4.2 billion times. The psychological impact of knowing that these images are out there for the individuals is severe, and the proliferation of those images online has a wider societal impact. They perpetuate, promote and normalise misogyny and the sexualisation of women. They dehumanise and objectify us. And I believe that these images also desensitise people, particularly men and boys, to the harm that such objectification can cause in real life. Turning briefly to the impact on boys, it is extremely worrying that there are increasing reports worldwide, including in Northern Ireland, of school children creating sexually explicit deepfake images of their peers and classmates. This vile behaviour is already an offence under the Protection of Children Northern Ireland 1978 order, punishable on summary conviction by up to 6 months imprisonment, or on conviction on indictment by up to 10 years imprisonment. So it is vital that boys know that creating these images could have serious consequences for them for the rest of their lives. Currently, there is no legislation governing sexually explicit deepfake images of adults, but I'm determined to address this gap and the threat and harm caused by these images. I will introduce a new deepfake offence by way of an amendment. It will be tabled at consideration stage of the Justice Bill, which is currently before the Assembly, and so the timings will ultimately be dictated by the Assembly and the Committee, but the aim is to have the offence completed in March. New offences to criminalise the creation. I will.
Can she give us any indication as to why she couldn't forward that wording of the amendment, the deepfake amendment, to the committee earlier?
Because of pressures in OLC for drafting, and because we had to look, and I will get onto this in the speech, because we had to look at the outcome of the consultation. And that is the reason. It is very easy to eliminate the issue of vagrancy by deleting 2 pieces of legislation. It's a simple delete after the consultation had already been done in the previous mandate. This is a new consultation that had to be done at pace, so the 2 are not comparable. New offences to criminalise the creation, requesting the creation, sharing and threatening to share sexually explicit deepfake images of adults will be included. The draft provision will be shaped by responses to the recent public consultation on legislative proposals, and my intention is that every aspect of this despicable behaviour will be captured. And of course, that is the fundamental difference with other amendments, that the development had already been completed in previous mandates and is simply being introduced in this mandate. If enacted, that would bring Northern Ireland provision into line with offences for creation and sharing provided for in England and Wales, and will in fact provide a more comprehensive package of measures than would have been possible via the LCM route. On retrospectivity, which I know was raised, Article 7 states that Article 7 of the ACHR states that no one shall be held guilty of a criminal offence for an act that was not a crime at the time it was committed, and therefore, when introducing criminal offences, it would be highly unusual and potentially in breach of Article 7 to make it retrospective, which is why there is a degree of urgency in delivering this now. Unfortunately, the availability of AI tools or notification apps have made the creation of the images all too easy, and recently the UK government announced its plans to ban those tools where their sole purpose is to use generative AI to turn images of real people into fake, nude, sexually explicit pictures and videos. The proposed legislation, which will be tabled next month at Lord's report stage as an amendment to the Crime and Policing Bill, would allow the police to target the firms and individuals that design and supply these tools. Because this is planned as an amendment to an existing amendment to the bill, regrettably it cannot be extended to Northern Ireland despite our best efforts. However, I very much welcome the recent announcement by my colleague Kate Nicholl of her plans to provide for similar legislation here to make it illegal in Northern Ireland to create AI tools that enable non-consensual, sexually explicit AI-generated images. And I hope that it will be possible to get consent from all parts of the Chamber to ensure that we keep pace with developments elsewhere. More widely, I will continue to do everything possible to keep women and children safe from harm and protect them from all forms of online abuse and exploitation. Social media and online activity are increasingly central to our lives, but they also present serious risks. As technology evolves, so do the tactics of those who seek to cause harm, and we cannot stand still when the creation and manipulation and sharing of sexually explicit deepfake images and child sexual abuse material using AI underscores the need to remain constantly vigilant. However, our devolved powers are limited as telecoms is a reserved matter, and so we need to work with Westminster to deliver a comprehensive response in this space. In that context, I want to highlight the UK-wide protection afforded by the Online Safety Act 2023. That includes a duty placed on social media companies to take steps to protect users from illegal content and is regulated by Ofcom. If an organisation is considered to have broken the law, they can impose a penalty of a fine of up to 10% of that organisation's worldwide revenue, or 18 million, whichever is greater. Where there's a failure to comply, Ofcom can seek a court order to force internet service providers to block access to the site in the UK altogether. Members will no doubt be aware of also recent announcements by the Technology Secretary in the UK Government's intention to issue a 3-month consultation on further measures to keep children safe online, including potentially restrictions on addictive features, a ban on social media access and better age checks. I will, as I did in the development of the Online Safety Act, continue to liaise with UK Government ministers on any developments in that area. However, in closing, it is important to recognise that a criminal justice response alone will not fully address all of the harms encountered online. The worrying reports of children making sexually explicit deepfakes of their peers emphasises there is a need to take a holistic approach focused on prevention and education, as set out in the cross-cutting executive online safety strategy put in place to assist children and young people who participate in the online world but want to do so in a positive, safe and responsible way. If my proposals for the new offences are enacted, my department will liaise with the Department of Education to raise awareness of their introduction and of the existing offences criminalising sexually explicit deepfake images of children. This needs to be part of the curriculum, Mr Speaker, not only to equip young girls who are growing up with the threat of being the subject of such explicit deepfake images, but also to educate young men of the risks that they take when they engage in what they may think is banter, but which is a seriously damaging behaviour and one that has long-term consequences for themselves. I am sure members will agree and support me in the steps being taken to address the despicable behaviours associated with these deepfake images, behaviours which are unfortunately becoming increasingly pervasive. It's unacceptable that we live in a society where some men and boys still think it's acceptable to sexualise and objectivise women and girls in this way. We have to do all we can to protect our community from the harm that these and other forms of online abuse causes, and to seek to address the wider issue of misogyny and violence against women and girls, which is sadly too prevalent in Northern Ireland. We will only do that by working together, but no one should be under any illusion that even if we pass all of this legislation, there will still be issues in the online space. Only today I met with campaigners for Kiva's Law, wishing to see an end to people taking and uploading roadside photographs at car accident sites. This is an opportunity for people to actually now talk about what is socially responsible use of social media and the digital access that we have. The idea that people would put up a drone in order to photograph dead bodies lying at the side of a road after a car accident is repugnant at every level, knowing particularly that the families of those people may see those images before they have even been notified of what happens, yet this is what passes for normal in today's society. So it isn't enough to simply close down the deepfake images, it isn't enough to simply have Kiva's Law. This is about actually starting to engage as a society about what kind of people are we, what kind of people do we want to be, and start to educate our young people about discernment when it comes to using what are powerful tools that when they're used for the good, but what can be utterly destructive when they aren't.
Minister, thank you. I now call Shane McLaughlin to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all members who made really powerful contributions to the debate this evening, and can I thank the Minister for attending and speaking on the debate as well. A number of important points have already been made in this debate, particularly around the need for robust criminal offences, enforcement powers and really proper victim protections. So I don't intend to go into each and every one of those areas, but I do want to return to some of the realities behind this motion, because for all of us, this discussion about artificial intelligence, platforms and criminal offences, this is ultimately about power. It's ultimately about harm and dignity. It's about women and girls whose images are weaponised against them. It is about lives disrupted, reputations destroyed, and voices silenced, often anonymously, often without consequences, and too often without adequate protection from the law. And it's also about fear. It's about uncertainty. The future is scary, and it's frightening to consider a world our children are growing up in, and to ask what unknowns actually really lie ahead. We continue to fall behind the pace of technology and the scale of harm that is now being inflicted. And I want to begin also by paying tribute to my colleague, Cara Hunter. Her campaigning has really forced this issue onto the political agenda here, and she knows personally what it is to be targeted and abused online, and it never stops for her. It just keeps on going on. Not because of anything she has done, but because she is a woman who speaks publicly and refuses to be silent, and that really matters. And I want to thank you too, Diane Forsyth, for your testimony today. The attacks and the hate that you experienced, and it started during your campaign, and it hasn't eased up. And I really am grateful that we have voices like you in this House that speak up for other women. Because when women in political life are subjected to this kind of abuse, the message that has been sent is clear. It's stay silent, shut up. And that is an attack on women's participation in public life. And it is an attack on democracy itself. The creation and dissemination of non-consensual, intimate images, including AI-generated images, is a serious and escalating form of abuse. It's not funny. It's not a joke. It is a really serious crime. AI has accelerated that harm, making it faster, cheaper, and harder to trace or prosecute. But we must be honest, the technology is not the root cause. As Emma Sheeran and Jerry Carroll both said, it is a symptom and a tool of a really deeper problem, a wider culture of online misogyny that normalises humiliation, rewards cruelty, and treats women's bodies as content. and it's happening at scale. It's happening in spaces where anonymity is not just a feature, it is protection for perpetrators. It's given anonymity behind this abuse, and the protection that falls in behind the perpetrators is on a scale that we have never seen before. Someone can cause profound harm and disappear behind a username or an encrypted group, while the victim lives with the consequences. We also need to be honest about the mindset behind these acts. The people who commit this abuse do not care about their victims. They do not care about trauma, reputational damage, or lifelong harm. They care about themselves, about gratification, and about power, and nothing else. That is why this must be treated as a serious form of abuse. Deputy Speaker, none of this exists in a vacuum. Online misogyny has been amplified and monetised. We see it embodied in figures who have built enormous platforms by selling grievance and hate back to young men as empowerment. Andrew Tate is one example. He has described himself as a misogynist, said women belong to men, and suggested that women should bear responsibility for violence committed against them. That worldview teaches young men that dominance is strength, that women are objects, and that cruelty is something to be admired. But it's not about one individual. It's about a wider ecosystem that profits from anger, insecurity, resentment, and targets young men who feel lost or disconnected. They too are victims of these platforms. We are now seeing the consequences spill into our schools that has been mentioned by the Minister as well. In recent months, schools across these islands have had to respond to the circulation of explicit images, misogynistic content and threats of sexual violence online. Teachers and parents have spoken of their shock at the language being used and the casual way in which abuse is shared. That should be a concern for all of us, because it forces us to ask what type of world our children are being raised in and what kind of future they are absorbing as normal. I want to be clear, this is not about blaming men. Most men are appalled by this. Many are actively challenging misogyny and abuse, and I appreciate my male colleagues who spoke passionately about this today. But when misogyny is amplified and monetised at scale, it becomes a culture and it becomes a system. And politics has a responsibility to act. When online spaces are controlled by those with vast wealth and influence, and accountability is weak, it is ordinary people, particularly women and girls, who pay the price. And as Kate Nicholl said earlier, there is so much darkness in this space. Deputy Speaker, the motion is clear. It calls on the Minister to ensure that effective criminal offences, enforcement powers and victim protections are in place in Northern Ireland no later than those in England and Wales. This should be the bare minimum. So I welcome the Minister's resolve to get an amendment directly in and so that legislation can be passed on deepfake. But this is urgent and needs to be done. And as Cara said in her opening, we could lead the way here. We have the cross-party support for this, and it would be great if the Minister could force this through as quickly as possible. So if the committee are intent to act quickly, which I think that they are, then let's get it into the committee and let's get it through this House. I welcome the Minister's comments and response to the motion today. But members have already said in this debate, law without enforcement is not protection, it is symbolism. Victims deserve far more than symbolism. However, legislation alone, and we all know that, will never be enough. If we're really serious about ending violence against women and girls, then we must tackle the culture as well as the crime. And Ciara Ferguson made a really good point. She drew on the importance of properly resourced education, digital literacy that keeps pace with technology, and support for schools, parents and youth workers. And it means asking deeper questions about masculinity, identity and belonging. If young men are being drawn toward voices that teach them to hate women, it is because someone is offering them belonging, certainty and status, however toxic that message may be. We must offer something better: respect, equality and empathy. Steve Aiken and Doug Beattie both spoke on the need to act with urgency. So, Speaker, if we do not act with urgency, we are contributing and continuing to hurtle towards the worst place possible. If we keep falling behind, we will not be debating this same issue in a few years' time. We will be debating something much, much worse. Women and girls deserve more than reactive politics. They deserve safety, they deserve dignity, they deserve leadership that refuses to look away. Thank you. I would ask you to support the motion.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, that takes us to item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.